finally time for the first major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And for the first time in history, all the players, 8 of them, will be gathered here in our Oslo Esports arena. And I also have all my favorite Brits with me to comment on the tournament. And David, Ivanka, Simon, how are you liking the arena?
This is just the coolest thing ever.
It's amazing. I mean, look at the computers, look at the layout. It's a great gladiatorial ring.
I'm just enjoying the comfy chairs.
Ah, very cool. And this is going to be such a cool tournament. And we're so happy to have all of you joining us. Welcome, everyone, to day 1 in the Oslo Esports Cup.
Wow, what has just happened there?
Whoa.
He's completely hallucinated against the action.
Whoa, look at the bar.
Checkmate is just coming.
What a game. Wow.
There's no way to stop it. Plus 100 for black.
He's taking
Whoa.
He's done it.
Behind the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Why doesn't it work?
Because you did-
Rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Play quickly.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius in this final.
Incredible day of chess.
It's a big day in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, the first major in the 2022 season, with all 8 players gathered in our super cool esports arena. David, as always, you're back to comment on this tournament. And how excited are you? What are you expecting from the next 7 days?
Yeah, it's good to be back, Kaja, and what a day to be a chess fan. All the 8 players are here with us. We've selected 8 really dynamic players as well. I'm hoping for some exciting games, maybe some surprising results, and either way, it's going to be really fun to watch them close up in the esports arena.
Definitely. And the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, it is a full season of online chess to decide the best online rapid player in the world. The Oslo Esports Cup is the 3rd event this season, and it is the first major with a different format than the 2 previous regular events. So this is an 8-player round robin. All players will face each other once in matches with 4 rapid games. The winner of the match will get 3 points and $7,500. Now, if they tie the match, then we will head straight to tiebreaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. And the winner in tiebreaks will get 2 points and $5,000, and the loser 1 point and $2,500. So, David, this is basically the same format that we saw in the tour finals last season. Now, what kind of drama did that give us?
Yeah, I think we've stumbled on a really winning formula in terms of entertainment, at least. So far in the tour, it's been decisive games everywhere. Such a tiny drawing percentage, which is really rare, really refreshing at this high level. And with this football scoring system, I think we're going to see more of that. The players know they have to go for the win in every single game in order to try and win the event. And that only leads to fun for us.
Definitely. Now, I bet you're all super excited to actually see the 8 players that will play here. So first of all, this is the tour standings. Magnus Carlsen, he won both of the 2 first events, and he is on top of the table. The top 8 players, they were qualified to play in this major, but because of the war in Ukraine, the Russian players have not been invited. So let's take a look at the lineup, you guys. These are the 8 players ready to play in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen, playing from his hometown Oslo, is joined by Duda, Mamedyarov, Giri, Le, Pragnananda, Van Forest, and Eric Hansen. It's a very exciting lineup with players that are great in the online rapid format. And David, besides Magnus, who do you hold as a favorite?
Well, each of these players, on their day, at their best, they could win this event. I'm personally most excited to see Pragnananda, the 16-year-old. He has beaten Magnus Carlsen on the tour already this season, and who knows, this could be a big breakthrough event for him.
Definitely. All the players arrived in Oslo, the capital of Norway, a few days ago, and have been able to enjoy a few fun days before it gets serious tonight. Our player is looking super cool on the Oslo fjords. And also in the studio, as always, International Master Jan-Krzysztof Houska. And Simon, Grandmaster Ginger DM, is joining us in the studio. We're super excited to have you back in the studio, Simon. And I think I saw you on the boat. Is that correct?
I was, yeah, I was on a boat. That was, I expected a nice leisurely cruise ride, because I think someone said we got a boat ride lined up, and I ended up in that thing. Cheers. So, yeah, but it was great fun, and you know, there's nothing more exciting than seeing screaming grandmasters on a sunny day. So yeah, it was great fun.
And who screamed the most?
Well, I thought I heard David there screaming a fair bit.
You weren't on the same boat, Simon.
I still heard you across the ford, I think. So yeah, but I think your boat was a lot more screamy than our boat. It seems. So yeah.
Well, brave people. I didn't dare to go on the boat. So brave people. And Jovanka, we have a lot of cool content coming up over the next 7 days for our viewers, and we also hope the viewers want to join in on the conversation.
Yeah, very much so. This is such an exciting tournament, especially because the players are going to be right here in the Oslo Arena. And we want to know who you're rooting for. We want to know your thoughts. And of course, we really love to see your selfies. And you can tweet us all those things using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Definitely. And also selfies and hashtag #ChessChamps. Now, of course, with 8 players on site in the Oslo Arena, we have to have a reporter to talk to all those players. And that reporter is Sverre. He's got the most difficult name to say in English. But Sverre, how are you? What's going on out in the lounge?
I'm excellent. I found the best place to be, and I'm actually surprised because everyone has showed up so far. I even saw Magnus Carlsen walk in. I think that was more than 10 minutes prior to his game. So if you take a look with me over here, this is the lounge area. But behind me, we have all the players' room down this hallway. We can see the door here for Jordan van Forrest. We have Magnus sitting next to this. The big one in the corner was actually Pragnananda, who ended up with. But the players, they may be spending some of their recreation times in their rooms, but otherwise they're free to roam about in the lounge. And for world-class players, we need world-class food. So we have our own sushi bar with what is probably the best fish you could ever think of, because this is Norwegian fish. And do you think that this fish will match the world's best chess players' quality?
Oh yes, we roll the best sushi here.
So the players are set. I know where I'm going to be staying for a while now. This is by the sushi bar, but I think we're going to have a good time, and we're going to get to talk to the players, maybe while they're not at the chess players, because now they can't run away to the kitchen anymore.
Ah, that looks amazing, Sverre. Thank you. And eat some sushi for us as well, because we're stuck in the studio. Ah, that looks good.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things in the world.
Sushi, is it?
It is.
All right. Well, we'll sneak out to get some sushi. You guys, the tournament is starting in only a few minutes, you guys. And just a reminder, so there is 4 rapid games to be played in each of the matches today. We're going to follow as much chess as possible. And if some of the matches are tied, we will head straight to tie breaks. Now, after the first game today, we've been challenging the players in the few days they've spent here in Oslo. One of the challenges, because we thought code cracking, that must be the perfect activity for chess geniuses. So after game 1 today, we're going to show you how Mamedyarov and Le did when they tried to crack some codes.
This crocodile don't fly.
Crocodile doesn't fly, but also this one.
Ah, you mean it's fly like
Yeah.
zebra? Of course, zebra. It's too big.
Oh.
Ah, like that. What's this?
Aren't you chess players?
Oh.
It's open.
This die is open. Ah, okay. Okay, so we got one, yeah?
How will they do with cracking those codes, Mamedyarov and Le? We team them up and they will actually face each other. Today, you guys, it's time to very soon check out the matchups for this first day. But first, this is from yesterday, the opening ceremony in Oslo with a bunch of our great partners and, of course, the players enjoying their time at the opening ceremony. And Erik Hansen was there. Erik, I have to say, it seems he's really enjoyed being in Oslo so far.
Yeah, he's got one of the most Norwegian names you could have, Erik Hansen. And yeah, he's been loving his time in Oslo. He really feels in the mood. And he's maybe the underdog here, Erik, but he'll be itching to try and win some games.
And what we're seeing here is the players holding up their Puma shoes, black and white Puma shoes, because that was the pairings to figure out who will face who. And let's take a look at it, you guys. For day one in the Oslo Esports Cups, these are the matchups. Magnus Carlsen will start off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Anish Giri against Erik Hansen. Jürgen van Forest against Pragnananda Mamedyarov against Liam Le. And Jovanka, where are you expecting some drama today?
You know, I suspect it might be between the two youngsters, Jürgen van Forest and Pragnananda, because the last time they played, Pragnananda played what it has to be called a masterpiece, and with Jürgen's style, there's going to be fire.
And Anish Giri, he's going to face Erik Hansen today. These are images of the players arriving the Oslo Arena. Jan-Krzysztof Duda coming ready to fight against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And this is from the lounge. The players hanging out, chilling before it starts in only 3 minutes. And only a month ago, we did see Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. All right, let's head out to the lounge as Magnus Carlsen is arriving. Magnus Carlsen has arrived, and I was going to say, about a month ago, Magnus Carlsen did play Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the final of the Charity Cup, and Magnus, he won the first match and seemed to be very strong, but on the second day, David, he really struggled against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, Magnus was on the brink of victory overall. He won the first day. He even won the first game of the second day in really convincing style, but then it all fell apart. Duda struck back. Duda was in the flow. He even beat Magnus in 25 moves in one game. That nearly never happens. And eventually it went down to the blitz tiebreaks. Magnus won there, but it was a really close battle.
All right, it's coming up in a few minutes, but we want to hear from the players before it all kicks off. And this is Jürgen van Forest, a few minutes before his first game in the Oslo Esports Cup.
First of all, Jürgen van Forest, welcome here to Oslo.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
How is this changing the dynamics, actually sitting across from your opponents again?
It's been a real pleasure to play like over the board chess ever since COVID, but this is going to be completely new for me, so I'm not really sure what to expect. I think it's going to be very exciting, and we're starting in a couple of minutes, so let's see how it goes.
And you're trying to say that chess players are not used to esports studios?
No, I think this is the first time this has ever been done, so it's, I think, a first for everyone except for maybe Magnus, Anish and Duda, but it's the first time that all the players are here playing each other across the computer, but at the same venue.
Pragnananda Rameshbabu, he's your first opponent. How do you approach that match?
It's a bit. I'm not sure what to expect yet because it's the first match. So I'll just I'm gonna poke here and there a little bit, see what's his strategy, and we'll see how it goes. I think the first game will give me a lot of information, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Look at that, Jürgen van Forest is ready in the Oslo Arena, and so is Jan-Krzysztof Duda up on the podium to face Magnus Carlsen. And it's an amazing image, you guys. 8 players gathered in this esports arena. Magnus Carlsen is also getting ready, and he's actually stopped by Sverre to give some comments. Let's hear from Magnus.
Magnus Carlsen, hva forventer du av dagen?
Jeg tror det blir spennende. Det er jo en av de på papiret sterkeste motstanderne, så jeg tror det blir hardt.
Also på engelsk. Magnus Carlsen, you're playing Duda. What do you expect from this match?
Yeah, expecting a very tough match. He's clearly one of the strongest players that I'm facing here, at least on paper. And he gave me a hard time last time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Magnus, in both Norwegian and English there, ready to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's been feeling a little bit sick over the last few days, Magnus, but he seems fresh today. And here he comes, ready to fight against Duda. Simon, what are you expecting from this matchup?
I think it's going to be a very exciting matchup. I mean, both players incredibly strong. We have to remember that Duda actually beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup over the board to become the champion. So I would say they're probably 2 of the best players in the competition. Magnus, though, been controlling the tour so far, so he's got to be the favourite. Well, he's always going to be the favourite. He's the world champion. But it's going to be very exciting.
Definitely, and it looks very good in the Oslo Arena there. Magnus has played in an arena like this before in the tour finals. Both him, Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda were gathered in this arena. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda has as well experienced this before. With all the lights and all the cameras, will it be very different for them, David?
It's definitely different. I know when I was growing up playing chess, I was playing in kind of these small schoolrooms in the back of churches and all over the place, but there's never lights like this, never cameras in your face, and it's a different intensity for the players. It will take a while to get used to. Duda looks pretty chilled, I gotta say, but either way, for the other players, maybe the younger players, it's going to be completely new, and yeah, maybe this is the future.
Definitely. And we do see they have headsets on, obviously, to shut out any kind of sound. But they can also listen to music, right?
Yeah, and this is going to be exciting as well because a lot of the players, especially the ones who didn't play in the tour final in Oslo last year, they won't be used to this kind of novel experience of putting their headphones on and listening to their favorite tunes.
Yeah.
And there we see actually Magnus Carlsen choosing his music right now.
Wow.
And I see that it's a list called David's Greatest Hits Challenge. And
Really?
for those of you who have been following the tour last season, I did try and slip in some song titles to the commentary, and Magnus is listening to some of those songs.
Oh, that's cool. And here we go, you guys. The Oslo Esports Cup, the first major in the 2022 season, has started. And David, what's happening on the board?
It's a Sicilian defense, Kaja, and that means it's going to be dynamic from the start. It's going to be a lot of action in this one. Duda opening with his king's pawn, Magnus replying with a Sicilian, and I'm expecting him to trade a set of pawns in the center now. There we go, capture, and is this called the Khan variation? It's black just allowing white to take center, but black is going to set up a wall of pawns. It's going to heat up as the game goes on.
Yeah, I've never seen Magnus play this variation with the black pieces, actually. I mean, he's played the Shrezhnikov famously in the World Championships, and he doesn't normally go c5 unless he does the Shrezhnikov, so I think this is going to be, well, we've seen something new, this Khan variation, where you get double-edged positions, so good, exciting start.
Yeah, already Duda thinking. It's only move 5, but I expect this to continue, actually, for the next few moves, as both sides kind of decide what setup to choose, where to put their pieces, where to put their pawns. And, yeah, Magnus, you're right there, Simon. With this choice of opening, he's shown he's not scared. He wants a full-blooded fight, even with black. And, yeah, I'm excited already about the choice of opening by both players. There we see Duda just taking a few moments and eventually deciding to bring his bishop out, one of the main moves. And, OK, the move's speeding up. Black developing his bishop, kicking white's knight back, and now parking his bishop on a nice long diagonal.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm very excited to see this variation actually on the board because this bishop retreat is quite ambitious, but it does also have its risks. And the primary one, is the fact that some pawns are left undefended on the right side. But Duda doesn't actually go for that. Instead, just moves his queen one square forward.
Yeah, and now black needs to catch up with piece development. Black's pieces are very much asleep at the moment. So maybe bringing out one of the two black knights, maybe pushing a pawn in the center first for black. OK, he does bring out a piece. At some point, white will castle, most likely on the king side. Often in the Sicilian, we can see white decide which side to castle on, and his intentions, if they're really ambitious, he'll castle on the long side. But first, he offers a trade of dark squared bishop. So Duda may be surprised by Magnus's opening choice, just taking a positional approach on this last move. And Magnus, he'll still have some issues to solve once these dark squared bishops get traded off. Where to put the black king? We might well see an attack later on, a mutual attack.
It's very ambitious, I think, for Magnus to play like this, to come out with a new opening, a sharp opening, and I'm hoping that Duda's going to castle queenside here. I'd love to see queenside castling. I mean, the Sicilian, the opening they're playing here is known to be one of the most interesting openings you can get. Very dynamic play where white gets his pieces out quickly and attacking on both sides of the board. So this is a great start, exciting start.
Yeah, I know if I was facing you here, Simon, I wouldn't even have to guess which side the white king is going. It's definitely going that way. And if we do see the kings parked on opposite sides of the board, as you mentioned, it's just going to be complete chaos. Both sides throwing pawns against each other's kings. First, Magnus Carlsen just takes a step forward with one pawn, just solidifying the dark squares, but a bit slow.
It is a little bit slow, but Magnus has actually played this variation before. The thing is, though, it's not a favourite of his. He's only played it 5 times in his career, and they were never any serious games. They're always like a super fast chess. And he's actually following a game that he played against Hikaru Nakamura in a Blitz tournament in 2020. Wow. And there he lost, and he actually lost in, get this, 23 moves.
Oh.
Incredible.
So, well.
What can this mean? Has he found
He has to
something
have found
interesting
an
in this
improvement
position?
because the great thing about Magnus is he has like a photographic memory when it comes to remembering and recalling his own games. So there must be something here down the line that he's thought about.
Oh, and Simon, you're going to be happy with this last move. White's knight has just developed itself, but that has cleared the path for the white king to castle on the queen side, on the long side. And, OK, moment of truth. Which side is that white king going? If Duda castles left with the king, he's going on the attack. He wants to win. And maybe we'll see a situation where Magnus is under pressure and facing a big attack very quickly. If Duda castles on the right side of the board, though, it will become a slower game.
Yeah, I've been looking at these positions quite a lot recently. So I've just finished a chessboard course on Mikhail Tau's best games, which is just out now. And if you want to learn open Sicilian, the legend, they call him the magician, Tau, he loved these positions as white. He would win nearly every time just by playing the most aggressive setup. And he'd always put his king on the queen side and he'd start pushing those pawns on the other side of the board, which is called a pawn storm. And you just try to storm the position with your pawns. So I'd love to see something like that happen here, a bit of a pawn storm. So. Yeah.
But it's going to be an interesting moment here because if he chooses to go, like you say, to the left with the king, you know, all-out war, then, OK, we're going to see that Duda is in a really aggressive mood. But if he just decides to kind of move the king to the right, then we're going to actually see that, OK, Duda's like, well, I'm just going to take a very strategical approach. I'm going to start targeting. There's one pawn that doesn't have any natural defenders, and that is the pawn 2 squares in front of the black queen. And you're going to see Duda pile up all the pressure on that point.
Yeah, so this is the pawn you mean here, Jovanka, and if Duda does indeed make the move we want to see, the move we're expecting, and castle on the long side, then the rook is primed and ready to attack this pawn later on. It's a backward pawn. It can't really move forward later without just getting captured. So it is a long-term target, and as Simon pointed out, this is the other idea, to just throw pawns forward on the other side. White's king is super safe. Note that it's not just got 3 pawns in front of it, but it also has 2 perfect defenders. I think White's king is super safe on this side, and why not get just a ready-made attack if you can. For example, if black does castle, the attack begins, and white is clearly ahead in this race, throwing pawns towards the black king. The other option, I think he'll regret it if he takes it, castling on this side of the board for white. I don't see how this is really going to turn into anything special for white now. King's on the same side of the board. It's impossible to really attack, safely at least. And, OK, he's delayed the decision. Simon, are you happy to see this one? F for forward. The F pawn has marched forward, maybe preempting the march of the G pawn as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy to see that one. I mean, I would have been more excited if he'd put his king on the left-hand side. But this is a logical and aggressive move. He's using those pawns to try and create some chaos. I mean, I was thinking if I could get any position as white against Magnus Carlsen, this one would be my position because he's obviously brilliant at every part of the game. But I think the one way you can try to beat Magnus is to come at him and throw everything at him. Positionally, he's incredibly hard to break down. So, this is going to be very exciting, but I'm wondering what will happen after this. Magnus probably has to castle kingside at some point. It looks really scary to me. And maybe break with one of these pawn pushes, which is typical in the position that black can also do.
Yeah, it's all about these central pawns, and it depends whether white can now get his pawns racing, rolling towards the black king in time, or whether now, because white has delayed castling his own king, whether black is in time, for example, if the pawn does march forward, to just challenge in the centre. And now it does open up, and if things do open up, white's king will wish it had committed itself earlier. So, OK, another critical moment. Will Magnus, in this position, will he castle his king, or will he use the Duda technique and delay the decision himself? Other options would be maybe for black to start pushing pawns, just hoping that the white king ends up on that side of the board. Let's go back to the players. It's kind of a game of cat and mouse right now. Neither side really showing their intentions, but both sides clearly hoping or expecting the game to liven up at some point.
Cool. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda coming all the way from Poland to play in the Oslo Esports Cup, and he is, he's been on fire lately, and he's qualified for the candidates, and he made it all the way to the final in the Charity Cup. I have to say, he really has figured out this format, online rapid chess.
Yeah, last season on the tour, he had some good events, well, some decent events, but some quite poor events, and now he seems much more consistent. Also, he's the only player in this field who is in the candidates tournament in the summer in just under 2 months now. So we actually had him on our podcast, and he was saying he's going to be hiding some opening preparation. He can't play his best openings because his rivals in the candidates tournament this summer, they will be watching all of these games and they'll be studying them really closely. So maybe that will affect Duda's play slightly, but then again, he's quite universal. He plays a lot of different openings, especially with white, and yeah, the same goes for Magnus Carlsen. So I think both players will just be happy to push the battle into the middle game so that they don't reveal any secrets.
And what I liked yesterday during the opening ceremony is that when you asked Duda whether he was feeling confident, he said absolutely. Yeah, 100%. You know, he's confident, and it makes for an exciting battle when you have players who believe in themselves and believe in their abilities. Because if you're going to beat Magnus, you can't be second-guessing yourself.
That's true.
And Magnus decides not to commit his king and instead concentrate on developing the light squared bishop. And now it's got a hold to escape to.
Yeah, maybe pushing those pawns towards the white knights as well to destabilize them and push the white knights to worse squares. If that pawn advances one more square forward, maybe a bit of a decision for Duda to make. So. Yeah, the evaluation bar above the players, the orange bar we see there, it likes white. It says that white has a +1 advantage, a 1 pawn advantage, but let's ignore it for now. I think this one is very much about how the next few moves go. If white can continue the attack, yes, it's going to be great for him, but it's not easy to do that.
Yeah, I think he's got to make a decision now where he puts the king. It's one of those things you kind of you can delay and delay, but the more you delay a decision like this, it kind of like you overthink it. You either go queenside, you go for it, or you go kingside, a slightly safer way to proceed. So it's going to be very interesting. But I'm actually quite transfixed by the psychedelic wallpaper as well. I'm sort of looking at that and I'm like, whoa, you know, it's pretty impressive, isn't it? The whole arena, and this is a first where you've got everyone there just opposite each other in this proper e-gaming environment. So it's nice to see something new.
I've heard like discussions about it, and I'm eager to hear from you guys. Do you think chess, online chess, of course, is an e-sport? Does it qualify for being an e-sport?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
It's
definitely
competitive, it's fast, it's furious. I mean, you see, more excitement on the board, especially in online chess, especially in rapid chess, than a lot of other esports, a lot of other games. So,
yeah, and if you think how many people are actually playing online now, just around the world, it's an incredibly high number. So, you know, it's one of the most popular games online. So it must be an esport. Yeah, that's where everyone plays now, online.
And if you think about it, like all the other esports, usually like some war gaming kind of games, they're kind of based on chess, right? Chess is the original battle game and you know, the ultimate battle game, basically, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, because there's two players testing their wits against each other. They have to come up with the strategies. They have to position their forces in the best way. They have to outthink the other person because you know, all the information is on the board. And I mean, the beauty of online chess is that, you know, with other computer games, you need a super powerful PC with a massive graphic card or whatever. My technology terms are not that great, but you know, and with chess you can just play on your phone.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, this is one thing that I've seen throughout Norway. Norway is like chess obsessed, and you know, I'll be on the bus and I'll be seeing people playing online chess.
Yeah.
And I see young people play, I see old people, women, men, everyone
exactly
doing it. And so, quite rightfully so, it is an e-sport. And I love the background myself, going back to that subject. You know, it's exciting.
Yeah.
And it's something that, you know, is kind of taking chess to that extra level.
Yeah.
Can I ask what music you play? Because I'd have to put like some Pink Floyd on or something, I think, with that background. I think we all should like.
I agree.
No,
you know?
I think like some. Okay, this is again showing my age, but Simon might some kind of like trance, kind of like.
I'll go along with that as well.
Right?
And after a long pause, we do have a move.
yeah, and Duda continues to procrastinate. He hasn't chosen which side to put his king on, and like Simon said, you can't delay it too much longer with white. Soon the position will open up, or soon black will be fully ready to kind of create some threats. And the longer white's king sits in the center, the longer he delays the decision, I think he's just going to miss his chance. So this is one thing I'm kind of really bad at, a sin that I commit all the time, not committing, just kind of delaying. But there will come a moment when you will regret not choosing one plan. You just have to choose a plan and stick to it. Duda is not doing that. He pushes a pawn to stop the advance of black's pawns, but that last white move, it's very slow. It doesn't really help his position in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I was going to ask, actually, is this a sign that Duda is maybe lacking in confidence? Because, you know, like, I'm looking at my database. Of course, I have the information here, so it's easy for me to say. But, you know, white traditionally takes a decision with the king. You know, either goes to the right, to the left. But, you know, those are the main moves. This move, only played once before in a junior tournament.
I think it's just that it's the first game of the tournament, the first game of the day, and Duda just wasn't really warmed up enough to go straight for the attack, straight for the kill. Maybe playing the world champion, he thought, OK, let's just grow into the game and get in the flow a bit later on. But sometimes early days, you still have to attack, you still have to go for it. And Magnus now has blocked up the centre. What do we think of this move? He's trying to open things up maybe, or trying to at least stop the advance of white's pawns, but quite committal itself.
Yeah, it seems like quite a standard idea. Often white wants to push the Freddy pawn, which is attacked now 1 square forwards. And when you're playing these positions, when you're playing any opening, I think it's so important to know what pawn breaks you have. And if white does push that pawn, I mean, maybe we can show it. Black can react in the centre with this very typical break with the backwards pawn. Even so, this is sort of the pawn goes here, and now black at some point, I don't know, even now can push this one forward. So this is like a typical plan from black, you know, moving forwards, playing this counter-attacking opening, the Sicilian, and taking chances when he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, really exploding open position now, and you're right, Simon, it's not clear whose king is going to be safer. Still, both of them parked in the middle of the board when the lines do begin to open. So Duda would love to play this move, as you mentioned, push this pawn forward. This is kind of a really typical, really thematic way to start an attack. You block things up and then you push your pawns, now that the centre is closed, but Magnus, for sure, will explode the position open with his own pawn push. So Duda really has to be careful of pushing forward while his king's in the middle. But now the issue is, maybe you've missed your chance, you've missed your shot. If you castle queenside now, which looks desirable, the king's still pretty safe, then suddenly black can create a direct threat. Black can even win material by bringing his bishop out. This wasn't available before. This bishop was blocked in. But now, suddenly, look at this. It's a skewer, attacking the queen, attacking the rook behind it. And when the queen moves, black simply wins material. Black will pick off the white rook. So suddenly, Duda, he maybe will be regretting not taking that opportunity to get his king to this side. Going the other side as well does have drawbacks. You go into the eye line of this black bishop. Still, black can gain time attacking the white queen. The momentum is potentially changing. The evaluation bar still not too impressed by what Magnus has done, but for a human, it looks like a very, very sensible move. Also, note this piece, locked in. So strategically as well, black very happy to block the centre and make this bishop a bit of a useless piece for now, just looking at its own pawns.
Can I just add one thing? This kind of pawn central break that black has just done also works because the white knight sitting on the b3 square is kind of out of the game. If it were in the centre, don't be careful about pushing that pawn to attack it.
Yeah, even if the knight were on the other side of the board, if you could kind of pick up this knight and put it on this square or this square, then it would be really dangerous. Black has just weakened those squares, but OK, Duda, after another long think, does decide to trade bishops. And after black recaptures, this rook actually on a decent square, can swing across now. White has blocked things up. So this is the key moment. Can black break open the centre, or does he have to wait and prepare that for a move or two?
I think it's so important when you look at these openings. There's a couple of things. We mentioned pawn pushes, but you've got to think about tempo and timing. If you're going to this sharp open Sicilian, probably one of the sharpest openings you can get, the tempo increases. So you don't really have time to play like A3, the move that Duda played generally. I mean, it's probably not a terrible move, but you want to play with a bit more urgency. And when you're playing openings, just having that in the back of your mind, how urgent are the moves and the ideas. A3 seems slow. It might give the advantage away. It's a good thing to bear in mind. And Magnus's move there, throwing the knight straight into the centre of the board, very interesting move.
It's very interesting, but it's kind of a little bit unlike Magnus in a way, because it's quite a committal move. Because, you know, if the knights get traded off, black has compromised the pawn structure for all time. And I kind of expected Magnus to actually build a little bit more.
I think it was just not much else choice, not much else to do. If black had castled kingside in this position, then suddenly white will start to unleash the pawns, push them forward. So I think he's just trying to counter against this. And by trading pieces, remember, black is still a bit cramped. This bishop in particular can't develop itself to a good square. While you're cramped, you want to trade pieces and want to swap things off. And now some crazy stuff is happening on the board.
Look at the evaluation bar.
Yeah,
I mean, is that
This is a blunder. Yeah, okay, let's catch up with the position. This knight was attacking the queen. We saw a trade. And here, Duda has, instead of moving his knight, which was under fire, just moved his queen to the side, eyeing up the rook along this diagonal. But can Magnus just grab this knight? Maybe you can just give away your rook here, and after you take this pawn, threatening the rook, threatening to promote, maybe there's some counterattack, maybe a queen check, maybe the white king suddenly is in big danger in the middle of the board. It's really committal.
He played it so quick, didn't he? I mean, this is the position where you're going to play a move such as this. You take your time. It's a critical moment. And he shuffled that queen over, probably not having enough time to calculate. So it's...
he just assumed, you know, that you can't capture the knight.
We know what they say about assumption. So, yeah.
What? I don't know.
Assumption is the mother of all...
I thought
that's what I know.
I thought you were going to say the other one.
That's the only one I know. I think it's from Snatch or one of those films. So
don't assume.
Don't assume.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, big moment now. Magnus, if he doesn't take this white knight, then black's pawn in the center of the board might just fall off. White's queen is attacking that black pawn in the center, and black does have doubled pawns on the D line. If you look at the D file, those two pawns are very weak. If Magnus doesn't take this one move, this one opportunity to take the white knight, to sacrifice material, then, well, okay, Magnus has done it. We see the moves very quickly. Magnus has sacrificed a rook for a knight. So black is down on material now, but look at that black pawn. It's attacking the rook in the corner, wants to make a new queen, and no matter where white's rook runs away to now, black's queen is going to jump forward, it's going to pounce, check the white king. Black's king at some point is just going to castle, and white's king is going to be eternally in danger. So
you might better play check and grab the other, grab that pawn of white's, which we can see. But this is kind of typical for a Sicilian when it goes wrong for white. The reason that people play this opening to Sicilian as black is the counter-attacking possibilities. You get many chances to suddenly do some counter blow, and Magnus is just unleashing here. Even if black simply castles, which he has done, the rook can come to the middle. White's king is stuck in this bad position, and black has great attacking possibilities here, I'd say.
Yeah, still anything can happen. So black is behind on material. If his attack doesn't work, then white has an extra rook for knight and will most likely win. But if black's attack crashes through, it's going to be game over.
So why does the bar just jump down?
That was a strange last move because he's giving that very strong pawn away. He could have guarded that pawn, the very advanced black pawn there. Instead, he's just giving it away.
I think he wants to. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I perhaps would have grabbed a pawn or maybe protected that pawn. But, Magnus is Magnus, and he likes to use all his pieces. Yep. Use the rook, use the bishop.
Yeah, maybe we can just jump in to show what Magnus could have done, maybe even stronger in this last position. It's all about this pawn, as you said, Simon. This pawn under fire. And firstly, you could take this pawn, but this would allow white's queen to get back into the game and retreat, also ganging up on this pawn, picking it off next move. But I think Magnus, the move he didn't consider was just a quiet move, bringing his queen in. And this would have prevented Duda's last move, re-centralizing the white queen. And suddenly, this pawn is going to win the game long term. Magnus let this pawn disappear. He let it go. He castled instead. And now, after the white queen retreated, yes, black gets his rook to the open file, hitting the white king indirectly. But this pawn is now doomed. And once this pawn disappears, Magnus is banking fully on the attack. He's just gambling, going all in on an attack against the white king. And look at this. Duda, he didn't castle with his king. He couldn't. He wasn't allowed to. So now he's brought his rook across, and his idea is to castle by hand, as we call it, dropping his king back and then shuffling it off into the corner. So it's long-winded, but it's necessary. And Magnus needs to strike now. Otherwise, Duda will be in charge in this game.
Okay, are you still liking it for Magnus? Because the bar is still over to his side.
Still looks pretty good, to be honest. You do have 2 or 3 moves while this king runs away to safety to create threats. So you could maybe start ganging up on this central pawn in conjunction with the knight and the rook as well, both eyeing up that pawn. You can take this guy at any moment. I don't think Magnus is in trouble yet, but he needs to be accurate now. I think maybe he just rushed his last couple of moves, and his advantage could have been even bigger.
Okay.
Maybe you can take the other pawn as well with bishop. Some possibilities using that pin.
Even more simple. So bishop takes pawn,
and
white can't recapture because of this pin.
Well, and he definitely has more time on the clock, Magnus. He's played fast. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has spent a lot more time. He has less than 5 minutes left on the clock in this very first game in the Oslo Esports Cup. Now, remember, the players, they play matches. So Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof will face each other in 4 rapid games today. Best out of those 4 rapid games. If they are tied out of those 4 games, they will head straight to tie breaks with Blitz and Armageddon. And of course, same situation in all the 3 other matches going on right now. And the bars in all games, they have been shifting a little bit from side to side. I saw it was looking very good for Jordan van Forest at some point in his first game against Pragnananda. But the bar is roughly in the middle in that game right now. And same situation in all the other first games as well. But for Magnus Carlsen, it's looking quite good. That's what David is saying.
Yeah, but there's a big if at the end of that. So it looks good if Magnus is able to get active and maybe win a few pawns or get towards that white king. That's what Magnus is thinking on now. And he's investing time wisely. He needs to stop at this moment and calculate. I'm expecting the move you mentioned there, Simon, the black bishop jumping out, taking a pawn. It's just irresistible, right? If you can see a pawn and you can just take it, why not? But at the same time, Duda is 2 moves away from getting his king to safety, and then he'll feel confident that the white rooks will start to play a big role. So both players have hope for the future.
Yeah, I have to say one thing though, you know, once Simon's move gets played, it's not that easy for black to actually generate even more counterplay. And once the white king puts on his hat and says, right, I'm off, I'm out of here, there is that potential, you know, for things to go seriously wrong. Because if 2 rooks get active, find some lines, and the position has a lot of open lines, then it could be trouble for Magnus.
A bit surprised. I know it's the first game, and I think that's showing because their time handling is peculiar to me. Because you know Magnus is now having a big think, but he missed the move that David pointed out. It's very strong infiltration with the queen, and you know it's hard to adjust to different time controls. Like you're playing, maybe you've been playing bullet chess, you come here, you've got an extra 14 minutes and you've got to use it. So I think that's something all the players need to sort of get used to a bit more, just adjusting to the new time control. So.
We did see Magnus make a bit of a face there.
Yeah.
He grimaced. He was not happy with how things have gone or not happy with his position. He's still doing okay, but I think maybe he's starting to realise there was something even better. And like Simon says, if he'd spent his time just 2 moves ago, he would have probably won already. But spending his time now didn't necessarily help too much. So the move we showed was played. Black's bishop came out, took a pawn. That was possible because of a pin. And now white's king has run away. So now black's bishop is under fire from that white pawn in the centre of the board.
But how naked is that white king, though? I mean, it's dangerous for Jan-Krzysztof.
Right now it is, but if it gets 1 more move, maybe it shuffles off to the corner. It's got 2 pawns, adds clothes to protect it, to kind of cover up its...
Oh, that's a nice image.
Maybe queen d2, move the queen in here, is something like this, is because you're not actually threatening to take the bishop here.
That's a really nice point.
Something along that. So white isn't actually threatening to take the bishop. It's strange because that b pawn is still incredibly strong, and that might be the reason the valuation bar is still much in Magnus's favour.
Yeah, so we have to show this, as Simon mentions. You can just make a move. So your move is good there, Simon, bringing maybe the queen into the game. But for example, if you just wait, if we just make a move to create some squares for the black king so you don't get checkmated later, white is not actually threatening this bishop. I missed this one because after rook takes rook, we see a trade. White is actually a whole rook up here, but you can just capture this rook. You can even give away your queen for the rook. White is a queen up now, but remember this pawn, it's still on the board, and black at the end can make a new queen. Black actually at the end of this is 1 pawn up as well, so black would be winning this position. So if pawn takes bishop isn't necessarily a threat, then black does have this 1 move. Maybe instead of this one, maybe there's something more useful. For example, you could even push this pawn forward in the center, just hoping that white captures your bishop, and then the same kind of mechanism, trading rooks and then giving up your queen and making a new queen. So yeah, lots to consider for Magnus Carlsen. I'm expecting him, as you mentioned there, Simon, to actually leave his bishop on the square now. Yeah,
I mean, I was thinking queen d2 because you have the threat of also taking the pawn in the centre of the board. You maybe have a check towards the black king, the white king even. You're bringing the queen nearer to that piece. But D5 looks incredibly natural as well. But this is a critical moment. He is using his time better now. So I think, you know, both players are adjusting a bit more to the new environment. You've got to adjust to the environment you're playing in. I've noticed, David, whenever you play, you often turn up to the board like at the last moment, should we say. Is that because you're just trying to get in the right zone? And I think some people turn up early because they want to get in the zone by sort of meditating in some respects, but it's...
I mean, actually, the first few times it happened when I started arriving late to games was simply because I was disorganised. But as time went on, I realised that actually I felt much more comfortable that way. It meant that I could avoid talking to people. Not that I'm trying to be antisocial, but I just try to stay in the zone, not get distracted. And also, I kind of appreciate having that extra minute or two just to kind of psych myself up. Everyone's at the board, they're doing their thing, but I'm still in my own little world. And in a way that helps me. I know Magnus does the same. He's always kind of, if not late, then at the last minute. And yeah, just each player has their own different routine, right?
Yeah. No, I've just like you and Magnus, I saw Garry Kasparov would always turn up 10 minutes late because he wanted to avoid the photographers and also people chit-chatting and having to sign things which would get him out of the zone. Other players, I mean, I've seen them arrive like half an hour early and just sit at the board and make it clear. And actually, Magnus retreats the bishop. Maybe he didn't spot this opportunity. Or maybe he just thought, well, the bishop will need to move at some stage.
If I can spot it, he can spot it. So it's just like, I mean, I guess he just went for the safe option, right? But
yeah, and that's very safe. His bishop's on a decent square. I guess it's like you said, Simon. He saw that the bishop wasn't attacked, but he couldn't find anything useful to do. Maybe he was unsure about bringing the black queen in. Now he has gone and grabbed a pawn. But there we go, the evaluation bar now on white's side. And this is what we were warning about. Yes, black had an attack for a while. White's king was feeling really unsafe. But suddenly, if we do that count, white has an extra rook. Black only has a knight and a pawn in return. Or knight and 2 pawns now, but one of the pawns will drop off. And
yeah, I'd be very tempted to swap the queens off here. I mean, you know, it does seem that white's king is a little bit more unsecure here. So white now, if he wants to, can go queen to the left to force the exchange of queens, which in general I feel would be something white wants to do. He's not going to be in any immediate danger then. He has 2 rooks. 2 rooks incredibly good later on. Okay, but he's threatening to win the queen instead.
Yeah,
right.
Wow. Bit of a strange move there, but white does have a threat of bringing his rook in the middle of the board all the way across and trapping the black queen. And meanwhile, we see Pragnananda on the brink of a win, potentially.
What happened in that game? I've heard rumours Jürgen van Voorst have been super frustrated. The bar was all the way over to his side a few minutes ago, but something must have happened. If it is a blunder, I don't know. But the bar all the way over to Pragnananda's side. The 16-year-old could be the first player in this tournament to get a win.
Yeah.
And yeah, look at you.
It's like they say, you know, it's not easy to win those 1 games, especially if it's complicated or messy. And whilst there you can see Pragnananda, and someone who will be happy actually is Rahul, who earlier on tweeted that they were super excited to see the Oslo Esports and they were cheering for Pragnananda to win. And there you can see Magnus has actually just retreated his queen. And we can see Mamedyarov in full focus mode.
Yeah, Mamedyarov, he is facing Liam Le on the very first day here. In his match, we are paying attention to this game. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Magnus Carlsen, the bar has been over to Magnus's side, but it has shifted sides. Is it now looking good for Jan-Krzysztof?
It's looking good. He needs to find a move here, which I think is pretty obvious. It was set up by his previous move. White's rook in the middle of the board just needs to swing the whole way across, attack the black queen, force it back, and then the white rooks can actually start grabbing pawns.
I mean, he could take the pawn immediately here as well, couldn't he? You know, maybe
that one as well, maybe
another option, but it's certainly looking like this is the best position White's had, right, so far. He was in trouble. He's got rid of Magnus's very dangerous pawn that was coming down the board, and yeah, I mean, if I was black here, I'd be, you know, really upset with letting the position slip.
Yeah, black's queen looked at it. It's just offside right now.
But you can't be upset. This is one thing.
When
you play chess, you have to be unemotional.
Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I think. Yeah, some people have. I mean, I remember actually when I played at the British Championships, and I was so annoyed with myself.
You stormed off.
I see. Yeah, I stormed off. I did. Yeah, I did a bit of a stormer. You know, so I don't think I knocked the pieces over. But,
no, but you threw the score sheet.
Did I? Oh dear. Wow.
But I don't know. No.
Hopefully I politely threw it, like, you know, so...
No.
yeah.
But, you know, I totally
Yeah.
understand. Okay,
Yeah.
there you see queen takes pawn. And it's very natural, you know. You have so much emotions, especially when it's built up. And if you've been winning and you let it slip, it's the worst kind of feeling. Because you've done this all to yourself. And if you had, you know, your
No
mind
one
is
else to blame.
always thinking about regrets. You know, you're thinking, well, you know, if I just taken care, why did I allow that queen into the middle of the board?
Sorry, I was thinking the best thing I ever saw was someone with a score sheet at the end of the game. He was really upset, and he just made a paper aeroplane, and he just threw it at his opponent. And I was like, that is such a good way to show your depression. Just make a little paper aeroplane and write in your opponent's head,
that must be a good feeling, though. But no, not possible to make paper airplanes in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is online chess. And a few moves on the board. What's happening, David?
Yeah, things are heating up on the board and also the clock. Look at this. Both players now around the 2-minute mark. And as Simon pointed out, White's queen went and grabbed a pawn. Now it is a rook for a knight and a pawn. That's the material balance. So White ahead on material. But this Black knight may be creating some threats. At the very minimum, Black's knight is going to go back to the e5 square and plant itself on a nice outpost. Magnus Carlsen, he loves kind of having strategic long-term compensation. He doesn't mind being points down, material down. He just wants good pieces, and that Black knight is going to be a good piece. And there we see Duda's board. Duda has his board really big on that huge screen. Magnus had it much smaller. That's really interesting for me. But, OK, here we go. I think we will see some tactics now that Duda is down to 1.5 minutes.
And it's also a kind of position where Jan-Krzysztof can actually get a bit nervy because, yes, that knight is, as David says, heading towards the centre, but it's also pointing towards the White king. If you can imagine the Black queen joining, you know, in kind of coordinating together, then it's kind of looking a little bit scary. And you always have to think about, you know, the psychological effect of these type of moves, you know, because Duda will not just be visualizing concrete lines. He will be thinking ahead and thinking, oh my goodness me, what's going to happen if my king gets under fire from the queen, the rook? It's a bit exposed. What can I do? And he will be looking at keeping control. And he has under a minute on the clock. He needs to speed up. This position is getting critical.
40 seconds. I didn't realise he was so low.
40 seconds.
Wow, OK.
Minimum, just push a pawn, kick that knight out of your half of the board. There we go. That's the most obvious move.
They're only next door. He probably heard you.
Whoops.
No. We can guarantee there is a soundproof wall. Players cannot hear us.
Go on, take the knight, Magnus. Queen takes knight.
Scared me there for a moment.
But, you know,
my point is that was the most obvious move, but it cost him most of his remaining time. And now Duda is going to be eternally in time trouble, down to 40 seconds. Yes, he's helped that Black knight back to the centre of the board, but it was more important to kick it away, especially low on time. You don't want a knight parked in front of you, in your face, near your king. And, OK, he has kicked back that Black knight, and now the White queen has stepped back. Black's queen needs to jump in, I was about to say.
Come in.
Before it's too late. That Black queen was almost trapped.
Very interesting now, extremely interesting. I mean, as Jovanka pointed out, the White king is a little bit exposed, but Duda has control of the centre of the board here. The timing, I've never seen Duda lose on time. He seems to handle that short time, like yourself, incredibly well, David. I mean, you live on the increment. I mean, it's... but, I mean...
I play better with 10 seconds on my clock than with 2 hours on my clock, so... Duda, I will say one thing about him as well. He's one of the best in the world at material imbalances. So when it gets really crazy, when it's a queen for a few pieces, or when it's just a really wild position, strange pawn structures, he's really, really good there. And Magnus normally likes a bit more control. Here, he's got a knight on a great square for Black, but apart from that, maybe Magnus wants to start pushing some pawns. He just wants to kind of solidify everything. It's not easy, though. Will we see a check from the Black queen? Will we see just a waiting move? Because that Black knight isn't really under threat. If White's rook takes that Black knight on the next move, Black's queen can actually just drop back on the diagonal and check the White king. But no, solidity is Magnus's middle name, and he's just solidified that Black knight. And a queen trade offered.
This is a good strategy from Duda. You know, when your king is even in the slightest bit of danger, try and trade off queens. The queen is the most aggressive piece on the board. Get her off.
Yeah.
And I think
will Magnus say no?
I think you'll say no, you know, because especially when you take into account the clock situation as well, under a minute, more chances to go wrong if the queens are on the board, even if it does mean retreating the queen back to where she came from.
Yeah, if you trade the queens now, then Black is maximum playing for a draw, and that's not Magnus's style. Maybe he can hold that one, Black's knight is super strong after all, but trading the queens means it's going to be very one-sided. The white rooks will eventually come into their element. So maybe that black queen has to go in the direction it came from, back on that diagonal, preserve itself. What is Magnus thinking about? There we go. He does eventually retreat his queen, and Duda continues to centralize his pieces as well.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus's knight is such a beast of a piece there in the middle of the board. It's supported by the pawn. It's a beautiful, beautiful, in a position, beautiful position, and the bishops come round as well. But still just all to play for here. I think it could go any result as possible, right?
Yeah, wow. Computer says 0.0, but definitely if Black loses control, White will win with his extra material. If White loses control, maybe that Black knight will decide the game. So is that what you call an octo knight, Jovanka? That knight with its kind of controlling 8 squares with its tentacles?
I also like Simon's description, the beast. Now Magnus moving the knight. I mean, we were waxing lyrical about this knight.
Did you see Duda's eyes when he made that move? Wow. Duda's eyes just widened. Like, why has he moved his great knight to be traded off?
That's very strange. I mean, why the knight can never be budged from the centre of the board because it couldn't have been attacked by a white pawn, and he's just moved it there. I mean, even the rook going up 1 square now is only going to help White's position. Very strange.
Just take that knight
off the board. Take it off the board and move the king onto a dark square, protecting the rook. As long as you've got that covered.
16 seconds for Duda.
Yeah.
16 seconds. Ooh.
And he doesn't take that black knight. This is a really strange move by Duda. He could have kept things super simple. He's attacking the black queen, though.
It's encouraging the queen to come forward.
Yeah, some stuff to calculate there. I'm not sure. Maybe the black queen can jump back into the position. Maybe the black queen just has to retreat. Either way, next move, Duda will be itching to get rid of that black knight.
He's gone in. So now, if the queens come, okay, this is a clever check because Magnus needs to keep the queens on. Otherwise, he's going to really, really struggle here.
He couldn't have even traded the queens, actually, because there would have been a Zwischenzug, as we call it, an in-between move. Bishops trading themselves off. And, okay, now Duda, he has a one-track mind. He's going to try and trade pieces because his rook, long-term, is going to be better than Black's bishop. That being said, the white king's still slightly open, so Magnus on the defensive for sure.
I mean, if White can get the queens off the board, White's going to win this game without a shadow of a doubt. So Black has to try and, keep the queen somehow active. One problem I think that Magnus might have here, though, is his bishop. I mean, as you say, he gave up his beautiful knight. But what is that bishop actually doing? OK, it's not a terrible piece, but it's not really attacking anything of White's. It's not aimed at any of White's pieces. You kind of, to my eyes, it doesn't look like a great piece.
Well,
queens and knights combine far better than queens and bishops as well. So very, very strange by Magnus there.
I agree with you both there, but I mean, I'm not that pessimistic about Magnus's position, just because, the White King is so shaky. If White tries to get even a little bit ambitious, he can't do it. Can't use both the rook and the queen because there's danger of perpetual check.
I guess White has to try to play this pawn break in the centre and open up the rook. That's something I'd be trying to do if I was White here. But OK, this is a good move from Magnus, stopping those opportunities. OK, he's going for another idea here, trying to swap the queens off in a crafty little check over towards the black king.
If White can retreat the queen now back to the f5 square next to the black queen, swap it off, then White is going to win. The rook will beat the bishop. But Magnus can maybe just use his queen, put it on a different square, dodge that check. Maybe he can even move the black king. Some options here. He needs to avoid that trade. OK, he retreats his bishop back to cover any potential checking squares from the white queen. Duda, meanwhile, exhaling there, maybe not so happy. I think Duda missed a trick just 2 moves ago. He could have brought his queen back to the centre of the board to stop Black's queen occupying this dream square. Look at Black's queen.
He was shaking his head there, wasn't he? I mean, and now past pawns need to be pushed.
That A pawn actually has a clear run through.
8 seconds, 7 seconds.
8 seconds, wow.
Really not that much time for Duda.
Clock.
He has to make a move and panic. It just feels like it's starting to set in.
I mean...
It's all about centralising queens, and Magnus is the best player in the world when it comes to centralising queens. Other players forget sometimes, and now White's queen stuck behind its pawns. It's only protecting things. Black's queen dominant on the dark squares, Black's bishop dominant on the light squares.
I mean, you'd like...
2 seconds for
2
Duda.
seconds.
2 seconds. He's going to move.
He made it with 2 seconds left.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean,
he's
not looking that cool, actually, is he? I'll say he's pretty cool, but I mean, there is a limit.
Oh, look at the bar!
Wow.
Is it a blunder?
I
Wow.
think it's a big mistake. And look at this, black can continue pushing his pawn, because now if white's rook goes up to capture one of the black pawns, this pawn will continue pushing down the board. Black is almost about to make a new queen. And
how does he do it? How does he always do it, Magnus? I mean, I always think, oh, he's going to struggle to, draw this one, and then he goes on to win.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a few winning moves, but black can push his B pawn forward now, connect those two. There we go, the pawns connect. White can't take that pawn with his own pawn because the black queen would pounce and take the white rook in the corner. These two black pawns are just going to win the game. White's king coming, trying to ride to the rescue, but it's not going to be enough. Look at those two pawns. If white's rook goes and captures a pawn now, there's going to be a check from the black queen, and white's rook is going to drop. Yeah. That one of those two black pawns is going to cost white the rook. Magnus is going to win.
Harry and
7
Barry.
seconds, 5 seconds, and
he might lose on time here. Yeah. He might just lose on time because he's lost anyway. I mean, is that it? Is it over?
Yeah, it is over.
It's over. Okay. Well.
Did he actually lose on time, or did he just resign?
I think he just let his clock run out because it's a hopeless position anyway.
What a dramatic start to the Oslo Esports Cup, you guys. The bar been shifting from side to side, but eventually Magnus Carlsen wins game 1 in his match against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. A dramatic match. We see Magnus walking out towards the lounge. Well, we see a smile on his face. It's a great start for him. He still looks quite focused. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is coming right behind him. We're going to check if Magnus will stop.
He does.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I think, well, I thought I had a good position at first when I sacked the exchange, but I couldn't find continuation that gave me an advantage. Maybe I missed something early on. I don't know. And then. Yeah, he kind of outplayed me at some point, and I was a bit worse. But it seemed like I was holding a draw, and then towards the end, with little time, he, I don't know. Yeah, I think the position shifted a bit as soon as I got my pawns running. Then I couldn't lose, and yeah, it went very quickly downhill for him from there, which was a bit surprising, but nevertheless, a good win.
David was confident on Duda's behalf when he had the uneven material because he likes those positions. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I knew that. I was playing a bit into his hands, but I thought it was the correct way to play.
And that trumps everything, does it?
Not always, but I thought in this case, I mean, it's the first game of the tournament. It's not the time to duck the challenge.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Magnus seems very happy with his game, basically. I mean, did he get a little bit lucky at one point, though?
I think Duda just lost control and Magnus pounced on the opportunity. So we can't really call it luck. Magnus did kind of take his chance when it came. That's all you can do in sports. But yeah, it was a bit of an up and down game by both sides. Both sides maybe still not quite at their best first game of the tournament. But yeah, he looked relaxed, and a win with black. That is the key. In a mini-match, that can decide things, winning with the black pieces.
Incredible. Let's also take a quick look at it, David. What was the winning recipe here for Magnus?
Yeah, I just want to show the one move that I really have to be critical of by Duda here. He put his rook, which is on a really great square, actually eyeing up this passed pawn, this black pawn. He put it on a passive square, just defending. And you never want to put your rooks on passive squares. You never want them to be defensive pieces. I think the trick he missed was that he could have brought his queen back, centralize his queen, defend everything, and also deprive this black queen of its dream square. As we saw, it ended up in the middle of the board and ended up winning the game. And if we just fast forward a little bit, just to show why Duda resigned at the end, it was once this pawn started rolling down the board. And in the final position, the reason Duda gave up is because these pawns are too strong. If you remove one of them, then simply you walk into a double attack. A check, hitting the king, and next move, picking off this rook in the corner. Magnus, once he started rolling those pawns forward, he was dominant.
All right, Magnus winning his first game, and someone else that could be about to win, Pragnananda, still playing against Jordan van Foreest. Can we get, if you guys have that game up on your screens, I mean, what's happening?
Yeah, it should be a matter of technique, as we call it in chess. Pragnananda is 2 pawns up in a rook and pawn endgame. Barring any big blunders, he's going to win.
Okay, and that would be an amazing start for young Pragnananda, and we're going to follow the second game between Prag and van Foreest coming up in round 2. as Jordan van Forest were keeping an eye on their first game as well, but Pragnananda is about to win that game, you guys. So we still have 3 rapid rounds of chess to go today, and we're going to follow these 2. In the next one, Magnus Carlsen also won his first game, and after the next game. So if you followed us a little bit, you've seen that we had some Play Magnus challenges, challenging different people, our guests, to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. And this time, with all the players being in Oslo, we have challenged our champions. And the first one out that we're going to show you after the next game is Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Maybe this is the perfect opening choice.
How about winning the pawn on d4? Would be nice.
Big threat on the board. White's queen wants to go and take a pawn near the black king.
Run out of ideas. That might be an issue. Yeah, it's very uncomfortable right now, actually. I mean, I don't know what to do. Okay, let's try, but it might not work.
All or nothing. Gambling time now.
Ah, cool. That's coming up. We're going to show you how Jan-Krzysztof Duda did against Magnus, 10 years old. Today he's playing Magnus at 30, what is it, 31? 31 years old, but in the app, it's 10 years old. That's after the next game. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we have some more fun content to show you, so stay tuned.
The French is the opening you play against one e4. It starts with e6. We prepare the central push d5. Chess openings are always about fighting for the center, because if you control the center, you can go to any direction very quickly. After d4, we play d5, and already white is at the crossroad. He has to either give up the e4 square, trade the pawn, push the pawn forward, which will then counter with c5, with counterplay against the d4 pawn, or after knight c3, you can win the knight. And that's the French defense.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oslo Esports Cup. First round is finished, and we're looking forward to round 2. Now, what you just saw, if you followed the commercial break, was the Chess 24 quests. And I just want to bring you guys up to speed on how you join our quests challenge. So you head over to chess24.com, #tour, #quests, and then you complete quest tasks to collect points. You can, for example, play the Catalan to gain 3 points, or if you promote a pawn in one of your games, you gain 2 points, and then you climb the leaderboards. And if you finish top 10, you can win some very, very cool prizes. So head into Chess24 to join that very cool quest challenge. And now we have been challenging the players in Oslo in different activities, and we did think that, you know, chess players, geniuses, they must be great at cracking codes and solving some really difficult puzzles. So we teamed them up, and the first team is Liamle and Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, and let's see how they did in our code cracking challenge.
We have 12 different boxes. The average time is 20 minutes per box. So for 1 hour, you should have done 3 boxes. Ready, set, go.
Oh, so the unusual one will be the key, the number. We put that number here to unlock this, I guess.
Oh.
What do you think is unusual about the set line? Penguin cannot fly.
No, it's too big.
So,
No fly. With crocodile, no fly.
crocodile doesn't fly, but also this one.
Ah, you mean it's fly like zebra? Of course, zebra. It's too big.
Oh.
Ah, right there.
Yeah, you have. Ah.
Yeah. What's this?
Aren't you chess players?
Oh,
It's open.
this door is open. Ah, okay. Okay, so we got one, yeah? Oh, they finished one too.
Oh, yeah.
What is this?
This one I don't like.
You don't like this one?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's try the other one.
Here's nothing.
Oh, this is supposed to have something here, yeah?
Yeah. We can try everything. We have.
Let's try that one. Oh, maybe this one. Oh.
Okay, but maybe this one. Okay, let's to play.
Okay, so remember that number, so 860, and now we have to find one of the 1,001. And then we add all numbers together.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, try
Yeah?
stronger. Yeah, I think so.
Right? You see? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, but you need to see number.
Oh, got it. Good job.
7-6. And that is like a game, yeah?
Oh, so we have 4 minutes to do this.
7 minutes left.
Where do I put it? Oh, here.
I need to play. It's like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. Ah. But it's too much. But 5 is too much. Ah. Oh.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, one more. Yeah. Good job. It was difficult, but also very fun.
It was my first time, and for this reason, it's not easy. I mean, but it was very fun. I enjoyed, and I will try to do it again in my country, maybe.
That was Mahmoud Yarov and Liam Le solving puzzles. Am I mistaken, Ivanka, to sort of assume that chess players will be great at cracking these difficult genius codes?
Well, actually, we have pedigree during the Second World War.
Yeah.
And the best English players of that time were actually cracking the Enigma code.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would assume chess players really good at cracking codes.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
They did struggle a little bit here, though. Liam Le and Shakira Mamdaro, it was difficult for them. And today, these two are actually playing against each other in the first round of the tournament. And let's take a look at the results now. All players have finished their first games. As we saw, Magnus Carlsen won game 1 against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a dramatic game. Pragnananda, a win for him against Jordan van Foors with the black pieces. And the other 2 matches started out with a draw in the first games. And we do have some reactions from players out in the lounge with Sverre.
It looks very good position for white after the opening, but I missed some moves, and after it was equal. I mean, it's like normal draw because it's Le Quang for me is not easy opponent. I mean, it's online chess. He played very well. For this reason, draw is okay for first game.
Even with white.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Liam, how would you summarize your first game today?
It was an okay game. I wasn't too happy with my position after the opening. I messed up the move order a little bit, and I got a worse position, but I managed to defend and happy with the draw.
And it gives you confidence for the rest of this match?
Well, it's just a start, so we still have 3 more games to play, and I'll have to do better.
And will you do better?
I'll try.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, it's all about staying comfortable in lounging, actually relaxing between the games. And Erik Hansen, are you managing that so far?
Yeah, draw with black in game 1, I can't complain. That's Anisha's one of the top seeds here, so pretty happy with that.
And how does that change the whole outlook for the match? You with 2 white games going further?
For me, it's just I don't play as much as some of the players here, so just getting a game done and all the emotions that go in. Like I'm just every game I'm less rusty. But otherwise, 2 whites of course is an advantage. But I have kind of a bad score with Anish with white, so. The drawback is you sometimes play too hard when you have the white pieces because you expect more of yourself. So I'm going to try to balance that in the next games.
people who know you from the past might think that this esports format, this has got to be home field advantage for Erik Hansen. What do you think?
Again, I wish a couple of years ago, you know, or even 5 years ago, it definitely had a big advantage for me. Now people are catching up. So it's still comfortable. It's still comfortable for me. It's easier than over the board, but the players have all gotten so much better with the mouse and the computer.
But you do have the gaming chair and the bright lights going on.
I love the setup. I love the setup. I had some technical issues that game. My screen kept going off, so hopefully that's fixed for the next rounds. But it was, yeah, it's a really nice studio. It's the best venue I've ever played in.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Great compliment from Erik Hansen, and a good draw for him with the black pieces in game 1 against Anish Giri. We did see Jan-Krzysztof Duda coming to his computer for game 2. He lost game 1 against Magnus, but young Pragnananda at 16-year-old, he won game 1 against Jordan van Forest with the black pieces. He's now going to play with the white pieces. You did peek at that game. David, how impressed were you with what Prag did in that game?
Yeah, I'm always impressed with Prag, I've got to say. But yeah, just the way he turned around that game. I played through it there just in the break, and he was in big trouble out of the opening. Jordan had a window of opportunity. He could have actually won. Black's queen was trapped. Prag's queen was just in no man's land, but he found a sneaky, really clever way of getting it out of jail, that queen, and he turned things around. And once he got the winning position, Prag, he never let it slip. So yeah, the Indian with a great start, but Jordan needs to up his game.
Yeah, the frustrating start for Jordan van Forest, and now he will have the black pieces. We have named him one of the most entertaining players in the previous tournament. We saw him pieces were going everywhere. He was sacrificing pieces, and that's always very entertaining. Did he do anything of that in the first game?
No, not enough maybe. And, oh, it does look like he's not too happy. Maybe still thinking about that previous game, and that's something you can't do, especially in this format where you have so many games a day. You can't dwell in the past. And Jordan, yeah, he needs to refocus and try and hold this one with the black pieces.
Definitely. It's about to start game 2. So remember, all players, they play matches against each other. So today, 4 rapid games against each other, and they head straight to tie breaks, 2 blitz games, and potentially Armageddon if they are tied after the rapid portion. But Pragnananda is in the lead with 1 point against Jordan van Forest. Waiting for that game to start. A few of the other games have started. All the other games, actually, have started. So, Jovanka, Pragnananda being here in Oslo after just a crazy winter for him after beating Magnus a few months ago. Does he look confident to you?
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely is confident.
Yeah.
You know, Pragnananda is someone who is absolutely obsessed with chess, and all he thinks about is just move by move. He's not kind of looking at the bigger picture and what he can achieve, getting nervous. He just simply wants to play chess and play as best as he can.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he doesn't look out of his depth at all, despite the fact that he looks quite young, actually.
Yeah. And he is as well.
I mean, he's only 16, but he looks younger almost than his years. But boy, can he play chess.
Definitely.
And just while we wait for this game to start, we've got, oh, okay, we have started. I'll come back to this a bit later on, but we saw a really weird opening by Magnus Carlsen.
Really?
1 F3, and we see, look at the bar down there, it's probably the worst move on the board. Magnus, maybe it was a mouse slip on move 1. Magnus already in trouble with white at only move 3, but he's in big
Simon
trouble.
will tell you, actually, it's quite a good move.
Well, I've played it before, British Championships, for quite a long time ago now. Not that proud of it. It was for a bet, and I was quite poor at the time, and it won me a couple of beers. But anyway, I doubt that Magnus is doing it for a bet. But anyway, onto this game. This is straight into the action.
Yeah, mouse slips do happen, so we'll come back to that one maybe a bit later. This game has started as a Slav defense, really rock solid, and wow, this last move surprises me because it looks like White's queen is attacking a pawn. If you look at the B file, White's queen can go and steal a pawn now, maybe even trap that black rook in the corner. But this must be opening preparation from Jordan. He wouldn't play a move like this, such a controversial move, allowing White's queen to go and grab a pawn unless he had things worked out. So the evaluation bar already big time on White's side. Let's maybe not trust it yet because I've analysed similar positions to this, and often computers see that White can go and grab a pawn. White can even win a rook sometimes, but White's queen will be at risk of getting trapped. So computers often need a little bit of time to work things out. And meanwhile, what do we think, guys? Is Prag just going to go and recapture this black pawn that's just moved? Is he going to maybe bring his bishop out, take that pawn back? We'll see the game stabilize. Or is he going to be really ambitious, not trust Jordan, assume it's a bluff, and is he going to go and grab a pawn on that b-file with the white queen?
If I were in Pragnanda's shoes, I would trust Jordan. I would say, OK, I know that you have a reputation as being a theoretician, you come up with dangerous ideas, you're also an active player. I would just capture the pawn with my bishop.
I think that's a much more practical choice, because he could probably even know that maybe the other move, queen going up the board, is a good move, but you have to go through a sort of forest of complications to make that work. And
Van forest of complications.
Van forest, yeah.
Didn't mean to do the pun there, but it worked out pretty well. So yeah, and the Van forest, or but yeah, I mean, so it's kind of a critical moment already. But the safe move is just to take it with a bishop, right, and just play some chess. David, I mean, you like playing critical moves, though, really, don't you? And I'd feel that you might grab the pawn with the queen. Would you?
Yeah, I mean, if this were a long game, a classical game, I would probably invest quite a bit of time here trying to work things out. And if Prag feels he has maybe a kind of a way out later, so maybe not going all in. So, for example, if we pull up the board just to show what might happen. OK, he's not trusting anything here. He has grabbed a pawn. Look at this, the queen jumping forward, trying to trap this black rook in the corner, and Jordan's knight coming forward. My point was, if Prag here feels he can just run away, maybe escape, maybe take this pawn on the way out, maybe take this pawn, and if he feels it's pretty safe, then why not get greedy? Why not just go for the most critical move, force Jordan to be the one being accurate? But if he wanted to be safe, as mentioned, then this move is also fine. But I like the way he's played. He's not trusting his opponent, and in this position, maybe there are drawbacks to whatever you do. Maybe if you take this pawn with a bishop, maybe your queen will start to get hit. I'm not quite sure what the idea is here. Maybe the queen on the way out might run into some trouble along this line. And here, at least, Prag has to continue calculating. I don't think you should move the queen again yet until she does get hit, because then you just lose a bit of time. I don't really see the idea from Jordan, though, to be honest. Look at these black pawns. They're super weak.
I mean, I think black can also gain a tempo by moving the developed knight, unleashing the queen at some point. So that
for example,
possibly, move that towards to the white queen. I mean, I've had this kind of position before, actually, very similar, and black can generate quite a lot of play on the queen side if you're not very accurate. Maybe this is unsound, but at this time limit, it seems like a very interesting choice from Jordan. And as you mentioned, he loves trying out new ideas. So again, a great opening start to this one.
Yeah, really exciting position already. And in the game, just to catch up, this pawn was pushed, attacking the bishop. The bishop just retreated. So Jordan, remember, he did help Magnus Carlsen. He was part of the Carlsen team for the World Championship match, and the whole reason he was hired is because he comes up with these kind of weird, creative ideas that computers initially hate. But for humans, they're hard to handle. So will this position be hard to handle for Prag? He doesn't even think that much. He just pushes a pawn, committal, attacking this bishop. And Jordan replies instantly. This is the thing. Computers might hate this position for black, but Jordan has it all worked out. If Prag doesn't find the best move every single time, he might be in trouble. The knight does jump into the center, as Simon mentioned, hitting this knight potentially. And if the bishop does get captured now, then you can't take this knight yet, because your rook falls in the corner. Queen takes rook. But first, you just move your rook across, attacking this queen maybe, and next move you might think about taking this knight. Also, there will be ideas in this type of position of trying to trap the white queen, bringing the knight forward, aiming for a nasty check, but also this queen now, no squares at all. Really complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why the practical choice would have been to not take that pawn with the queen earlier on, but this is the very brave, optimistic choice of a young chess grandmaster, isn't it? And Prag is a young chess grandmaster. He's just also won the Reykjavik Open, which is a really strong competition. There was 300 players, there was something like 40 grandmasters, and he did fantastically well to do that only a week ago or so. So
you were there, Simon?
I was there. Yeah, luckily I didn't play Prag, but I lost to a lot of other chaps. But but it was but he's playing great chess, so he's very, very confident, and he's got to calculate his incredibly accurately now. He could just get in trouble. Brave choice.
Yeah, and that's the problem in rapid chess. I mean, I love the fact he's not trusting Jordan. He's going for the critical moves, maybe even the best moves. But yeah, in rapid chess, you don't have the time necessarily to work things out. And already it's complicated. If you do take this black bishop, you're walking a really fine line. You're walking a tightrope just to survive, even maybe with white. So despite what the computer says, Prag has to be accurate. Maybe it's time to try and run away with the white queen before it's too late.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, the position is, regardless of whether you take the bishop or not, it's going to get complicated because suddenly those ideas that you highlighted with the black pieces, you know, jumping the knight forward, potentially trapping the queen. Ooh, it looks scary because the white king is a little bit loose. It's still stuck in the center.
Yeah, White's basically forgotten to develop all his pieces, forgotten about everything apart from using his queen. And I know a lot of players, when they start chess, they just want to use the queen. She's the most powerful piece. Just bring her out, capture everything, get greedy. It's like hungry hippos. The queen takes this pawn, then this pawn, then this pawn, but it does backfire sometimes.
I can relate, though. Yeah.
If you get your queen trapped, you do end up regretting that that kind of strategy. So, critical moment. Look at Jordan's clock as well. Up on time.
We could also have a little question for the audience because we were discussing earlier. Someone said that Jordan looked like a famous Hollywood actor. So I don't know if anyone can come up with the same answer that we came up with.
Yeah.
I don't know if you missed that conversation. So, but someone pointed out an actor they thought was quite similar to Jordan. So
and when they said it, we all said, "Oh yes."
Once you know, you can't get it out of your mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, okay, tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Who do you think Jordan van Foreest looks like?
I think I was in the makeup chair when this conversation happened, and I heard a Hollywood actor being mentioned.
Yeah.
And
it's quite similar. I mean, it's not a spitting image, but it's you can see it. You can definitely see it.
Definitely, yeah. If you think you can see who Jordan van, or whoever you think Jordan van Foreest might look like, tweet us. Maybe we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talking about tweets, I do have to share with you a selfie from Abhishek, who is watching the show. But get this, he's also trying to manage the Indian Premier League in cricket, chess, and of course, a toddler at the same time, multitasking at the highest level. So a big hello to Abhishek.
Yeah.
And if you two want to send us your selfies, then you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will try and feature them on the show.
Look at Prag, he's leaning forward now. Just looking at his eyes, he's calculating variations. He's saying, okay, if the queen goes here, my opponent will do this. The queen runs, my opponent will do this. His eyes darting all over the screen. But look at his clock time as well, down to 8.5 minutes. He's basically got half of Jordan's time. Wow. So yes, Jordan might end up a pawn down in a complicated position, but 1 pawn or 8 minutes, which would you rather have? It's not clear, right?
Yeah, especially as the position's still very complicated and black's pieces are going to fly out very easily. The white king doesn't really seem to have anywhere safe to go because Prag decided to push that pawn on the right-hand side of the board. So where does the white king go now? Wherever the white king goes, it's going to have some open lines. Black's king can go to the right-hand side, castle very safely. Practically speaking, and people forget about this in modern-day chess, they just look at the computer assessment and they think, oh, you know, obviously black is losing. But in a practical sense, when two human beings are playing, errors occur. And this is why I love chess like this, because it's not perfect. And I think some of the imperfect things in life are much more interesting. Like, you know, Mona Lisa's smile, you know. So they make it more interesting for us humans in certain ways. And this seems to be the way that Jordan is going about this. So, it's, yeah, fascinating position.
Perfectly imperfect.
Yeah.
On Chess24, there's this fascinating video series kind of behind the scenes of Team Magnus for the World Championship match. And I think the reason Jordan was chosen and the reason Dubov were chosen is because they're just so good at finding these positions that computer hates. But for a human, it's so difficult to navigate. And whoa, look at this from Pragnananda. You could have taken a couple of pawns. There was even a bishop on the side of the board you could capture. But nope, he just ignored all of that and he just pushed a pawn on the side of the board. So slow, such a quiet move. Yeah. But he's taken away that b4 square from the black knight, from black's dark square bishop. So covering squares, but losing time. And suddenly the evaluation bar back to the middle. The momentum may be on black's side now.
This has shown that the plan has pretty much been okay for Jordan, I think. And maybe there could be a draw possibility with a rook just attacking the queen multiple times. I very much doubt that will actually happen, but this is something you have to look out for because black would love to swing the queen down into the game, which you mentioned earlier you can't do at the moment. But
so you can't play queen takes knight because he needs to protect this rook in the corner. So one idea you mentioned, rook across one square. where does this queen go? That's the question. Does she run to the side when she might continue getting harassed by the rook, or does she step back this way, getting greedy, taking some pawns? There is one escape route. You could bring her back to safety potentially, but yeah, there are other ideas Jordan could implement. He doesn't really want to move this bishop off the side of the board because if it steps back away from the attack of the pawn, we'll just see a trade, and this will only help white, who is going to be a pawn up once these guys drop. So yeah, question back on Jordan. The more I look at it, the more I think, okay, actually it's pretty safe, this last move by Prag. Maybe it's a good practical decision, just pushing forward, taking this key square away from the black knight. And also, as we mentioned, maybe even more importantly, bringing the bishop out now is impossible. This would have been a nasty pin, but this square now controlled by white's pawn.
Maybe you just have to move the rook and then bring your queen to take the white knight. Just try to keep the momentum up. This is one of those positions where it feels like, again, that tempo, that energy we saw in the Magnus Carlsen game. As soon as you slow down, your position might lose that energy it's got. So this would be the critical approach.
The acid test now.
Yeah.
And black is temporarily a piece up, but the black bishop on the side of the board might fall. I'm not sure whether you should capture this knight yet. In the middle, loads of options here for Prag, loads of options for Jordan as well. But if this bishop does get captured, we could see black maybe trade off a set of knights here. It's so hard to even find moves, to be honest, for both sides.
Maybe bishop b4 here.
Yeah,
I mean, just for the hell of it. I mean, I don't know if it works, but,
away, but at least now you get your knight to an empty square.
It's only one square, but I mean, you know.
What do you think about this this move that's actually being played by Jordan?
Okay.
Weird move.
It is a bit weird. You expected, and I expected as well, that the rook would attack the queen, but instead he just.
Yeah, he
Wrong
could have
square.
attacked the queen. Instead, he's gone to a square where actually the black queen is still tied down to it. Now the idea is, if the black bishop's captured, you still can't go and grab this knight because the black queen needs to defend the rook next to her. But instead, I think Jordan wants, okay, we're going to see this happen. Jordan wants to step his rook forward to a safe square. The queen only has one escape route now. She has to go to the side of the board, and now black would take this knight. And the whole reason Jordan put his rook on this kind of weird square is that he defends all of his pawns. So, okay.
Seems a bit funny to be greedy now, doesn't it? I mean, you've given up a pawn earlier on, and you're playing this line to save a pawn.
Yeah.
It seems to, again, go against the ethos of the position in some ways. No.
Yeah. And, yeah, look at this rook now, just a purely defensive piece. I pointed out in the previous game, rooks are not meant to be defenders. And he could have had his rook on this file. He could have had his rook here, pointing down at white's position. But instead, now this rook, not a great piece. And the question is, what can Prag do in this position? He will maybe go pawn up, but if he does run back and take this pawn with his queen, black does have ideas of his own. Black can step back and capture this pawn. We could see a situation where it's actually level material, but black has ideas of getting into the white position. White's king, as Simon mentioned earlier, long term is most likely weaker than the black king. There's nowhere that this king can ever find that's safe, whereas black's king later in the game can hide behind its own pawns. So, okay, Prag instead choosing to capture with his bishop. Let's go back to the players. It's really, really heating up. And I think the clock might play a big factor.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan van Voorst, he has so much time on his clock. He has to start thinking at some point. And let's hope that moment is now, because we're going to head out to the lounge. Svet is actually standing with the coach of young Pragnananda.
I'm here in the lobby with Ramesh, which is Pragnananda's coach. And how is it for you to be present here and playing in Oslo in a tournament like this?
Yeah, it's really very exciting for a young Prag to be playing against these giants and also over the board, not the usual online he's used to.
You're being modest. You're talking about young Prag being here with the big guns. But first of all, he started with a win today. He's in a good position right now. Yeah. He's coming in here expecting to win his matches, doesn't he?
Basically, like our philosophy, we don't try to have an aim before the game. We just want to go out and play a good game. To the extent possible, so that way he doesn't get into too much of a pressure, because sometimes it happens like when there's too much expectation and the position doesn't match the expectation, it's easy to collapse. So we generally try to just go out and play a good game.
And is that also an aim for his development, to become a better chess player?
Yeah, eventually he wants to become a world champion. Whether that is possible or not, it's still a long way to go. But the thing is, like, the approach we have taken is like to have a reasonable shot at the world championship title. He still has to learn a lot. He has to improve in many areas as well. So we're trying to focus on those things, getting better in many areas, and in all these games he's playing against these strong players, some issues keep coming up every once in a while, and we try to address them and get better in those areas. So basically we are focusing on making him better in as many areas as possible.
And a world champion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's fantastic to have Ramesh, such a notable chess coach here in Oslo, of course, following Prague. We did have a few moves, the bar. Okay, it's happening, stuff.
Slightly on Black's side. I don't think it's a game-changing advantage here. There's still a lot of life left. I think it's just all to do with the kings, to be honest. Black's king, if you compare it with the white king, super safe, just guarded by a wall of pawns. White's king, no matter which way it goes, this is what you said, Simon, earlier, right? No matter which way the white king goes, it's going to come under some heavy fire. And temporarily, white is a pawn up, if we do a quick count. But the pawn structure is a bit weird. Both sides have weaknesses. So I don't think the material here is so important. It's more important the king's safety. And here I'm expecting Jordan maybe to bring his rook into the game. Black's rook next to his king can come to the open b file. Maybe the black knight next to the black rook in the center of the board can start jumping around, start trying to find ways into white's position. Also, if we compare the queens, both of them are on the sides of the board. But white's queen, not really threatening anything. Black's queen, just poised, looking towards the white king, making it feel uncomfortable. So just a lot of small factors potentially adding up to that black advantage that we see on the evaluation bar. But Jordan still needs to be accurate and creative.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can try to do a pawn break as well at some point. Push one of the pawns in the centre of the board to try to open up white's position even more. Black's pieces seem to have quite a lot of potential. Those knights that black has, if you could start getting them jumping around, could start creating some nasty threats. And the time situation, well, okay. I mean, Prague's still got enough time there, I'd say.
He's got enough time. Prague just under 6 minutes, but Jordan, 11 minutes. He must be enjoying this moment. This is a very Jordan type of position as well. He loves to attack if he can. He's not materialistic in the slightest. No. So.
And, well, Simon, I have to tell you, you asked and Twitter did answer. So you said, you know, your question was, who do you think Jordan looks like?
I'm very interested in the answers.
And Ali Reza Sabag says Chris Pine, which I think is a good one.
Oh, who is that again?
He plays Wonder Woman's
boyfriend. Yeah.
Okay. Chris Pine?
Chris Pine. Right. Yeah. If you Google him, he is quite famous.
Wow, there. Oh, yes, I agree.
Similarity. Joanne Doid, he says that Jordan van Forest looks like Zac Efron, which was the name that I heard whilst I was in the makeup chair, and I was wondering how did he get into the conversation. And the Black Knight actually improves itself, and Reza says Jordan van Forest looks like Richard Madden from The Eternals. I can see that.
Okay.
So some good answers.
Madden. I have to read up on my celebrities.
That's some pretty good names, isn't it?
Game of Thrones as well.
Yeah,
well, we thought Zac Efron.
We did, yeah. I mean, they were good names, weren't they? You wouldn't mind being compared to any of them. It wasn't like Shrek or something, you know. It was like, you know, give him a good Hollywood name, you know. So
these are handsome guys. I also heard someone yesterday mention Nate Archibald from Gossip Girl. I kind of agree on that one as well. Celebrity van Forest. Maybe it's all these celebrities looking like Jordan van Forest, of course.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
And the game's still manoeuvring about here, but not much has changed, David?
Not too much has changed, no. Prague just trying to plug all the holes in the white position with his light squared bishop. That light squared bishop alone doing quite a good job, actually, of covering squares, but still, if it's that piece against all of Black's army, it's not going to be easy. I think maybe Prague's idea is the white queen now does have a route back. Maybe the white queen wants to park herself in front of the king just to protect everything. Jordan, again, just this small window where he can start to create threats. Maybe Black is able to overwhelm white. I still love bringing that black rook to the b file. If you have an open file, why not occupy it with a rook? What else? Maybe pushing pawns forward to open up lines. You advocated for that, Simon. This is the type of position I would hate to have against you. Well, I would hate to have the white pieces because it just looks like the white king is going to come under heavy fire. And
I mean, you might even better go knight takes pawn and try to at some point throw it into, you know, g3. But you know,
take the pawn on the edge of the board. White does have two Harrys. Two Harrys are better than one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Get rid of the. Okay, he's played your move. Very logical. Yeah. get another piece into the game.
Do you enjoy that, having double Harrys, or is double pawns?
More Harrys, the better.
Yeah.
You know, give me 4, give me 5. I'll be a very happy man. Just put them all on the H file. I'd happily just push them all over. So, actually, I do prefer getting rid of them. I prefer, like, opening up the rook. So I prefer, like, sacrificing the poor guy. He's a brave soldier, but, you know, just get him out of the way. So...
Yeah, and I love that previous angle where we could see the screen. Jordan has it full screen, his board there, and we saw him drag the rook across.
I actually heard, my friend was telling me, he gave me a bit of advice for these online events, and he said, like, I have quite a big screen at home, and he said, you have too big a board. It's just too big. He said you should have a small screen, because it's further to move the mouse, right? So when you're in time trouble, you have to, like, you know, I'm like a bit old school. I'm like dragging the mouse over here, dragging it back. But I could be doing this. I could be like, you know, I'm saving myself. You know, I'm getting a good exercise, but I'm doing too much arm movement. So I thought that was interesting, actually. You know, just have a smaller screen. But you're very strong, David, at these online events. I mean, you play a lot of them, and
I prefer smaller.
You go smaller screen as well. So,
especially a lot of the events I play, there'll be blitz or bullet chess where you don't get any extra time after every move, so you need to save those extra kind of milliseconds. So yeah, I very much prefer the smaller boards. But then again, these players, they do gain 10 seconds after every move, so I think moving the mouse, they should be used to that. It's not too big a deal, but yeah, I mean, at this top level, though, this is the kind of thing the players will be thinking about, just tiny margins, because they're all so good. They need to find the extra edge, and different players have different preferences. Meanwhile, okay, black's rook move onto the b-file was met by white pushing pawns forward, so look how open both flanks are. That white king is not going to be safe castling either side anytime soon, and Jordan, after a trade of knights, plonked his other knight into the center of the board, resulting in another trade. So white still 1 pawn up, remember, but look at black's queen, perfectly centralized, hitting white's rook in that corner. And what to do about it? White's rook needs to move. I don't think you really want to castle here. I like that suggestion as well, Nicholas Holt, another lookalike. But yeah, still, despite what the evaluation bar says, Prag is the one answering the questions right now. And if he can answer them, though, maybe black's running out of ammunition. The black rooks can't really get in the game. Black's bishop not doing too much yet. So still can go either way this game.
I mean, there's one thing that kind of just jumps out to me, and that is that the white queen is off on a limb there on that square. And I'm just thinking, if I were black, you know, once white has defended the rook, maybe I would try and cut her off.
Yeah, very interesting idea, and just bring the rook up.
Yeah.
You can also try to get the black bishop in, start creating some threats. I'd be more comfortable playing black here because it's an easier position to play when you've got this active queen. Maybe, as the computer indicates, Prag is better, but you've got to be very accurate in such a position. One bad move with the white pieces, you lose. You play one bad move with black, okay, you can still continue. So it's more pressurized for Prag to find the right moves here.
Yeah, just to show your ideas, this black rook move would cut off the white queen's kind of route back to safety, back to protect her king. There's still a lot of calculation to be done. For example, in this position, you have to calculate what happens if white pushes forward and white goes on the attack. I'm not quite sure it's working because white isn't attacking with too many pieces, and black is perfectly centralized here. But either way, interesting concept. And the other one Simon mentioned, bringing the bishop into the game would actually create a threat due to this pin of queen takes pawn, a deadly check. So definitely lots of ideas, and Prag actually spending more time here. He's down to 3 minutes against 9.
Can he try to move his king and centralise his queen? Because I remember in the first game, he hasn't done that. He's just moved his rook. Okay,
that's really clever, Simon. Maybe moving the king forward and just connecting the rooks and making them defend each other.
I'm learning for you, David. You did say, you know, get the queen in the centre, keep it solid. So that's what I was trying to do. Get the queens off.
Prag wasn't listening, though. That proves the walls are soundproof here in the Oslo Arena. And,
maybe he just thinks we're rubbish. So, yeah, probably more likely. But,
maybe he hears our suggestions and he thinks, OK, anything apart from that.
Yes, that's right. None of those moves.
And, OK, black's bishop just on this square. So actually kind of nullifying the white bishop on this diagonal. Maybe preparing, it's a bit
and maybe
slow,
the
right?
other pawn break as well, you know.
Maybe preparing this one or this one. Okay, there are some definite ideas, but Simon and I were surprised because it did look like maybe bringing the rook forward was more dynamic and more aggressive. Instead, this move, a bit of defense, a bit of attack. I'm expecting white now to either bring the queen back or maybe, whoa, okay, he brings his rook forward, attacking the black queen, and the reason I reacted there is because it does allow a check in the corner. This looks a bit nasty. But then again, you can maybe just block with your queen. You can bring your queen the whole way back
and just offer a trade, because white is a pawn up after all. White has these double Harrys. White does have the extra pawn.
The double Harrys, very nice. All right. This one, yeah, young Pragnananda, he won the first one. He is up by 1 point in the match. Magnus Carlsen, he won the first game against Duda. He started out with a very strange opening in game 2. We're curious to hear if that was a mouse slip or if he had planned something very strange. We'll take a look at that later. The bar, though, is still over to Jan-Krzysztof Duda's side in that game. Hansen and Giri, they played a draw in the first game and a quick draw in game 2, still tied. Erik Hansen and Anish Giri and Liam Le and Shahriar Mamdiarov, they played a draw in game 1. And in this one, I think the bar is slightly over to Mamdiarov's side. Could he be about to win with the black pieces? That would be a great result for him. But we are following Pragnananda against Jordan van Forest, as we see Shahriar Mamdiarov in deep thought, deep concentrations, looking very good in the Oslo Arena against Liam Le. But Jordan van Forest now starting to think as well. Do you think Jordan is keeping a close eye on Prag's clock, trying to just surprise him to spend even more time?
Yeah, it's human nature to have one eye, at least on your opponent's time. You've got to make sure that your decisions aren't affected too much. For example, you don't start just playing subpar moves, inferior moves, just to try and trick your opponent. Because if your moves aren't good, after all, your opponent does gain 10 seconds after every move. They will maybe neutralize you, maybe just refute your ideas and win. So you've got to find that balance. Tricky chess, but also strong chess. And yeah, he'll try and get Prag to think, but the clock isn't yet critical for Prag. Okay, Jordan instead jumps in with his queen, attacking white's bishop, which retreats to a defended square. So Prag was actually thinking in Jordan's time there. Very good stuff, and he keeps everything defended. Black's queen looks great, to be honest, but what to do next? That's the question.
Yeah, Black doesn't have many open lines. That's the problem. I mean, you've got one active piece, and Prag is defending very well here. Luckily, his pawns block up the position, which is very useful for him when he's got the extra pawn, stopping Black's rooks getting in to the game here. So
yeah, Black's bishop as well, just staring at a wall of pawns.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised it went there.
And I'm a little bit surprised as well, because it does look very attractive to put the queen there, the black queen that is, on that particular square. But at the same time, Pragnananda's move is great because the white rook is threatening to attack it, and whoops.
And we saw Zac Efron shaking his head there. He's not happy with his last few moves.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Zac here, I'd probably unleash c5 or something. Well, I don't know. I'd think about a move like this. I don't think it works, but you've got to look at breaks like this.
I think that was his plan, actually. Maybe Jordan wanted to push the c-pawn. Oh, I said Jordan, whoops. But yeah, he wants to push his pawn. But white's rook in the corner would have actually come across 2 squares, hit the black queen, and yeah, the black queen, she dived into the position. She realised there was nothing to do, and now she's retreated. So maybe Jordan just losing a move there.
And this would be a big loss as well, because he lost the first game. So if Jordan loses this one, he can only draw at the end of the 4 games. So it's important.
Yeah.
Jordan. Yeah, Zac Efron going for those white H pawns now. Black's queen wants to go across and capture some of those pawns, but I think Prag has a really important move here, a really nice, simple move as well. Bring the white queen the whole way back. Park her, there we go, in front of the white king, and actually, that white queen indirectly defends those white pawns on the right side. If the black queen had gone across and taken those pawns, white's rook would have jumped out the way with a check, and black would have lost a queen. So Jordan doing the right thing, opening things up. This is what he has to do, but still Prag in control, and he's either listening to music, Prag, or he's just really happy with his position.
Yeah.
He's rocking back and forth. It looks good for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's in less danger now, especially because there's been so many trades on the board. And I do like what Jordan is doing, you know, putting the rooks on open lines. He's getting ready to double the rooks, put pressure against the white bishop. But I do think that Jordan is now just, he's trying to get the compensation to survive, as opposed to before when he was pleasantly better.
Yeah, and now that king is also trying to find a safer place. So there's not really many weaknesses in white's position now. That's the problem. Previously, there were some issues with the black queen coming in, but now, you know, where is the weakness? And it is an extra pawn at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's a really classy move, this last king move. At the very minimum as well, white's bishop can kind of drop back to the square the king previously sat on, just defend everything. I love my bishops on those squares. There's just no breakthrough for the opponent. And yeah, the longer Jordan is a pawn down, now that there's no direct attack, the more uncomfortable he will feel. And if the queens come off, I think white will win this game. So a queen trade benefits white. Rook trades probably help white as well. Bishop trades, I'm not 100% sure. But either way, Pragg, he's kind of up the speed and he's looking very, very confident.
And if Pragg wins, actually, just got a message from our stats genius, Ty, saying that if Pragg wins this game, his tour rating will pass 2,700 for the very first time. And that would be a great number for young Pragg.
Yeah, wow. He's heading in that direction in classical chess as well. He's already...
Can barely fit on the seat, can he? Sort of, he sort of seems to be just there. But
Yeah.
Yeah, when I first played him, his feet barely touched the floor. He still beat me, but...
Well, he became an international master at the age of 10 years old. I mean, that's just incredible.
Yeah.
He was the youngest international master ever. And Jordan is really kind of struggling a little bit in this position. One thing that I just wanted to point out is that Jordan shouldn't be in a big rush to try to win back material. Like, for instance, move the bishop from its central location to attack the rook and a pawn, because whilst that does look like, yes, you get something back, on the other hand, your bishop is out on a limb. It's in the middle of no man's land. So once the rook moves, bishop takes pawn, well, the bishop is doing nothing and can maybe even get trapped.
Yeah, and suddenly white can go on the attack. White's bishop can step forward, maybe hitting this pawn in conjunction with the rook. And as Jovanka mentions, this bishop is just a bystander now. You definitely don't want to kind of poorly coordinate your pieces. You don't want to just strand one of your own pieces on the wrong side of the board away from the rest of your army. So, yeah, we're not expecting that move. And also to point out the other one, this pawn looks like it's up for grabs, but it cannot be captured because rook takes pawn is a check, and also what we could call a discovered attack, hitting the black queen. So after the king, for example, takes the rook back, queen takes queen, and white will win. So, okay, nothing to do with that queen after all. Black just steps back with her. And knowing Jordan, it's mostly because he wants to push pawns. He wants to kind of initiate some play, maybe kick away this strong white rook, but retreating is never a good sign. Maybe white now can just move this bishop to a safe square. Maybe the white king can... Okay, the bishop does indeed drop back. I highlighted this one earlier just as a very safe move. Look how everything protects each other now. And at some point, white can start thinking of trading off the queens. It's looking good still for Pragg. One pawn up, and that's why the computer says roughly +1 advantage for white. Yeah.
Seeing all these suggestions for lookalikes for Jordan van Foreest, that's popular, Simon, your suggestion to ask for lookalikes for Jordan van Foreest. Many people agree with us. He looks like Zac Efron. Do you guys have any celebrity lookalikes?
I tried this thing where it kind of gives you your celebrity lookalike, and then it gave me a man. I was not impressed. So I was like, okay, I'm not doing this.
How about you guys? You have one, David.
I do. He's an English comedian called Phil Wang, and I got mistaken for him once on the Underground, on the Metro in England. A group of girls came up to me. They were like, "Oh, well done today. You were really great." And I'd just come from a chess tournament, so I was like, "Oh, thanks." I'd won the chess tournament, so I was feeling pretty proud of myself. And then they asked for a selfie, and afterwards they were like, "Oh, thanks, Phil."
No.
So you gave a good selfie. That's cool.
Yeah. But, yeah, it turns out he's actually into chess as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Didn't he tweet or something as well?
Yeah, he tweeted about chess, and we've been chatting on Twitter. It's,
Phil Wang.
Buddy.
That's cool. And you have one as well, Simon.
Well, maybe a little bit like, is it Giant Spain?
Yes.
Or, he's got longer hair than me, but he's a great actor. So
Giant Spain, the very cool guy from Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, and he's Norwegian, right? As well. So
he is.
He's a really good actor. So it's not bad. Yeah, I'll take that.
And good looking as well.
We had him as a guest as well on our charity challenge last season. Meanwhile, a couple of moves, White's king has run away to safety, but in the meantime, Black has used that tempi to go and grab some pawns with his queen. So now Black's queen restored material parity by grabbing a pawn. She's also attacking White's rook at the bottom of the board. I guess Pragg has an idea here. What is it? Is he just going to move that rook, challenge Black's kind of control over the open file, or is he going to jump forward and gain time against this Black bishop? Suddenly, the Black queen, earlier, Jovanka, you mentioned Black's bishop doesn't want to end up on that square because it's a terrible square. Suddenly, the Black queen is on that post, and oof.
This is quite
by a threat for Black.
Yeah, it's quite a normal way to try to transfer one type of advantage to another. And this seems to be what White's done here. He's really given that pawn up to activate his pieces. And OK, where is it? Well, the queen has to go to the square.
Only one square. That black queen had to go here, as Simon mentioned, because she has to also defend her bishop in the centre of the board from White's rook on the 5th rank. So now offering a queen trade. To trade or not to trade? What do you guys think?
I mean, if you do trade, you'd want something concrete in the position. You want to try to win material or get something quite big out of the position. Who's attacking? I mean, it feels like White has this open line against the black king. So if you are attacking, generally you want to keep the queens on the board. But I can't really see a great square to move that queen. I mean, maybe towards the king side.
Oh, wow.
We'll keep the queens on.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
yeah, maybe keep the queens on. I was about to say I thought I saw a tricky tactic. It doesn't quite work. Bringing White's rook to the centre of the board, breaking connection. But OK, the queen trade did happen. Pragg under 1 minute. Maybe that influenced his decision to trade the queens. Keeping the queens on, more ambitious, but also maybe more risky. So, OK, a queen trade. And now will White start to try and target those 2 weak black pawns on the queen side, on that left side? There we see Jordan. Is he going to start pre-moving? He's got 3 minutes, a lot of time. Will he be dragging the black bishop back into the game? Next move, Pragg pushing a pawn forward. I was going to say there is a tactical idea behind this one. If we see a trade of pawns, White's rook will recapture, and the white bishop at the bottom of the board actually wants to come over to the square the rook currently stands on. Look at the 2 black rooks. They're both on dark squares. White's bishop can attack them both at the same time if given the opportunity. So Pragg setting up a trap here. Jordan has to be really careful.
Yeah, definitely Jordan has to tread with caution, but I'm not a fan of this move, actually, because, you know, that pawn that advanced itself, the B pawn, well, it was kind of holding the black pawns at bay, and it was making them weaknesses. If Jordan manages to eliminate this pawn without getting into danger, then I think the position will probably peter out into a draw.
Yeah, the question for Jordan now is, he's feeling pretty safe. The queens are off. He's 1 point down in today's match. Is he going to even try and win this one somehow? I don't see how, to be honest, yet. But if we do see a trade of pawns, for example, if he can somehow trade off all the rooks and just keep 1 extra pawn for black on this left side, long term, maybe some chances for him. Jordan, every time I play him, even if it's an endgame, even if it's a dead draw, he's always looking for small tricks here and there. And now down to 2 minutes, he needs to move.
I kind of agree with you, though, Jovanka, this move that Pragg played. I mean, it looks really scary, but it's the kind of move that either works or it doesn't work. And it's the kind of move that you probably wouldn't see Magnus Carlsen play, right? I mean, he would only change the position if it has a very big effect. I mean, but saying that, what does black do? I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe you could just trade off a set of pawns here and then drop black's bishop back to the c3 square.
Right.
Just try and trade off the bishops.
Just try to swap, yeah.
If you can trade off the bishops as black, I think you're completely safe.
Yeah.
Even if you end up with 1 fewer pawn on, if you separate the boards into halves right now, on the right half of the board, White has a 4 versus 3 advantage, but doubled pawns, if it's just rooks, they're not that great. So I think that would be the safety first option for Jordan. Maybe he's looking for more. That's why I was saying if he's feeling ambitious, he'll look for something else. I think that's like the backup plan for him. But suddenly the clock situation, Jordan also down to 1 minute.
Yeah.
And often that favours the side who's been in time trouble for longer. Just as a time trouble addict myself, my whole career, often I'm low on 1 minute for the whole game, but I'm in that rhythm. I'm used to playing quickly. Someone who's had an hour on their clock the whole time, as soon as they get down to 1 minute, they panic because they're not in that same flow. So, OK, we do see a trade of pawns, and now the bishop does drop back. And, OK, this trade means that the game most likely is heading towards a draw. Okay. White has a small advantage because black has a weakness over on this left side of the board. I don't think that pawn is so great. Yes, it's a pass pawn, but what do you think, guys?
I mean, it should be a draw, right?
I mean,
yeah, I think so. I mean, if black manages to swap off a set of rooks, I think it will be an easy draw. Well, with the presence of all rooks on the board, I think maybe Pragg can have some fun and try and grind it out.
Yeah, we saw on Jordan's screen, he's about to push a pawn. OK, he made it just as I was about to say. He was about to push a pawn next to his king to create some luft, create some air for that black king in order to escape. No back rank checkmates anymore. But this does mean he's abandoning all hope on the queen side. That black pawn is about to fall. First, Pragg goes and attacks the pawn himself. And Okay, giving up a pawn, but black's idea is to bring one of his rooks back to the 5th rank later and look at Harry the h-pawn.
It's not so easy to hold this. I mean, because white has this pawn in the middle of the board, the e-pawn, and when you're a pawn up for a start, but you can use that pawn at some point to roll down the board. Jordan hanging on to his pawn now, though. Can he save that pawn? I don't think so, but well, maybe he has.
Yeah, and it's not just about whether this black pawn will fall, it's just about whether the other black rook can get active when it does fall and start targeting white's weak h-pawns. And one thing about rook endgames is computers often say white has a small advantage, even if it's just a dead draw. So yes, white might end up with an extra pawn, but white's 4 versus 3 on the right half of the board. It's so hard to create a pass pawn.
But I like Simon's idea, though, of slowly pushing forward with the central pawn and trying to open up the 7th line. Yeah, and we should listen to David.
No, I don't know.
I agree. I mean, as white, you'd have to play on with white because you are a pawn up.
Yeah.
So you've got to make it as tricky as you can. But at the end of the day, it's probably just a draw.
He's given up all hope, Prag, of winning. Now, black's pawn did fall, but look, white's h-pawn also falling. And draw offer. It looks like the game has ended there.
Yeah.
All right, a draw in game 2 between Prag and Jordan van Forest. That means Prag is still in the lead in this match. He won the first game, and 2 more rapid games to go in this match. We're gonna jump into game 2 between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. A very strange opening in this game. We have to talk a little bit about that. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead in this match. He won game 1 against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and I've been looking at the bar in this game. It's been swinging from side to side. Seems both players have had some winning chances, so it's going to be exciting to see what's going on this board.
Yeah, that's the kind of chess we love, where it's just chaos, where both sides have chances, where both sides are kind of playing weird, wacky moves, and it was a very bizarre opening. It's also a very bizarre endgame now.
Oh.
We do see white with a bishop and knight for black's rook. But look at the white pawns. There aren't that many remaining. So black at some point will try to remove white's very far advanced pawn there, the white c-pawn. And he'll use these pawns on the other side as a distraction. He's going to lure away the white king, and then he's going to try and give up his rook for white's pawn. But maybe white is in time here. How is black ever going to remove this pawn? Okay, pushing forward now. White's king cannot go and grab the pawn in front of it now because the other pawn will run. White's king is kind of stuck guarding these 2 pawns. Ooh, that's very clever from Duda. Very clever play. Paralyzing the white king, and look at the white bishop and knight. They look great, but they're just tied down defending their own pawn. If Duda can get rid of one of white's minor pieces and both remaining white pawns, it's going to be a draw.
Is it possible to show us, David, what was the start of this game? You guys were just saying, what?
Well, David doesn't normally nudge me, but he gave me a nudge. That's how exotic the was.
Just as we're about to show this, we're having a bit of trouble pulling up the board, but Magnus making a face, just frustrated that he sees no way forward. And just to rewind the whole way back to the start of the game, usually we see white occupy the center with pawns. Sometimes we see white's knight come out. I'm not sure what Magnus wanted to do, but to play this move, pawn to f3, weakening the king, this is so rare. You nearly never see this at Grandmaster level. There's also a well-known 2-move checkmate. If black had pushed this pawn, which he actually did in the game, if Magnus had now pushed this pawn forward, we would see the queen come forward.
I think
checkmate in 2 moves.
Wow.
Ho Yifang fell for this once, didn't she?
No, she didn't.
With the white pieces.
Did it on purpose.
She did it on purpose, but yeah, obviously she's not going to fall for the 2-move checkmate. That'd be really bad.
I would fall for this.
Well, I mean, you have to. No, you wouldn't. You have to really set it up.
It has a name. It's called the Fool's Mate.
The Fool's Mate, yeah. What a strange opening.
The only other thing, he's either trolling or he's trying to play the birds, which is pushing the pawn 1 square forwards, which is also something he's done before. I remember one story where he did it. He was at a dinner with the London Classic. Kramnik was at the dinner. They were talking about Henry Bird, and Kramnik was saying that at this dinner, it's a terrible opening, really bad opening. And then Magnus thought, well, I've got to play this opening against you in round 1.
We have to go back to the game, sorry, Simon, because I think we're about to see the result come in. It's going to be a draw because white's remaining pawn cannot survive. The white knight can go and protect it. It does indeed step back, but the black king is just going to harass that knight. It's attacking the pawn next move, and no matter where you go, for example, if you go back, then the black king is just going to come and destabilize you, and eventually this pawn drops. And actually, we see that in the game. We're just going to see White's knight give itself up for the remaining pawn, and then this pawn will drop at the end. We're going to see king versus king. It's going to be a draw any moment. And there we go.
I'd love to hear an interview about that first move.
Yes.
I hope they can get either player, because also when you're in Duda's situation, if someone plays a move like that against you, it's a little bit like insulting, actually, to be fair. It's like, this guy's playing this. I mean, it probably was a mouse slip or something, but it's still like, come on, come on, give me some respect, So it's like...
Similar to the Bong Cloud opening, where it's just so ridiculous, so bad, that it just causes shock and causes disgust or surprise. And I don't think we'd see Magnus play that over the board. I guess mouse slips don't happen over the board, but that's another beauty of the esports.
Let's hope we get an answer to this. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is walking towards Sverre. He seems to be eager to get straight back to his lounge. I think Magnus went the other way. It would be nice to get an answer to what happened there with Magnus's very strange first move. All right, let's wait to see if we get some reactions from the players. I do think we have some other player reactions. Some other games did finish. Yeah, let's hear from Jordan van Forest after the draw against Pragnananda.
Jordan, this turned into quite the defensive battle. How'd you get away from this?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was going on, but I was definitely under pressure. So draw is black is okay, I guess. And yeah, it wasn't an easy game.
And now you have confidence?
No, not too much. But I have a white game next, so I'll try to do something there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You sounded like you were either listening to music or enjoying your position there at one time. What was it? Was that music playing in your ears?
No, I didn't put music on. If I put the music on, it would be disturbing, so I didn't have it on.
1.5 points, you happy?
Games could have been better, but yeah, it's a good position to be on.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
5.
That was Pragnananda, a draw for him. Also a draw for Magnus Carlsen with a very strange opening. And let's hear from him. He's out with Sverre right now.
Pawn to F3 opening. What is your thinking behind that?
Well, I wanted to try something new. I think I never tried that in a tournament game before. So, but it didn't work out so well. I mean, I'd prepared a bit just out of curiosity to see if you can get kind of a playable position. Then I sort of forgot, and I think I was considerably worse at some point. But yeah, eventually it turned out okay. I mean, we got an interesting game, and I almost won.
And now, how do you look at the match?
Looking good.
Good luck. Thank you.
It's definitely looking good for Magnus Carlsen. If he wins the next game, he's going to be the winner of this match against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And we're going to follow game 3 between Duda and Carlsen. But right now, you guys, so we're going to show you the very first challenge in our Play Magnus Celebrity Challenge. We have challenged all the players to play Magnus at 10 years old. And the first one out is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is now going to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. And are you feeling nervous, Jan-Krzysztof?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, why? Is it prestigious for you to be able to win maybe against Magnus 10?
Yeah, it would be nice. And I used to play a lot against Play Magnus, but yeah, I haven't played in a very, very long time. So yeah, I'm out of practice, and hopefully I will manage.
What's the highest age you've been able to beat him in the app?
Yeah, it was the oldest back in time. I'm not quite sure. It was like 8 or something. Yeah, but I did win only once and then stopped playing, actually.
But we know you have been able to beat the real-life Magnus Carlsen in his real-time age several times, actually. What seems to be the secret to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you have to try. Do your best and yeah, hope for the best. It's very difficult, actually, to give a guideline because there is none, I think.
And we know he was very good already at 10 years old, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda at 10 years old, what was your life like? What were your interests, and how much did you actually play chess at that time?
Yeah, I was playing a lot. I was really into chess at that time. I became world champion under 10 in Vietnam.
Wow.
So that was the first major, let's say, international success. And yeah, that was one of the best times of my life.
Really,
I would
still?
say like childhood.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, it was perfect time.
How did you celebrate that at 10 years old?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I was told that you know, after being the world champion under 10, I said that I don't have to work on chess anymore because I'm world champion already. So yeah, I don't remember that, but yeah, maybe I have said.
And obviously you didn't follow that advice. You kept working on chess. But other than chess, did you have any other interests at 10 years old? Or did you only focus on chess?
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was also like collecting coins. I was
really?
kind of enjoying it, and stamps at the time. I mean Polish ones, but yeah, I was also kind of into it. But
so do you now have a quite worthy collection of stamps and coins?
I don't think it's very worthy, but yeah, it's just nice, you know, to sometimes look at the stamps or coins, and yeah, to get back to the times, yeah, from my childhood.
Very cool. All right, and now you're going to play Magnus. At 10 years old, a previous under-10 world champion. What's going to be your strategy playing Magnus in this challenge?
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. Yeah, I thought to play like technical chess. Okay. And yeah, probably I'll do it. I'll stick to it. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it might be difficult actually to get, you know, like very, I don't know, solid and risky positions, even if I really want to do it. So yeah, I think we'll just see what happens.
All right, well, now we're super excited to see what happens. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is going to play Magnus at 10 years old. He's going to have 2 minutes on the clock. And the goal for our Grandmasters is, of course, to beat Magnus in as few moves as possible. But if they lose, the goal is to last as many moves as possible. Are you ready, Jan-Krzysztof?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, go ahead and make your first move. This is the Champions Challenge. And I'm excited now to see what strategy you use.
So blocking the centre, it's not clear what Magnus is going to do. Magnus at age 10, maybe his planning not quite as good as calculation, so good, solid choice.
And we've also seen that one big weakness of Magnus age 10 is that he just wastes time. He doesn't quite know what to do, and then he just shuffles his pieces around. Maybe this is the perfect opening choice.
Okay, strange move by Black. The Black Queen on a bit of an odd square, but now attacking some pawns.
Playing super fast.
Yeah, super fast. Still 1 minute 40 on his clock. Okay, I'm liking White's position as well.
Yeah.
How about winning the pawn on d4? Would be nice.
Winning pawn's never a bad idea.
Yeah.
How about that Black Queen out and about? Is that the scary piece for you, Jan-Krzysztof?
Excuse me?
The Black Queen. It's moving a lot.
No, I'm not scared of it. But,
nice little checkmating idea on the board for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And well, he's been relentless. Look at this. He's moving his king up 1 square and is utilizing the open H line. And there you go.
Big threat on the board. White's queen wants to go and take a pawn near the Black king. Black's knight has to go back and defend.
Yeah, but I think I won't be stuck actually. I mean, run out of ideas. That might be an issue.
Yeah, what to do next? That's the big question.
It's actually been a problem for people. You know, what next? You get a great position, and Jan-Krzysztof perhaps going to double rooks on the H line, trying to break through that way.
Set up all the firepower towards that Black king. Okay, has Magnus worked this out? Magnus will be on the defense soon. Okay, just a pawn move first.
But still,
incoming.
More than a minute left on the clock. Is that enough time for you to checkmate Magnus 10, Jan-Krzysztof?
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable right now, actually. I mean, I don't know what to do. Okay, let's try, but it might not work.
All or nothing. Gambling time now.
Ah, cool.
And let's see whether the Black Knight sitting there on the f8 square is going to hold the position tightly.
Yeah, knight on f8, there is no mate.
There is no mate, okay. And radical stuff. Look at that pawn. It can be taken so many times. And wow, Magnus.
Okay, what did you
captures that with a knight.
Look at White's rooks. They're so close to delivering checkmate. Magnus now pausing. We're not used to this. Okay, is there a breakthrough? Is there a way to get that Black king? All of White's pieces pointed towards it. Okay, 40 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, you seem a little worried, Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad, actually. I mean, in terms of practical play.
And remember, if you lose, as many moves as possible.
Yeah.
Less than 30 seconds.
Okay, this is
looking for something here, but
there has to be something now.
Has to be something. Maybe he can try to.
I mean, I don't see.
Okay,
Probably
well,
just rook takes f2 winning.
Jan-Krzysztof has a big threat on the board, and
wow, Magnus gives
Magnus
up a rook.
gets it the first.
Yeah, I'm totally busted right now.
Uh-oh.
White forced to give up the queen.
How good is Magnus in this game?
Magnus has played really well.
Wow,
It's
again.
hard to say much else. It's just perfect game from Black.
Okay, I resign.
You resign.
Yeah, yeah, I wanted to get technical chess, but didn't quite manage to do so. And it's very difficult actually to checkmate. I mean,
We know you're a super.
like in real game.
We know you're a super competitive guy, Jan-Krzysztof. I'm disappointed. Are you now?
Yeah, a little bit.
But if you press continue, we're going to see how many moves you lasted.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. So in 40 moves, Jan-Krzysztof Duda loses to Magnus 10. What went wrong in this game for you?
No, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, the opening trance wasn't that smart. I mean, this King's Indian attack, like it's very dangerous against human beings because it's like easy attack most of the time for white, but against virtual opponent, it might be like far more difficult actually to deliver checkmate. So yeah, in hindsight, that wasn't a very good idea. And I went all in and it didn't work out. So yeah, it was not technical chess I wanted to get. It was actually very tactical and complicated. So that's the issue. London system would be cooler in hindsight.
But of course, the most important is to beat Magnus in the Oslo Esports Cup. So will you impose another tactic then to try to beat him in your games?
Yeah, hopefully I won't play Kia anymore. We'll see about that. But yeah, most likely I won't have actually chance to get it.
All right. We wish you best of luck in the real tournament. And thanks for your efforts in the Champions Challenge.
Thank you.
Eventually, a loss for Duda against Magnussen. 40 moves he lasted. And we're going to see throughout this tournament how that will be for him. If he's going to be on top of the table or if someone will be able to beat this one. World champion Magnus Carlsen. Super tricky at 10 years old. And he is in the lead in his match against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the Oslo Esports Cup. If Magnus wins this next game, he's going to be the winner of the match. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he needs at least a draw, and he needs to win either this game or the next one to take it to tie breaks. Or he can win both of the games and win the match. That's also, of course, possible. And here he comes, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I have to say, he is so competitive. You see it in the challenge. You see just how annoyed he is when he loses. He's just a super competitive guy.
I think most of the top chess players are, in fact, and I actually recall an interview with Magnus Carlsen, and he was saying that, you know, if he's not in competition with other people, he's in competition with himself. And okay, I'm going to get really excited here because my favorite opening is on the board. It is called the Kaja, and thank you for playing it.
And if we have a rewind to last month's Charity Cup final between these two, the Kaja actually made quite a big impression there. Both players played the Kaja as black. And it's not necessarily part of their normal repertoire. Magnus only delves into the Kaja occasionally, but when he does, it tends to be with some ideas behind it. Remember, Magnus Carlsen's 125-game unbeaten streak in classical chess, that was ended by Duda. And Magnus played the Kaja in that game that he ended up losing. So not great memories necessarily for Magnus Carlsen in the Kaja against Duda. And meanwhile, the two knights variation, as we call it, because white brings two knights to the center. And now the move that Ivanka suggests in her book, as I recall, bring the bishop out. Nowadays, there are other ways for black to play, but this bishop move, very solid one.
It's not just me, actually. Erwin Lamy, in his chessable course, also recommends this.
Yeah, I've always been reluctant to play this move as black. I've played it a few times in my life, but
you love the
gives away the
bishops,
bishop pair. Yeah,
you love the bishops.
And,
and Magnus loves the bishops as well, doesn't he? Generally, I mean, he much prefers having the bishop pair.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So Magnus has parted with the bishop pair. He's traded off his light squared bishop for a knight, so that's a fair trade. But note how Magnus has put all of his central pawns on light squares. Here we're just about to see another trade of pieces. But yeah, black's central pawns at least are on light squares to try and make up for the fact that he lacks a light squared bishop.
Ooh.
And yeah, I don't think it's anything too serious necessarily to worry about. White has an advantage here for sure because he has the bishop pair, and black's knight will struggle to compete against that light squared bishop long term. But Duda pausing meanwhile. Is he just going to recapture this pawn?
Maybe there's
he can bring his queen across to another square.
Yeah. Well, it looks a bit silly actually. I was thinking the queen goes to the dark square to hit G7, stopping black from developing. But I am a bit surprised the evaluation bar's gone so mental there because it doesn't look like there's anything big in this position.
Yeah.
How can there be?
Black has done nothing wrong so far.
No, black hasn't. Well, it's not the most common response, actually, to relinquish the tension in the centre so early. Normally, black kind of develops knights and kind of leaves the position a little bit more tense. And here, I mean, black's position is very, very solid. But one kind of downside I see with black is that when you think about the long term, when you think 10 moves down the line, it's only really white who is actually going to expand with the pawns, kind of has the kind of straightforward plan. And I have to say, as much as I love the Kaja, not necessarily a fan of the way that Magnus has played it. It's a little bit too defensive for my liking. And queen takes pawn on the board. And now Magnus offering a trade of queens, which I think is very instructive, actually.
Yep, it's very sensible here to trade off the queens. However, bishop pairs, they do gain a lot of power in the endgame as well. The more pieces disappear, the more influence bishops have. And we talk about the bishop pair a lot. White's dark square bishop doesn't look too impressive right now, but it will eventually get into the game. White has ideas of pushing pawns maybe on the left side of the board. I remember a really instructive win by Nigel Short, an English Grandmaster. He actually, in a very similar position to this, he just moved the white rook in the corner across one square and started pushing the white b pawn forward just to undermine black's pawns on that left flank. And Magnus definitely listening to music. He's maybe played the least ambitious Kaja I've ever seen, but he's enjoying it. And, okay, just pushing a pawn forward there. And look, this is a very Magnus type of move. Pushing his pawns forward to stop the idea I mentioned of white's pawns marching forward on that left side of the board, gaining space with his pawns.
And can I share with you some selfies? Because AO Vox says that this is the best start to the weekend. And they've finally got their hands on my book on the Kaja. And now, yeah, you can get it signed. Well, you just have to,
We'll find a way.
Yeah, we'll find a way. And
I've got my copy signed, Ivanka, I remember.
Oh, do you?
Did I sign your copy?
You did. You said, to my favourite Grandmaster.
Oh.
Sorry, Simon.
The truth comes out. Can I be your favourite ginger Grandmaster?
You can, you can.
Thank you.
And whilst the players are kind of developing their pieces, we also have a tweet from Jan Frederick Tort, who is watching the show from Paraguay and also cheering for Magnus Carlsen. And again, Vignesh is watching the show from Hyderabad. And he says that their sons, AJ and Ishan, are glued to the match that Prague was playing. So yeah, it's so great to see where everyone is watching the show from, and just everyone enjoying the fun. And there the players are playing some moves very quickly, and Magnus improving the dark squared bishop.
Not digging the music anymore. He's looking a little bit more focused.
Looking very serious, and I think he's just confused about what Duda's done. And to be honest, I hate what Duda's just done on the last couple of moves, because he has just completely given away the dark squares. Look at that black dark square bishop. It controls anywhere the white rooks really want to go. Black's dark square bishop is a thorn in white's side, and the only way to get rid of it is to trade off a set of bishops, and
you can never
no more bishop pair. A bishop against the knight alone, you can't control both colour complexes.
I think this last game's probably affected Duda. The fact that Magnus went one f3 might be a very clever, I kind of call it a gangster move, you know. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of a rude but like psychological move. You're playing a match, you play this move, you get into your opponent's mind, and they're thinking, why can't I beat one f3? And you saw him do it at the end. He didn't want to do the interview, he wanted to go straight to his room. And it might just been a very clever, it's a match after all, a very clever ploy to put him off, you know.
Big psychological blow if your opponent plays a move like that, an opening like that, and you can't win. That being said, wow, what is Magnus doing? Maybe a good move, but a surprising one. He's just trying to bring his king to the c7 square. He's not castling, but he's doing what we call castling by hand. He's just moving his king across the board, and he can do that because it's an endgame. There aren't that many open lines for the opponent. White now bringing his rook across. He does want to push the d pawn forward 1 square, so I'm expecting Magnus to maybe try and stop that. But yeah, it feels like Magnus, he's just kind of freestyling. He's just doing what he wants because he's very comfortable in endgames. In this type of position. And the reason as well, I should just explain strategically why I don't like what Duda's done on this left side of the board is, if you've got a light squared bishop and your opponent doesn't, put your pawns on the opposite colour. Your bishop will do its own work on the light squares, put pawns on dark squares. And okay, he's finally put a pawn on a dark square, Duda, but shaking his head, that's because Magnus is gaining all the space now on the queen side, throwing pawns.
I mean, you can clearly see, can't you, David, from the look on his face. Look at it, he's not happy at all. I mean, I think Magnus has got into his mind. Yeah, I think it's as simple as that. I mean, like, that is not a happy Duda. Happy dude. So,
it looks psychologically not broken, but flustered at the very minimum.
Yeah.
But this is the beauty of the fact that we're actually watching him play live on the esports arena.
He can't turn the camera off.
Yeah, he can't take. We can actually see how he's suffering and how he has to kind of dig deep, use grit, and try to recover. Because this is not the ideal start to this game, especially with the white pieces. He hasn't got what he wants. Magnus has done everything right. Look at him. Magnus is just taking all the space on the left side of the board. It's his favourite thing in the world. And Magnus's position is just awesome, actually.
Yeah, it is. I think black's just better here, isn't it? I mean, with some chances to open up the A file, the black knight could now be a very nice piece coming in. And there's a lot of holes in the position. You can see where the black bishop is. That's a real square under Magnus's control now. So it's Magnus will be happy the way this has gone, definitely.
Yeah, it's a very Carlsen type of position, just a stable endgame, everything protected, where he can easily improve, easy plans. It's not a Duda type of position. There are no real imbalances, no real attacking chances, no real creativity here. I think objectively he needs to just retreat his bishop, white's bishop on the edge of the board, retreat it back 1 square, trade off bishops, and then just try and lock things down, try and survive for a draw. I think Duda needs to just save this game, move on to the next one. Maybe hope that Magnus plays f3 on move 1 again. But I think if Duda if he's on tilt, as we say, and just emotionally can't recover, he'll bring his bishop back 2 squares and he's not looking happy.
No.
I think he can't play for the win in this game anymore. He just needs to go on the defensive and try and survive and bring it to game 4. Okay, he's doing that now.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I've noticed a lot of the top players are very good at, even if they're very depressed and he's not happy, is he? They're very good at, like, shutting up the shop. You know, they realise, like, you know, if I keep going, I'm going to lose. I have to change gear. And I think other players, you know, like myself, I'm very bad at changing gear when I need to. If the tide's going against me, I will still keep pushing, which is just a big mistake. I need to, like, you know, suddenly defend. And these players can do that very well. But you still play Magnus, you might be a bit worse. So it's not fun.
And that's the thing. Sometimes the only way to shut up the shop is to go passive, to go defensive, and it's nobody's instinct, especially against the world champion. Going passive, it's no guarantee of a draw. Playing for a draw is sometimes the worst way to get that result. But yeah, it's just what he needs to do. He needed to get rid of black's really strong bishop there. And still a lot of work for Carlsen if he wants to win this game.
So it's dramatic for Jan-Krzysztof. Duda, if Magnus wins this game, it's over. He will be the winner of the match. The situation is the same between Jürgen van Foreest and Pragnananda. If Prag, up by 1 point, wins this game, then he will be the winner of that match. But look at the bar, all the way over to Jürgen van Foreest's side. Maybe he is about to make a comeback to tie that match after 3 games. We'll keep a close eye on that. Mamedyarov is up by 1 point in his match against Liam Le. Game 3 has started. Anish Giri and Erik Hansen, they have played 2 draws so far. They are tied. The bar slightly maybe over to Anish's side in Game 3. We'll, of course, keep an eye on that as well. But it's looking very good for Magnus Carlsen. A draw in this game with the black pieces is a great result. And he only needs a draw in Game 4 in that case.
Yeah, with the white pieces, I think Magnus, if he only needs a draw, he'll play something a bit more solid than we saw him play in that last game.
Like any move.
Yeah, any other move on f3. I mean, that was one of the most classic interviews that I've ever seen in chess. Just saying he wanted to play f3 to switch things up.
Yeah, so he had some ideas.
Yeah, so it might work well for him. Yeah.
And okay, as expected, Duda has to fight for the dark squares. He's only got a light square bishop now, so he does put a pawn on a dark square. Yeah, that white rook on the second rank wants to switch over to look at the black king.
I thought Magnus might have prepared some knight move. That's why he put his rook there on the last move to stop this idea. but I don't know if the Black Knight can come forwards now. That's the first thing you look at here, some tactic with it. And okay, it hasn't. It's gone for the more solid option.
It's gone to a safe square. Simon, you were mentioning it can jump to maybe this square or this square. Just attacking the white rook, utilising a really nice tactic. If the pawn takes the knight now, then the white rook is actually undefended and it would fall to the black rook. So using this pin, it looks like you're hitting this rook now, but I think the white rook just moves and maybe this pawn.
I think actually this kind of move, like you've just demonstrated, David, moving the knight there, is a real common mistake that a lot of lower rated players will play, because it's an artificial move. Yeah, it looks aggressive, it looks like it does something, but you're not really seeing far enough, and it just ruins your position, makes your position worse. Even though it seems semi-aggressive, it just backfires. And the move that Magnus played, much more classy, got long-term idea of bringing that into the centre.
That's right. One-move tricks are nice sometimes, especially in speed chess, but I mean, this is the top level. You can't just hope that your opponent will fall for your idea. And yeah, as you mentioned, often just putting pieces on good squares is the wiser option until you feel it's the right moment, until your opponent's off balance, and then you can go for those types of tricks. But this knight's just on a good square. And if we do see, for example, pawn takes pawn, then suddenly this pawn is a backward one. It's eyed up by the black rook. It's never going to move really. And yes, white can create some threats, for example, against this pawn in front of the black king, but at the very, very minimum, black can just block the diagonal of the white bishop. And that's why, again, that was a great square for the knight, a great route into the center of the board. And even if we see a trade here, it's only black who can ever be better, because white has an isolated pawn, a backward pawn, and black's king is nearer the action, nearer the center. So Magnus still pretty confident. I'm not sure he's going to win this game, but a draw, as Kaja mentioned, is a decent result for black anyway. And he looks ready to get that one at the very least.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Magnus will be very, very happy here. I mean, to me, it's like a dream position for a Caro-Kann player. You know, we thrive on those small little details. Despite all this, I'm actually a big picture person. I never liked little details. This is why I was not very good at law, because it was all about those fine little moments, those fine wordings, and I was like, no, I just wanted to get it done. But as a Caro player, I'm used to those small little things that kind of eventually become bigger advantages.
Yeah.
I actually thought that the clocks hadn't started, because I looked at Magnus's time and I thought, oh, 15 minutes. The clocks are wrong, but he just hasn't spent any time. So it's like, which is quite strange, right? You know, he's playing very natural, very quick, and as I think David mentioned, this is his element position where he's got a slight advantage, easy moves to play, put the pieces on the best squares.
Yeah, and I think it's just because it's his type of position. We talk about style a lot, but if you're in a position that you recognise the pawn structures, if you have a lot of experience, you can just pure instinct. You barely need to pause to think, and zero calculation in this game so far.
Have you ever been in this position, David, or move whatever it is, and be like on the same time you started on?
You know the answer to that one,
I
Simon.
do, yeah.
I've never had more time than I've started with.
No, a big NO. So,
I'm sure David had more time than he started when he played against me. I made
Maybe
a mess
once in
of
my
the whole thing.
wow.
But OK, well, whilst we're waiting for the players to make a decision, I do want to share with you a selfie from Nancy, who says, even an asthma attack can't stop me watching from the beautiful Colorado Rocky Mountains. And yeah, that sounds quite dramatic, yeah, worrisome, Nancy. So do look after yourself, and we do hope that you can provide some entertainment at the same time. And a big hello. And if you do want to send your selfies or your questions, or tell us who you're cheering for, and whether you're enjoying watching Magnus play some fine chess or
dig some music,
yeah, then do tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Definitely. And I wish I knew the songs. We have to get that feature in to actually be able to see the song they're listening to, all the players.
What kind of music does you said you made him a music list? What kind of music do you think Magnus will be listening to?
Yeah, I can't take credit for making the music list. That goes to Askill.
Oh, Askill, right. Okay.
But yeah, it was the songs that I was kind of dropping into the commentary, the song titles at least, that I was dropping into the commentary last season.
One Night in Bangkok.
Yeah.
Which you would have thought we would have noticed, but I didn't.
No.
Right, okay, oh, very crafty.
Paradise, there's a few.
I Oh, was this a little trick? All right. Oh, nice.
Yeah. And you got in like, what, 40 songs or something like that?
Oh, that's really impressive, actually.
And I mean, Magnus, it depends on his mood. I mean, I don't think he's as much a fan as techno as Erik Hansen, the chess pro. But yeah, techno on occasion, some rock, some pop. And okay, Duda, meanwhile, after a long think, sliding his rook across, similar idea to the one we pointed out. He's trying to line up against the black king. But okay, black just solidifies everything. That black rook now defends a couple of pawns next to it. Slightly surprised we didn't see the black knight jump into the center. But okay, this one's pretty solid as well from Carlsen.
He does really like those 90s hits, right?
Yeah, he's very good at music quizzes. And when we do karaoke, it's not just that he knows the songs, it's the fact that he always knows a kind of fun kind of piece of trivia about the song, about who wrote it or about the year it was published, year it was released. And yeah, it's just crazy memory.
Impressive.
Crazy memory.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of music Jan-Krzysztof Duda would listen to. What should he listen to right now? He needs to get fired up and, all right, if this is a draw, to find a way to win the next game. What music would be good to listen to?
I don't know whether it's an advantage to listen to music. And, you know, obviously Magnus likes it, he enjoys it, he thrives on it. Erik Hansen's another one. But for most of us who are not used to playing chess with noise, I mean, it can be a bit distracting, especially if you have one of these cheesy songs in your head. The last thing you need is like something, I don't know, some kind of poppy disco thing.
How about classical music?
Yeah, I like classical music. Yeah. I mean, I listen to movie music, like sometimes like Hans Zimmer.
Oh, that's
and
so
you know,
nice.
have something like that in the background, and you feel like, yes, I'm going to play this move with the utmost of drama. This is my moment. Yeah.
That's what I would listen to as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Do you play the moves like, you know, like your like Kaduna show? Oh yes.
But,
Or move the mouse maybe. With
I have to move the mouse,
little...
which you can't quite do right
No,
now.
well, you could do. You could do a nice grand gesture. You know, so.
Be a new title in chess, conductor. No grandmaster anymore.
Chess conductor.
And, okay, one move by Duda doesn't change anything. Magnus just thinking now, is he going to plonk his knight into the center of the board, just shut things down?
Could he sort of start playing on Duda's clock? So, you know, it sounds like on you guys that this is very drawish, this position, but the fact that Jan-Krzysztof has a lot less time on his clock.
Yeah, and drawish maybe, but it's kind of minimum drawish for black.
Okay.
I think white is the one fighting for the draw, and okay. Very clever move there by Duda, however. Black's rook's lining up on white's central pawn, and white's rook now stepping up to hit black's pawn on the side of the board. I was going to say, it's not just the clock times, but Magnus, despite the fact they're kind of playing on computer screens, he could just kind of take a peek over at Duda to check out the body language. Duda shaking his head will have been noticeable, surely. So there's still that kind of element of reading the opponent. And Magnus, he knows the style of all of these players in this tournament, but he is very good at reading body language. He became #1 in the world basically by grinding people down, tiring them out.
And also he played poker recently, didn't he? There's a big poker competition. Which,
he can bluff people. He reads people so well. So yeah,
we should mention
that. If he looks over
right?
at Duda, then he'll know he's in charge.
Yeah. Well,
Magnus participated in the Norwegian Poker Championship, but only what, like a week or two ago?
Yeah.
And he did really well.
Yeah.
Is he an expert on poker?
I mean, I think he's very good.
Like
for the most.
Yeah.
And I hear also the reporter as European champion as well. So we
yeah.
have quite a lot of
Sverre,
poker.
our reporter out in the lounge, he's an amazing poker player. And well, apparently so is Magnus. I think he ended up in 25th place.
25th, and I think 1,000 odd players started. And yeah, I mean, some of the hands he was bluffing with, oof. He reads people better than anyone. And yeah, some impressive players as well. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't switch to poker full time, but he definitely could if he wanted to.
But what a multi-talent, right? Chess, obviously, fantasy, Premier League, where you also have to sort of analyze a lot, and poker, apparently.
And sport as well. He's very good at sports.
And okay, at least the game now, the position is starting to take shape. The black knight kicked away from the center, attacked by this pawn. I'm expecting it to jump into white's half, into the white position, to the c3 square. But then the white rook on the 5th rank can come across and grab, is it Alice or Anna, the A pawn?
Alice. Alice in Wonderland.
Ari.
No, not Ari.
Ari.
Alice, the A pawn. So
Ari.
White's rook is going to go across and grab a pawn. The black rook's in the center on the d-file. We'll grab the d-pawn, but it will just be a trade. And to be honest, I feel that helps white somehow instinctively. Then again, the black piece is very, very active, very centralized and well coordinated as well.
Yeah. I think, I mean, some of the weaknesses are going to be removed from the board here, which probably favours white.
Yeah, both sides will lose weaknesses.
Yeah, and maybe white's rook is going to get a little bit active. So it may seem this move, Duda play, bring the rook up into the centre, was a very good way maybe even equalise the position somewhat. Doesn't mean it's going to be a draw, but equalising, I think.
Yeah, it feels like maybe black had more accurate ways to put pressure on, or kind of at least to kind of stabilise and kind of prolong the tension in order to let Duda run low on the clock before taking action. It feels like Magnus kind of rushed things slightly, and Duda looking less uncomfortable, less unhappy than he did earlier. Okay, Magnus is about to push a pawn to attack white's rook in the centre of the board, but that entails risk, and there we go. He does push that pawn to attack the white rook. Is the white rook going to move? That's the question. Or can you even capture the black knight? We saw that in game 1 today between these two. Magnus was the one who actually gave up a rook for a knight. We could see Duda do the same.
It's tempting.
Very tempting.
It's so tempting. Capture the knight, and suddenly.
And the fact the evaluation bar jumped meant that maybe there was an opportunity. Is it this one? The white rook now going for different targets, but the black knight very active. What do you think, guys? Is white's rook going to capture Harry the h-pawn, or is it going to capture Alice the a-pawn? White's rook has a choice of both. Many.
I mean, I think Magnus has taken some risks, right? I mean, he didn't need to play this way. He still wants to win this game, clearly, by doing this, and he's offering up, he's allowing the white rook to become very active, so it could backfire, possibly, this one. And if I was white, I'd probably go for the h-pawn, I guess. So, but it's not clear.
You just want a Harry of your own. And,
I just want to get rid of the Harry and then queen my Harry.
Now, one thing I should mention as well, knights are really bad at stopping flank pawns later in the game. So if, for example, that white rook on the right half of the board does go up and capture a pawn, then if it comes to a pawn race, if all the rooks disappear later, black's knight might not be so happy. Yeah, I'm just surprised, as you said, Magnus taking risks.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to in this situation. He's a point up in today's match.
I would capture Alice.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's actually not possible to grab the centre pawn because there is a check along the 7th row. So you have to take some time out to defend against that.
Should we have a vote, guys? Simon thinks Harry is going to drop.
Alice.
You think Alice?
Not Harry, because then it has to be Frank.
Kaya, what are you going to vote for? Is white going to capture the h-pawn or the a-pawn?
What I mean,
well, Simon said that he really liked to get the h-pawns off the board to get that open line, so I'll vote for Harry then.
Yeah, that's the one. We'll go Harry. And
I'll
David?
go for Alice too, so 2 votes each. Okay, who's
ready.
going to be correct?
Whose move is Magnus's move? So I guess
no, it's Duda's
Duda's move now, right?
Duda
So,
has under 3 minutes. He's got to make this decision.
Do we
Alice.
It's
yes, Jovi.
Critical error there. Throwing the game away.
If Duda loses now, we'll retrace our steps to
we
this
know
moment.
where we went wrong. So.
And okay, Magnus actually goes to attack that white
this
rook.
is the move I was worried about. I thought the white rook now might.
It was a bad move.
But yeah, it was a terrible move, you know. So,
But the white rook can actually just move over and start attacking Harry again.
Or you can go to C pawn as well.
Yeah, you can get a bit fresh there and play that move.
Which is probably quite okay. He's gone back. He wants everything. He wants the a pawn and the h pawn.
Okay, maybe you'll be right now. Maybe that pawn will drop too, and all the pawns falling,
and then we all win.
And then we all win.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everyone's
That's better.
a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
Harry's gone as well.
I like your simultaneous movement there. We need to make a
gift.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Everyone's a winner.
I mean, we're getting excited, but the players, they're cold as ice. They're stony-faced. They're just in pure calculation mode. So Duda, he's just thinking, okay, I'm going to grab as many pawns as possible. Magnus is a pawn down now, so maybe he's going to start trying to infiltrate with his rooks. The black rooks can come down, maybe give a check first. Maybe they can trade off white's defender, this white rook on the 2nd rank, and black can start going for white's pawns on the left flank. It's become a race. Whoa, he goes passive instead.
Yeah, I mean,
defensive move.
He could have gone all in there, couldn't he, by doing what you said, David? But this is a more, maybe he's just trying to move his king forwards first and improve a little bit before. He's got this up his sleeve, I guess, the black rook coming down. Yeah. I mean, again, you mentioned white. White is now pawn up, but it's easier for black to play, I think, this position. I'm looking. I mean, what you do is white here. Black can move forwards and push a little bit.
One of Black's rooks can also go to the A file, which has been vacated now that Black's pawn there disappeared, and you can go after White's remaining A pawn, which is a backward pawn. Black's knight on a great outpost, so yeah.
Maybe G5 as well. Maybe get rid of one pair of rooks.
Exactly.
Because even the ending, you're a pawn down, maybe it's going to be a very good ending.
Yeah, if you can get rid of White's active rook and leave White with the passive rook, also White's bishop not really participating right now, then yeah, it's not going to be easy. So maybe White has an advantage objectively, at least according to the computer there, but in practical terms, it's not easy at all, and especially under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes.
Yeah, under 2 minutes. You know, I really do like Black's position, but like you guys say, you know, White has to do something dramatic, and I'm thinking
When in doubt. Push in.
Harry.
Just push
and
him
I
out,
was just going to say that, you know, try to create a pass pawn, and the pass pawn, the one that's unchallenged, that's Harry, and get them motoring. That's your compensation.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's a race.
Well, I mean, that pawn could be very dangerous in a lot of situations. I mean, the G pawn is tied down, the one next to the white rook. So if Black loses that pawn as well, then could be a game winner.
That would be a disaster for Carlsen if the Black G pawn disappears. So
kind of changing my evaluation here. I'm kind of thinking like, well, I don't really know actually, but I kind of think like White is certainly doing okay as well here.
Yeah, it feels like
no worries. Yeah.
Maybe easier for Black to play, but not that much risk for White, because White's extra pawn, even if it does fall, it will take it. Yeah, there we go. The most obvious move in the position, bring his rook across. Even if that White A pawn falls, Black needs 3 or 4 moves to go and kind of make any progress from there. And White's bishop activating itself.
Yeah, very nice move. And he can also push Ari again if he wants to, but he's trying to get the bishop in the game with this last move, break down the blockade. The evaluation bar going a little bit up and down there, but...
I wasn't a big fan of that move, just because I was a little bit obsessed with the idea of trying to do something, push my pawns in a harmonious way on the right side, if I were playing White. This way, nothing.
Yeah, and then we saw a pre-move by Duda. We just zoomed in on Duda's screen. He had captured that pawn beforehand in anticipation of Magnus taking that pawn. A safe pre-move, safe pre-move as we call it, because that was the only scenario where White's bishop would have ended up on this G4 square. And Black's rook just doing a defensive job, guarding 2 pawns. What's Duda going to do now? Is he going to go for your move? Push.
I mean, I would push the H pawn if I could on the side of the board, because you create a threat. You just want to push it, you know, all the way up.
Yeah. The only risk kind of with that move, if you push the H pawn 1 more square, is that White's rook actually lacks escape squares.
Yeah.
So you're kind of banking on the fact you can continue pushing that White pawn forward. Another option would be just improve the White king, but that feels a bit slow. Okay, he retreats. So yeah, this square wouldn't have been available if you pushed your pawn forward.
So maybe a nice move, because he's trying to centralise. There is another weakness that Black has, which the white bishop is pointing in that pawn, so why not gang up? Magnus gets rid of that weakness.
Look at this. I mean, it's really intriguing strategically. Both players have ideas, but Magnus, he's taking time out to stop his opponent's ideas. Feels like Duda's trying to create. Magnus is saying no. Duda tries something else. Magnus says no. And it's just about whether Duda finally gets kind of his bishop to an active square or gets his rooks attacking pawns. If Magnus can continue kind of rebuffing all of Duda's ideas, then Duda will get frustrated. And 1 minute now, Duda needs to somehow improve his king, somehow coordinate his 2 rooks. White's rooks are so far apart from each other.
Yeah, and all the while handling Black's kind of play on the left side. You know, Black is going to play knight takes pawn and then go for the weak B pawn.
Yeah, maybe even rook takes
as well at some
point. If you can get rid of the rooks, the knight can come and, as Dave said, go for all those pawns on the queen side. Yeah, I definitely prefer Black now, I feel.
Still a pawn down temporarily, but easier to play for Black. And that's why Carlsen is so good, not just at classical chess, but also rapid and blitz, because he finds positions that objectively they might be a draw, but it's so much easier for him to find a plan. Black's plan is simple: grab a pawn, bring the Black king in, and Duda.
Look at the clocks, you guys. Holy cow.
30 seconds now.
It's incredible.
And ticking down. Duda not confident. We saw that early on in the game. He was already shaking his head after the opening. And if you don't like your position, if it's not your style, that's an uphill struggle. 10 seconds now for Duda. Okay, he just shuffles his rook.
What do you think right now? Do you think Magnus will win this game?
Yeah,
obviously
I do.
looking at the clocks as well.
I think he's going to win this one. Yeah, just because it's his ideal position and the time situation. So
the trend is all in Black's favour. Black's just grabbed a pawn back. It's level material, and as Ivanka mentioned, the next target is easy. It's the B3 pawn, and
And Duda is going to be desperate as well. And when you're desperate, you don't objectively play the best moves. You maybe kind of go passive when you should go active. You don't have time to calculate to the best of your abilities. So, yeah, the heat is on for Duda. OK, he moves his king.
The heat is on. Down, now, 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 now. Down, now, now, now. Down, now. Thinking of songs we could play, you know. Could be quite a good one to play where you're putting a bit of pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, or under pressure.
Now,
Yeah.
Black Knight is jumping in, attacking a pawn. White's bishop has had to go passive, and it's now time for the Black King to improve itself. Using every piece, Carlsen. It's so impressive. And how is White going to stop this infiltration of the Black King? The Black King is just going to use the dart squares. It's going to zigzag its way in towards those white pawns. And
there's only one move to kind of do anything about it, and I was just thought, go active, create chaos on the board, but he doesn't. He instead just moves his king up.
The heat is on. No.
Sorry, Black King can just dance in now.
Yeah, and there it is. Here it comes.
Active kings in endgame, centralized kings. That's all we talk about, but it's for a reason. And now this is a check. Black can answer it by continuing to advance his king into the position, or he can even block this check with a pawn. Both look good, to be honest.
It looks horrible, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be tempted to block it with a pawn,
Yeah.
just to kind of keep that king move.
It's the coordination. The coordination of Black's
yeah.
pieces is so impressive. The knight, the king, the pawn, all centralised, all about to hit weaknesses. I mean, I think this could be the end. My only friend, the end.
You're in that mood now, Simon. Yeah, I think
Do you know the song? Great song.
No.
The Doors.
Oh, OK.
This is the end.
And I think we could see a result in a few moves if Magnus is accurate here. This last move is desperation from Duda. He's trying to undermine Black's central pawn. He's using a pin on the 4th rank. But again, the Black King could even step in. The Black Knight can retreat if it needs to, just to defend Black's pawn in the middle of the board. Black's rook. OK, what is Magnus going to play? He's hovering over his king with his mouse. He's going to bring his king in.
He's going to bring the king in. Yeah, I mean, also, I have to say, Magnus has all the time in the world. It's got 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Duda has only 30 seconds. What's the technique? Do you keep your opponent hanging?
Well, I've done this. I mean, again, I always bring up my losses against David because they're so traumatic.
Sorry,
There's so many of them. But I remember when, you know, I think you have to slow down. I mean, personally, if you've got a better position, then why risk it? You know, but you can hustle a bit. I think if your position's bad, then you go quicker. But it depends on the situation. Here, Magnus doing well. There's no reason to rush. Saying that, I think he's seen a good plan and he's just playing it. So.
Yeah, there is some calculation to be done, however, because after this check, White's king is going to move. I'm not sure where. If we see a trade of rooks in the centre of the board, then we do have to calculate, is Black's knight able to go and grab a pawn on the b3 square, or is White's central pawn going to start running up the board? So trade of rooks or no trade of rooks? Magnus has to work this one out really carefully.
I mean, I guess just sliding the rook to the left here looks a very sensible way to play, keep it active.
Because trading rooks, it's either very good or it's very bad. So that's the first thing you should look for, I guess, captures, threats, checks. But if it doesn't work, then yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, look for alternatives. Bring the rook across either to the centre or even the whole way to the.
But you're right. It's actually a moment where he's got the time, so you might as well work out. If rook takes rook works, it wins. So why not spend a minute or two just working it out? To be, you know, and you can just count basically there, can't you? Which pawn's going to queen first?
And also, if you don't have too much time, I mean, just be practical. You know, rook takes rook involves a lot of risk. You have to be precise. If you just slide your rook, you're still in control of your play. And again, White has no pass pawns.
OK,
and
just to show, he does indeed slide his rook across. The alternative would have been rook takes rook and knight takes pawn, but then you do have to calculate a little bit about whether this pawn is quick enough. So he did choose the safe option. The rook slid across, and now Duda, desperation again. He doesn't give a check, which maybe we would have expected, partly because the Black King can just move, but maybe even the Black Rook blocks. Instead, he pushed his pawn forward, and there's just one trick in the position. Knight takes pawn, actually loses a piece, I think, after a rook check. And suddenly this is a skewer, and the knight drops off to the white bishop or white rook next move. So only one trap in the position.
Maybe there's other trap if you check and then take the other pawn. Then Duda's got this potential fork.
Yeah,
that's the word.
Double attack, check, and hitting the knight, hitting the king. So actually two traps maybe. And Magnus Magnus just needs to avoid those. So he could do that maybe by bringing his rook in, offering a trade. At least Duda's fighting. He's fighting hard.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
It's dramatic for him. If he loses this, it's going to be over. Magnus will be the winner of the match, gaining 3 points and $7,500. It's going to be 0 points for Duda if it's not able to get at least a draw in this game. And the situation is actually the same between Jordan van Forest and the youngest player in the tournament, Pragnananda. The bar all the way over to his side. And the 16-year-old could be about to decide this after 3 games. You said it at the start of the day, David. Pragnananda is one of the players to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, he's only 16, but he's rising so fast. Yeah. I mean, he's accelerating. Due to COVID, he wasn't able to show how much he's been improving week by week. And he's on a hot streak as well, winning tournaments, as Simon said, in Reykjavik. And again, difficult opening for Pragnananda, but he's turned it around. He's a fighter. And he calculates so well. No weaknesses in his game, and he's on the brink of winning this match.
Does knight b2 just win here, by the way? Potentially. Just seeing this knight jump that Magnus might be able to play, and I'm not sure how white saves his bishop of that.
Yeah, that white bishop lacking squares.
There's so many great players, though. I mean, young players. It's so hard to predict which of them will potentially become a world champion.
Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just...
Oh, does it work out? Did I nearly checkmate myself?
No, I thought
with
for a second.
I just spotted that as well. It's not a very good move, is it, actually? So, no, it does allow a big check. But, yeah, that's a good point. I always missed it.
No, it's actually on the board.
Oh, it's on the board?
Yeah,
Right,
because
okay.
you can't, because the knight covers the critical square.
Right, so it's okay.
My heart jumped a little bit when I realised that possibility. But, OK, it's all good. I think the only way to save the game is for the white rook to drop back 1 square, give a check to the king.
And then you can swap the rooks off, right? That's the winning idea. OK.
Yeah, I think if the rooks disappear, yes, white's a pawn up, but actually it's more important that black is about to capture all of white's pawns on that left side of the board. And 10 seconds for Duda. He's got to give a check. It's forced. And as mentioned, a rook trade is inevitable. If white's rook runs away, the white bishop drops to the black knight. So a rook trade, and it's not just the fact that white's pawns are dropping, white's bishop as well. Terrible piece. No squares. And... OK, you have to bank everything now on your pawns. Knights are pretty bad at stopping these corner pawns, as I mentioned earlier. But at the very least, again, black's knight can go and capture some of them. You can step back with a check. You can go and capture another pawn.
Is it worth going on a detour and actually grabbing Harry, giving a check? Grab Harry, come back and complete the mission.
It's tempting. But then the white king might get active.
Maybe you can even
calculation.
Maybe even centralise your king first, just to stop the white king coming forwards, and then you can go and do that plan.
Ooh, that's sadistic, Simon.
You've got to be in the ending, haven't you? You've got to be, yeah.
And look at that. Pragnananda, it's a win in Game 3, and that means he is the winner of that match against Jordan van Forest after only 3 games, winning 2 games. Pragnananda, the first player to gain 3 points in the Oslo Esports Cup. That is so impressive. As Magnus shakes his head. Is he frustrated about something?
I think he's just trying to calculate there. I mean, I don't think there's anything to be frustrated about here in the position. He's got, I mean, it's these positions, a lot of it is just number crunching. You've just got to work out variations and you can go quite deep. And the first thing he's trying to calculate here is if he can go knight takes pawn. David might even be able to show it on the board, potentially when you have just a race situation. And they're I always recommend for people who are trying to learn that endings are very good, tactical endings, because they really help your tactical play, because there's only one variation you need to try and visualise, and you can go down it extremely deeply. But OK, has he played a move here, David?
Yeah, he's played a different move. He didn't go after these pawns, maybe because, as you mentioned, Simon, we would see a bit of a race. The pawns could step forward. And to be honest, I think this looks very good for Magnus. He could have stepped back and blockaded the white pawn's advance. But instead, he went for a different option. He went for the one you mentioned earlier, just getting rid of Harry, dropping back with a check. And after the king moves, I think he's about to take this pawn just to remove it off the board, remove all risk. But you do allow the white king to be active. This white king now slightly better placed. Maybe you could step forward with this pawn and trying to activate this bishop. Now you're hitting the knight. Maybe next move you can try and start bringing it to hit some other targets. But yeah, Magnus, he's the only one playing for the win. Duda fighting for the draw. With 10 seconds, it's still not easy to defend this position. I'm expecting to push the pawn because what else simply? but not so easy for Magnus anymore.
Can you go king e4 and just run in, which is played?
I think as well. That's another option, and it's on the board. And 17 seconds left for Duda. Not a lot of time.
Oh, dramatic for him. And look at the bar in this game and in the game between Anish Giri and Erik Hansen. The bar jumping up for Erik Hansen, the lowest rated player in the tournament. Could be about to make a huge upset against Giri. Bunch of moves in this one.
Bunch of moves, and this one still looks very, very good now for Black. And the reason I didn't mention that king advance earlier is because White's bishop actually got trapped. Which of course I did by the Black king.
Which of course I did see. I completely missed that. I mean, I think the position was very bad, wasn't it?
It's very bad, yeah.
You know, just
maybe with best player you could have found some tricks or some way to save it, but not easy. And Magnus now, it's a pawn race. Both sides have pawns on this left side of the board, but the Black Knight, the key is it can drop back to help. And there we go. It's going to try and sacrifice itself for White's c-pawn, and then Black's b-pawn is going to promote and win the game. Black is going to end up with a new queen. And look at the evaluation bar, nearly plus 16.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the big problem also is that the Black king can take a step backwards and also cover some squares as well.
Yeah, I think
that check that David.
And look at that, it's
over. It's over.
Duda resigns, and that means he doesn't only lose the game, he loses the match against Magnus Carlsen. A fantastic start for the world champion. A win in his match against Duda, and 3 points after only 3 games. How impressed have you been with Magnus today, David?
He's looked good. I must say I'm not impressed by 1F3 in his second game, but the other ones, his wins, he took his chances. That's where it counts. And
won both games of Black, didn't he? Which is impressive at this level.
Actually, Pragnananda and Carlsen, both of the winners, they won all of their Black games, and that's rare at this top level.
Yeah.
Incredible. We're following Jan-Krzysztof Duda out to the lounge. We can see Magnus there together with Sverre and Duda. He wants to go straight to his lounge to have a little bit of a pause. He must be upset with the result in this game and in this match. Should we take a quick look at the game, David, that Magnus eventually won?
Yeah, I just want to highlight one moment from actually very, very early on, and that was when Duda started shaking his head, and it was here. When you have the bishop pair, you want to put your pawns on the squares, the opposite colour squares to your unchallenged bishop. So here you have a light square bishop, put pawns on dark squares. For example, step forward to the centre, but instead Duda put his pawns on light squares, the wrong colour, and now Black, after hitting the rook, planted his bishop on the dream square, an outpost, and Magnus took this small advantage, turned it into a win later in the game.
All right, a lot of drama in this third round. All games have now finished with results, basically. Shakhriyar and Mamedyarov. Okay, Shakhriyar and Liam, they're still playing. But Anish Giri, I thought we were going to that one, got a win against Erik Hansen. That must have been some dramatic final moments in that game because the bar was all the way over to Erik's side. Suddenly Anish has won that game, and he is now up by 1 point in that match. They will play a game 4, and Liam Le is fighting for a comeback against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov because Mamedyarov, he won game 2. And is there any hope for Liam in this game?
I don't think Liam's going to win this game. Mamedyarov is the one playing for the win. If we do a quick count, White has an extra pawn. Both rooks are actually under fire, and because White had an extra pawn, Liam decides to keep the rooks on the board. He didn't want to trade off those rooks there. But yeah, now it's going to be a 3 versus 2 rook endgame. Rook endgames are notoriously drawish, but yeah, it's only Mamedyarov who can win this one. He needs to somehow make his extra pass pawn in the center count, either by promoting it later in the game or using it as a distraction. What do we think, guys? Good drawing chances for Black, or do you think Mamedyarov can squeeze a win out here?
I mean, it looks like pretty good drawing chances. I mean, there's not many pawns left on the board. When you're trying to draw these kind of endings, you want to exchange as many pawns as you can, because you'll just literally have not enough pawns to queen. And the Black rook now comes to what we call the long side, which is a technique in rook endings that if you're trying to draw, you want to go sort of as far away from your opponent's king as you can and check it from the side often. The Black king seems quite active. So I think good drawing chances, but it is a pass pawn. It is an extra pawn as well. So yeah, so not entirely, sensible.
Yeah, and Liam, he's extremely good at these types of endgames. I've seen him defend positions like this, almost blindfold. So yeah, it looks like a draw is very likely, but Mamedyarov will try somehow to keep the game alive if he can.
All right. And as these two are playing, we're getting world champion Magnus Carlsen into the studio after 3 points and a win after 3 games. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
What a start to the tournament.
Yeah, this was pretty good. You know, 3 games, that's the best you can do.
Yeah, definitely. And what would you say is the highlight for you from today's match?
I don't know. I thought game 2 was a lot of fun. We both had to think pretty early and looked a bit dubious for me, I have to say. But you know, it's not always so easy to prove. So that was a fun game, and obviously to win 2 black games, that's more than I can hope for. But yeah, it was a good day.
Yeah. So 1 F3. Everyone's super surprised. Is that something you do because you won the first game? Would you have done that if you didn't win the first game?
No, I'd planned to play that regardless. I've been kind of trying to experiment, seeing what first moves you can kind of make playable. But yeah, I cannot say that the experience was too successful, because I didn't remember really what to do, so I tried to improvise, and then wasn't great. But yeah, I don't think that experiment is going to be repeated anytime soon.
Okay, so I was going to ask, are you feeling creative in this tournament? Will we sort of see more very creative ideas for you, or was this a one-time thing?
No, I've definitely been trying to play creative in many of these events. So I intend to continue that, and I mean, not like as a rule, but once in a while. And you know, I think it's been working pretty well, getting my opponents a little bit out of book and keeping them on their toes, not really knowing what to expect.
Definitely. And of course, being back in the Oslo Arena now with 7 players, what was it like today?
I didn't think so much about the others. Only Duda I was playing, but yeah, it's nice to be back.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the whole arena thing, being back in it?
Yeah, I enjoyed the arena, but I was mostly focused on my part of the arena.
And we did also see digging the music. We do know that you actually enjoy quite a lot to be able to listen to music while you play games.
Yeah, I think especially during shorter games, then it can help me concentrate.
All right, so tomorrow, Magnus, it's Liam Le for you in that match. What's that going to be like?
Yeah, I haven't thought about it. I'm taking one day at a time, but it's played well recently, so I expect another tough match.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Magnus, and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I do hear a bunch of moves, David. What's happening between Shakhriyar and Liam?
A bunch of moves, and it does look like Liam has been defending this one pretty well. Right now, the white pawn in the center, nicely blockaded. Black can actually grab that pawn at some moment. The only thing Black has to be careful of here is the white rook going up to the 5th rank and grabbing those 2 lonely black pawns on the right. So still some work to be done by Liam Mamajorov, trying to kind of squeeze water out of a stone here. But with correct play, it does feel like it should be a draw. Black can even flick in a rook check here. There will be ways at some point where Black can give up one of his 2 pawns maybe and just bring the Black king back. A 2 versus 1 advantage won't be enough in a rook endgame. So still some hard work to be done for Liam, but with best play, should be a draw. What do you think, guys? What should Liam play here to make his drawing?
It's quite hard to draw. I mean, still, I mean, you can go wrong here. I mean, there's so little material. I still, agree with you, but you've got to find the right way. I mean, I guess the first thing you think of is the check, and then you've got to work out what happens if the rooks come off. Okay. So we're seeing this at the moment. Can you swap rooks and get a draw by forcing the draw? And he thinks he can. He's going for this line. And this is always the right way to think. You should always look at the most forcing critical lines first before you move on to anything else. And this is probably just all right for Black, I think.
Yeah, I think he's worked this one out really, really well, Liam. Yeah. And here we go. White trying to create a passed pawn, or at least trying to kind of, after a pawn trade, block off the Black king. But this is a key move by Liam. He just gains a move, actually, flicks in a check. And yes, the Black king is cut off, but the Black King now is just going to race towards the corner, and as is well known, you can't win with Harry alone. And there we go, King versus King, it's a draw.
All right, it is over. A draw in this one. That means Shakhtiyar Mamdiaro is still up by 1 point in this match against Liam Le, and they're going to play a game 4. That's going to be a must-win situation for Liam to take it to tie-breaks. Any other result means Shakhtiyar will be the winner of that match. And we actually have 2 matches finished already today. Magnus Carlsen, after 3 games against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And we see Magnus walking out the door. Liam Le walking into the lounge to get ready for his game 4. And also, Pragnananda, after 3 games against Jordan, is the winner.
Yeah, that's great.
We see a lot of action happening in the lounge. That looks like a lot of fun, actually. Some chess being played. All right, but Pragnananda, 16-year-old, is the winner of the match against Jordan van Forest. And after he finished his game, Sverre got a comment from young Pragnananda.
Beat Jordan van Forest in only 3 games. What do you do correctly today?
Yeah, I felt I could have. I feel I could have played better. You always have this feeling, I guess. But definitely, I'm happy about the result. I didn't really expect this, and yeah, I just have to go and analyze and see what I could have played better.
But you're still happy with this win?
Yeah, you're always happy with the win. Yeah.
Good luck to you in the next games, and congratulations on a very well played day. Even though you could have done better, you think?
Yeah, thank you.
It's been a shorter day here for Jordan van Forest, but I think he's saying that he needs to redeem himself here because he's trying to match a game with his second. And what was the thinking behind that, Jordan?
Sorry, I didn't understand you. I didn't hear you.
Why the game now, right after you finished the other one?
Yeah, no particular reason, but I lost. So I want to win at least 1 game today. Let's put it that way, and maybe I have a chance against my second.
Is that part of the job for a second to actually lose this match or this game?
Well, I didn't know that was my job, but I'll try to win the game, of course. I have some games tomorrow, actually. I'm playing a friendly match against Ukraine, so it's good practice for me as well.
So that's the real job of a second. If someone feels a little down, you crush them properly.
Exactly.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, sure.
It was a bad day for Jordan van Forest, but he seems to be in a good mood. Let's take a look at the results, you guys. 2 matches in the first day here have already finished. Magnus Carlsen winning 2 games against Duda to win that match and gain 3 points. Pragnananda winning 2 games against Jordan van Forest to gain all 3 points in that match. But Anish Giri, he has won game 3 against Erik Hansen and is up by 1 point. That means a draw is all he needs in game 4 to win that match. Erik Hansen must win, and the same situation for Liam Le. He has to win game 4 to take it to tie breaks, but Erik Hansen, even after that loss, he stopped by Sverre out in the lounge.
Position towards the end of that game against Giri, and then it kind of unravels. What happens?
I just hallucinated everything in my best position of the match. I don't know. It's like crazy to get checkmated like that. He played it, and I was like, oh man. I mean, what a waste of a game. I had a really good position towards the end, and I was just trying to control things, and I controlled everything except the most obvious, which was checkmate. So, I don't know. This happened once in the last tournament in the Charity Cup against Duda. Like, you know, got my queen trapped, and this one hurts because, yeah. You have a position there where I have a minute or maybe 2 minutes, but there should be no risk for me. I should be able to play for a win, and it's a very good position, and never lose, which is kind of the goal in these kind of matches, to have that control. And I allowed 1 move, f6, and then I saw it. I shouldn't have allowed it, so that was bad. But the position is probably... then I have to try to hold it, and I just completely overlooked checkmate, which is pretty embarrassing. I don't recall many times that's ever happened to me. So yeah, gotta win the last game. But I was actually happy with how I played up until then. I was like maybe my best game of the day. So it's a real pity.
Good luck in the last game.
Thank you.
Erik Hansen, he has to make a comeback in game 4 with the white pieces to take it to tiebreaks. It's starting in only a few minutes. Before that time, we need to learn some chess, the viewers as well. So here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
Material down. Here we have Jordan van Foreest as white against Pragnananda as black. White is a pawn down, but he exchanged pieces. He dropped his knight back, and after a set of trades, black's rook got active, and Pragnananda actually ended up winning this game. What to do is to attack, and in this position, instead of retreating his knight, actually a winning move for Jordan would have been dropping his queen back, going for the checkmate against the black king. If the black bishop retreats, white's attack continues. Look at the black queen. She is offside, she is terrible, and white would have been winning. So never trade pieces when you're material down.
Nice lesson to remember. Pragnananda, already the winner of that match, but for Anish Giri and Erik Hansen, game 4 will start in a minute, and same, well, for Shakhriyar Mamdiyar and Lielle, they're probably a little bit delayed because they finished game 3 quite late. And look at that, some people having fun out in the lounge. We know Jordan van Foreest is playing, Magnus Carlsen is watching that game, and who's that?
It's Mustache Man,
yes,
Kaja.
I thought it was.
Christian Ho and his fiancée, Marie.
Fantastic. And there we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda walking out. He is in a bad mood, of course, after losing in 3 games. Was that a crushing victory for Magnus, would you say, or how do you describe?
I think it's small margins, right, guys? Especially the first game. Duda has his chances. It just fell apart very quickly. He was just too slow today, Duda. I think the clock was the biggest factor.
Yeah. But he still has 6 matches to go, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, so he can still gain a bunch of points in the Oslo Esports Cup. We see Erik Hansen entering the Oslo Esports arena with a cup of coffee to stay fresh. He has to win this game coming up against Anish Giri. Any other result will give Anish Giri 3 points on the first day of the tournament. Oh, looking around. Some sounds maybe for Erik Hansen. He's gonna have the white pieces in this game. And what should he do, Simon, when he has to win a game?
Attack.
Yeah.
I find these games the most interesting because you know what they need to do. They need to go all in.
Yeah.
They need to attack. He needs to. He's playing very well. I mean, that last game he had great opportunity to win. So try not to get down. Play your normal game. Keep the pressure on and take risks if you need to, but at the right moment.
Yeah, he's played really well today, Erik Hansen. It was just maybe 2 bad moves in the last game that swung things. He was actually winning, and 3 moves later, he was just checkmated out of the blue, out of nowhere. So keep doing what he's doing, Erik, and he will have a chance. We do, meanwhile, see the Spanish opening and a variation of the anti-Berlin. So not the Berlin defense, not the Berlin endgame, or the Berlin draw that we're used to seeing quite recently among top players. Erik keeping pieces on the board, keeping the tension, not allowing too many trades early. Anish, meanwhile, trying to crack open the centre, trying to trade pawns. And he knows a draw is enough for him as black. He's chosen one of the most solid openings out there. So Erik, he's an expert with 1e4. He's been playing it his whole career. Can he keep the tension? Can he outplay Giri from this very symmetrical position right now? That is the question. It's level-ish, but still a lot of tension.
And what is it about for Anish then? He only needs a draw, but we have seen some bad situations when you play too much on the draw, right?
Yeah, Simon, what would you recommend? Playing for a draw is the hardest thing in the world, right?
Yeah, I think you have to play your normal game, but you've got to play for the win. It sounds a bit odd, but you can't play for the draw. When you need a draw, don't play for the draw.
Yeah.
Which is just weird, right? It's a paradox. You've got to actually just be sensible and take your chances, still put the pressure on your opponent. You're much more likely to get a draw that way.
Yeah, if you play principled chess, you will get a chance later on in the game to maybe trade some pieces or maybe repeat the position or go on an attack where, at the very minimum, you'll be able to bail out with a draw. So, yeah, you're completely right. I've been there myself, needing a draw sometimes for a Grandmaster normal to win a tournament, and going too single-mindedly in that direction, it will backfire. So, okay, a trade of another set of pawns here, and Erik captured away from the centre. Look at the white dark square bishop on a nice diagonal. Giri, however, the clock times dictate that he's pretty much in his preparation.
I'm a little bit surprised that this exchange happened, because it has allowed Erik to unbalance the structure even a little bit kind of helps him in a must-win situation. Did Anish really need to capture there so quickly? I'm not sure. But he does seem to know what he's doing, doesn't he? He's played b5 and, OK, he's moving very quickly.
Actually, that pawn capture that we saw a few moves ago, that was totally new, never been played before. Everyone else had been playing more like you suggested, keeping the tension. And, well, Anish does seem to have it all worked out, at least judging by clock times.
Yeah, and we know from his games, but also his chessable courses, Anish is one of the leading experts, one of the, in openings, one of the leading theoreticians.
Do you think we'll see
these days? And
do you think we'll see a chessable course from Magnus on 1F3, potentially? Maybe you could do a joint one with him.
I mean,
20-hour videos,
how
half
not
price.
to lose with 1F3. He survived. He survived.
He survived. Yeah, it could be.
How impressive is that, actually? To survive when the first move you make against one of the best players in the world is 1F3.
It is pretty impressive, actually, because, you know, the 1F3 is kind of like a joke opening, you know. I do know a story about the England top juniors. They had an account online, and their whole goal with this pawn move was actually to get their king as far up the board as it could possibly go without getting checkmated, and then dash back down again. And
such bad habits. Such bad habits.
Kids these days.
Not to be advised, but you know they worked on this a little bit. You know where the king could go, and they got to quite a high rating. But it is like a joke. You don't do it, you know, for a serious game of chess, and you certainly don't do it, you know, in a match situation either.
Yeah, and we normally talk about the white pieces. You have a small advantage in the opening because you can choose the type of position. But I think F3 is the only way, or one of the only ways, you can guarantee that you have a disadvantage from move 1.
I think it probably is the worst move on move 1. I can't think of a worse option than 1F3 because it weakens your king, takes away a square for the knight. It just gives away everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's like terrible.
It's like the whole thing is actually probably taking a square from the knight.
Yeah,
that's probably what makes it.
So you can't
bad.
develop,
Yeah,
you can't
because
castle easily.
It is actually
a
a recognised opening to push the F pawn 2 squares forward.
Yeah,
And meanwhile, we see Giri at the front of our picture, but also Liem and his position in the background there. Giri just playing a really good move there, bringing his rook across, just peeking over at Liem's screen. Looks pretty balanced, but yeah, Giri just bringing his rook across. He's getting ready to push the black c-pawn forward 2 squares. Eric, meanwhile, bringing his queen forward, and there we go. Black c-pawn does indeed push forward. He's just trying to initiate maximum trades here. He's just trying to exchange off as many pawns as possible. We said don't play straight for the draw, but Giri's doing that, and
yeah, but he's doing it in a semi-clever way because I mean he could have pushed. He potentially sacrificing that b pawn. He's you know he knows what he's doing at least here. So yeah.
Yep, he knows what he's doing because after this pawn is recaptured, either by the black rook or by the black dark square bishop, yes, black's e-pawn in the middle of the board might even fall, but white's a-pawn on the left side also about to be picked off. So it's just going to kind of transition into a position where lots of pieces have disappeared. Maybe pawns will disappear as well, and Eric just not left with enough firepower.
Yeah, it's a good opening choice by Anish, I have to say. You know, the position is very open when all the pawns have been traded off, the more pieces that get traded off, like you say, it's going to be...
What is Eric doing?
He's scrolling down his playlist. I think he's choosing a song.
Yeah, he's doing
getting the priorities right. So which is good.
Can we get a close-up of his screen? Oh, crap. He went through this game.
Milliseconds too slow there, Kaja. But meanwhile, a trade of a set of pawns. And this is the type of position where you do really need to get pumped. You need the creative juices to start flowing because it's so balanced. Yes, the evaluation bar's on white side. I'm slightly surprised it's that far on white side. But you need something because if those 2 pawns on the left side of the board, if black's b-pawn and white's a-pawn both disappear as well, it's just complete symmetry.
Yeah.
Play will switch to one side of the board and it should be a draw.
I mean, the one thing I'm seeing is that all of black's pieces are least over on the queen side. You know, so you can see the black king. Come on, let's try to launch towards the black king somehow. I mean, I guess I'm thinking bishop takes pawn first to open that one up and just unbalance the structure. But you've got these knight h4 ideas are very typical as well at the right moment. I don't think it's a good move here, but this kind of idea is typical for the Raul Lopez in general. But I guess maybe bishop takes pawn and just you know get that one in the game.
Yeah, and I guess black will reply to this by capturing another pawn.
Yeah.
And black does have a passed pawn, but it's slightly weak, attacking white's rook as well.
Yeah.
What about here, Simon? Trade or maybe dodge? Maybe you gain a bit of time if you trade at least.
Yeah, and this is where you need a big move, isn't it? Or to put some pressure on your opponent.
One idea could be just retreating this bishop, I'm not sure where, maybe back 1 square, or even...
You can win a pawn here, can't you? I mean, can you? Maybe not, because of bishop a6, but I was thinking if you take the knight, take on b5, but that's probably not going to be enough to win, and there is a little cheeky move at the end of that black can play as well.
Yeah. All the trades, white to pawn up, but at the very end...
Bishop a6, yeah.
Some tricks. Skewer here. I was going to say the other alternative, if you're not trying to play greedy, is just retreat, and at least now it's imbalanced. In a must-win situation, imbalancing the pawn structure is important, and you do have an idea of pushing forward with the pawn.
Maybe looks like it.
Opening up your bishop.
I like this because look at the bishops then and the black king. This is the kind of thing you need as white. The attack, as we said right at the start.
Yeah. For example, if you get one more move, I mean, suddenly this bishop gets opened up, the other bishop supports it on this diagonal. Pointing towards the black king, so maybe we're not giving Eric enough credit here.
I think he's doing okay. Actually,
maybe Giri, maybe Giri rushing too fast towards that draw. And in the current position here, we're expecting Giri to go and capture this pawn because he is temporarily one of these foot soldiers down. So if he captures this pawn, a rook trade, this is what we're expecting: the white bishop to jump out of the way and then to just launch this pawn forward, launch the attack against the black king, and just hope that pays off.
It looks nice. It looks nice for white, actually.
Okay. He didn't retreat his bishop. I thought that was maybe the key, maybe the way to go. He brought his rook to that square instead. But what's the idea here?
Bishop takes knight. Yeah, it's the first one, isn't it?
But is that even so great? For example, even if I allow it, if I push this pawn forward, if you trade, okay, here I can take with the queen, but even if you get this pawn structure, maybe you can jump forward. I'm still skeptical, but...
Really?
I just plant my king in the corner. I don't know.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe. This is the type of position where we'd have a battle and Simon would try and checkmate me. I would just try and curl up into a ball and survive.
And then I'd resign 5 moves later. So, yeah.
Okay, so if we come back to the current position, this is maybe a threat. Bishop takes knight because, for example, if black just makes a random move, now the queen can't take because this bishop would just fall. So trying to ruin the black pawn structure.
Still interesting. I mean, all the white pieces are in the middle. They've got a lot of potential. So, lots to play for.
And speaking of interesting, we do have a question from Lofi on Twitter who asks us, how do we prepare for the blah, 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 blah. I'll start again. Lofi asks us, how do you prepare yourself before each live broadcast? That is a good question.
Lots of water, the normal kind of thing. Try to do a bit of, bit of information on what the players are going to do, have an idea what's happening, and and then stress out, for round one. But the tension, but no, it's a lot of fun, and just try to keep it light and enjoy the time here. I think is important. So
I try and do a bit of research on the players, look at their head-to-head scores, look at some openings that they play, or their favourite openings maybe. And today, for example, I played some sports earlier today just to kind of loosen up and get the blood flowing. I mean, we do start the broadcast very late. The players, they start their games very late in the day. So you need to train yourself. You don't want to wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning because imagine starting the games at 6 p.m. Oslo time. They'll be exhausted. So it's all about adapting, making sure you're fully focused and you peak at the right time.
Definitely.
I think that's the key.
And I do remember there was an interview that Praggnanandhaa did after he defeated Magnus, and they asked him, what was your training? And he said because he was playing so late at night, he'd spent weeks playing at 1 o'clock in the morning just to get the mind ready for chess is going to happen in the evening. You'll have to be sharp by then. And so preparation is key.
This is morning for Praggnanandhaa. He's used to playing the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour at 10, 11, midnight. And in Oslo right now, the clock is 9 p.m., but it all starts at 6 p.m. So, late, but early for Praggnanandhaa. Nice change. He seems to thrive at that time, winning his match in 3 games.
Yeah.
Giri. Anish Giri strikes me as a morning person. I don't know, though.
I reckon he's got 2 kids.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're going to be waking him up at silly o'clock. I've got 1 cat, which normally wakes me up at 5 or 6. So it's
In the
just
morning?
like in the morning, yeah. So it's like, okay, I'm up, you know. So yeah.
Really?
So I'm a bit of a morning person now. I never used to be, but yeah. So
And how is Charlie coping when you're in Oslo, Simon?
he's been well looked after. I'm sure very, very well spoilt. So and you know, he's got his nice garden and a bit of sun. He's doing all right. He's doing well, I'm
I'm
sure.
glad to hear.
Yeah.
Charlie, how old is he, Charlie?
He's old. He's like 18, 19 now. So,
What?
yeah, he's an old ginger cat. So still doing all right though. So yeah, he's you know
Healthy.
doing well. Healthy cat.
Wow.
Yeah, big ginger.
Legendary.
Gets into fights. I've been following Charlie.
He gets into. Well, we've had 2 cats. I don't know why we're talking about cats, but I've got to continue now.
Yes.
We've had 2 cats move onto the hood from Afghanistan, so they're a bit gangster style.
Really?
They've come refugee cats. So the person adopted them, so they're trying to like put their stamp on the territory.
Ooh.
So yeah, there's some warfare going on as I speak, probably. So, yeah.
And Charlie's taking the hit?
No, he's standing his ground.
Okay.
You know, so yeah. There we go. cat drama as we
Is this
speak.
a cat fight, this game?
Yeah, nice
It's
touch.
shaping up to be.
Okay,
Both
nice.
players are being territorial. Both players are standing their ground.
Yeah.
Especially Eric. I think he's not backing down from that fight because he did give up the bishop pair, something I'm really reluctant to do. We did see a bishop for knight trade, but that gained Eric the time to push a pawn forward, and now he's hitting the black queen. The black queen has to move, but more importantly, White's light squared bishop has opened up a path now towards the black king. So Giri has to be a bit careful where he places his queen. There's not too many safe squares. I would be inclined to maybe shift it across 2 squares just to keep the black king nice and safe. But once the black queen moves, Eric can play for an attack, maybe utilising that light square diagonal, or he can play positionally. Just trade off the light square bishops, bring the light square bishop to the middle, and okay, there we go. It's more important to get the playlist right.
And what song are you choosing?
What's he going for?
Ooh, he's scrolling through all of it. Okay, we can see, what is the name? Divisi? Avicii, maybe? Was it Avicii?
Ooh, I think our Twitter viewers might have to help us work out what that song was.
Yeah, it might have been Avicii, and we do know he likes that kind of music, Eric, right? A little bit pumped up.
Yeah, but I don't know, I suspect it might be like some trance type of music-y or techno. So something that he can just get himself ready and fighting.
You can see
and
him,
has
he's
to be.
bouncing to it. He's
Yeah,
bouncing to it, he's getting in the fight. And
I actually caught it DVS1.
Okay.
I feel old now, I don't know what that is.
Some techno song, I'm sure.
DVS1.
I mean, anyone who's watched the chess bra stream knows that Eric, Aman, all the chess bras out there, this is their jam. This is what they get pumped on, and this kind of gives them the rhythm, especially with blitz chess and rapid chess as well to an extent.
Well, look at
the rhythm.
Look at the valuation bar. I mean, it's
Wow.
jumped, and I was going to say these positions where White has that pawn in the middle on that square, that dark square. I love playing these positions with the white side because I think it was you mentioned Max Uwe who said when you've got a pawn there, you attack the king, and this is what Eric needs to do. He just needs to attack the king. Is there a big move here though? Is there some tactic after this move? Some way he can, go straight for the king now?
Still not 100% obvious.
Is there some kind of tactic with I'm just thinking that knight that is sitting there on the A7 square. And I'm inspired by that game that Pragananda played by Jordan. And I'm trying to think loose pieces, drop off, tactical weaknesses. And I see that the bishop is also a tactical weakness. So I'm just thinking maybe you just slide your queen 1 square forward and attack the knight.
Okay, so hitting this knight with the rook and with the queen.
Yeah, and another idea is to actually, within that, is knight takes bishop.
Okay, so first, knight takes bishop.
No, I'm thinking queen's forward first, but
Okay.
an idea, another tactical idea that's kind of a little bit hidden is knight takes bishop.
Here you would just have to, I guess, figure out what happens if the rook falls in the corner.
I didn't see that, sorry.
Okay, so maybe similar idea, but just a different order. Maybe you can take the bishop first, and after rook takes, then you can think about your move, Jovanka. So hitting the knight with your rook, hitting it with the queen as well, a double attack. And for example, if the knight just moves out the way, then suddenly discovered attack. Bishop takes pawn check, looking for checks first in every single position, and suddenly the black rook is undefended and might fall off the board. I don't think this quite works because in this position, black can deal with both of those threats against his knight and against his rook in one move. Black can offer a trade of queens potentially, just defending everything. I don't see a knockout blow here for white, but this is the type of thing that Eric will be looking for.
And I'm just wondering, first thing I'm drawn to, as Simon mentioned, when you have this pawn, that's the signal to try and attack. And you use that kind of to support pieces jumping forward. Maybe you could at some point think of jumping a knight. I don't think that works right now, but maybe you can prepare it. The rook is attacked after all. Maybe just bring your rook to the side. And
I mean, there's knight on f to g5, which is quite interesting. I'm just going to throw that one in. If you take the rook, then I try your move. Yeah. You know, this could lead to absolute chaos. You then bring the knight in with check, and the queen, if it's captured, flies. It's a very nice checkmate if the king goes to the side there. A beautiful two-knight checkmate. So you probably have to accept this.
Yeah, the king dodges the check, then whoops.
Oops.
Yeah, that's a nice cheeky two-knight one.
Really rare checkmate there.
But this is the kind of thing you go for, right? And if you're in a must-win situation, well, okay, why not?
And you might have one attacker, two attackers, three attackers. Yeah. The black king looks pretty lonely out there on its own. It's still not 100% clear whether this works. Maybe the black king can start making a mad dash for the center for safety. And you've sacrificed a lot of material here, a rook and a piece down. And that's why Eric is calculating right now. He's actually played really quickly up to this point, still with over 10 minutes left. And he has stopped at the critical moment when the evaluation bar has jumped up. He's calculating this knight check. He's calculating this knight jumping forward. He's calculating, as Jovanka mentioned, maybe taking this bishop off or pushing the queen forward. So many options. But what is the best move? If nothing else works, very minimum, I think he should move this rook out the way. I'm not sure exactly where, maybe to attack black's bishop or centralize it. And I don't think Giri can actually get... Okay, he does capture the bishop. I was going to say, I don't think Giri can get greedy because there would be some sneaky ideas of knights jumping forward, tactics like this one. But okay, this is the position. We mentioned this, Jovanka. This was your instinct, and now black maybe only has one move.
Yeah,
but maybe it's a
your
good enough
move
one.
is a great move. You know, it just completely neutralizes all the tactical ideas that I had, and suddenly I don't think there's not much in it for white anymore.
Yeah, the queen trade. If the queens come off the board, we're heading towards a draw, and Giri will win today's match. So I think Giri needs to find this move, but it's a process of elimination. There's not much else. The knight is attacked after all by white's rook and queen, and you do need to defend this rook, which is loose. Loose pieces drop off. So yeah, you can deal with that with one move. Trade the queens, and Giri should be edging towards safety. Eric paused at the right moment, the critical moment, but he still has 10 minutes. Maybe he could have invested another 3 or 4 to find a way to keep the tension.
And Anishi only needs a draw to win the match. 4 players have already finished their matches, and look at that. It's a really good atmosphere out in the lounge. Magnus is hanging out, having some of that fantastic sushi. Jordan is playing. It looks like he's having a great time. And we also see Jacob. He's our social media chief, having a great time. We see Johan Sebastian. He's the second in this tournament for Jordan van Foreest. That looks really nice. I want to go out there and have some sushi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Eric and Anish are going to join them.
Yeah.
No matter the outcome of their match today. And yeah, the sushi, the bonus.
Fantastic. And do you think these two will be heading out to the lounge quite soon, or is there chances for Eric to fight for a win?
It's going to be difficult after that queen move, I feel, but Eric, he wants to go down fighting. Also, all of the Chessbra fans, they're going to be watching this game from afar. He knows he's got their support, so he'll want to give them a show. And a draw is the same as a loss here, pretty much. And why not? Why not go for the win?
Yeah.
Or why not take risks, or at least try something later?
I'm wondering why Anish has taken his time. Is it possibly the knight comes in the middle? Did you look at that here? Is that the only try? I mean, because you have to try something as risky as it is. Can you move your knight? He's played the move that we're worried if you're an Eric fan. But can the knight at least come in now? Try that?
Maybe you have to try something like that, right? So blocking the trade of queens by planting the knight in the middle of this diagonal. The tension between the queens is just too much right now. If you don't play this, the problem is that black is attacking your bishop with his rook. Black's bishop is pointing down at the white knight. Yeah, just too many problems. And maybe you're right, Simon. Maybe that's what white needs to do.
Maybe you have to try it. I mean, for better or worse, you've got to... Because if white can play 2 moves, like move the knight and push that pawn again in the centre of the board, or do something similar, then white's attack is still going. But it's quite hard to get 2 moves in a row, isn't it, in a game of chess? So,
unfortunately, especially in the esports arena out there, we do obey the rules, so 2 moves in a row
might get caught out. And Anish is so strong as well. I mean, he's a very experienced fighter.
And we should mention as well, we do have on-site arbiters, so
Yeah.
if the players do try anything a bit sneaky like that, the arbiters might step in.
Yeah. And I do have to share with you 2 funny tweets by Valentino. And Valentino says that they're looking forward to Simon Williams' new playlist, Ginger GM's 80s cheesy chess tunes.
Oh yeah, I'm not really into my cheesy music. I have to say, it's not. I mean, not really me. But you know, I can't. I mean, I'm trying to think of one now.
I can imagine you as a DJ. Welcome to Cheesy Chess Tunes. And yeah, they also say that they're also looking forward to your new book, Charlie's Fighting Chess for Cool Cats.
Oh,
that's it's possible.
It's
So,
possible.
yeah,
I liked your description of what happened to Charlie.
yeah, he's doing well.
cat fighting chess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't feel like a cat fight yet. In this game, Eric Hansen fighting hard to find a win. The same situation in the other game going on. Liam Leahy has to win Game 4 against Shahryar Mamdyarov to take it to tie breaks. I will be very surprised if we have no tie breaks on the first day. That would be a huge shock, actually.
Yeah, it would be surprising, but we have been surprised, actually, by the lack of tie breaks, because
so far this season,
there's been one
tie break
between Duda and Magnus Carlsen in the final. So that was the final of the Charity Cup. So, yeah, incredible stuff. So, and we've also seen it here, a lot of decisive games.
Yeah, because that must be the reason we're just seeing a lot more decisive games.
Yeah, last season we had the kind of traditional format with half a point for a draw, 1 point for a win, and lots of players just playing it safe, just not taking too many chances, and especially in the prelims, and maybe that just continued into knockout phases, and we saw tie breaks galore, which was exciting as well. But this season, players taking risks, actually really ambitious, trying to win in kind of normal time. So, Herrick, meanwhile, he's got his head down. I'd be interested to see what his facial expressions are, to be honest, because I don't think he's happy. Maybe he just missed this move, this queen move. Otherwise, he would have had a reply prepared beforehand, and now spending the time, it might be too late. And it's just hard. If you keep the queens on, risk is involved.
So, I mean, if you do play knight d4, he's played it. I think he has to play this because everything else is just bad. I mean, you're not going to win, so you have to keep the queens on. I mean, this is still fighting. You need one more move now, but Black, this move can really change things around. Black has a lot of decent moves here, though. Attack the knight with a rook, many other options as well.
Yeah, you could attack the knight with a rook. However, Simon, maybe here you could push the pawn forward.
Right.
And it's your idea, basically, to break through to the Black King. I don't think Black really wants to take this because suddenly, whoops, the Black King is really out in the open. And the whole idea is a really beautiful one, actually. If you take the knight with the queen, you just ignore the tension with the queens, you just push forward with your pawn. And look at this, checkmate on the board, next move, back rank checkmate. But yeah, you're right, though. A few moves. This looks super loose, really loose here, these two pieces. And another option that maybe comes to mind, as you mentioned, attacking the knights, is to trade off the knights. And now this knight under fire, also a tension between these rooks have been unleashed. These rooks disappear.
This is a very good move, isn't it? You bring your worst placed piece into the game, you try to swap the pieces off, rooks, knights, they're all coming off. And Nish is so good in these kind of positions. I've seen him do this many times before. He very rarely, blunders, makes any mistakes, and he knows exactly what to aim for, involving small calculations with good positional decisions. So I think it's looking very good for Nish fans, but not so good for Eric.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to say as well, when you're in that drawing mode, you tend to instinctively offer pieces for trade because you're hoping for them to be swapped off so that you can go to a simplified position. And it just so happens here that this is the best move in the position. It's what needs to be done. And I like the way that Anish is playing. And I don't see any way for Eric to kind of keep the game going, actually, apart from...
Yeah, I mean, you have to take big risks here, but I don't think they'll pay off, apart from pushing this pawn forward, which doesn't work anymore, because now there's no rook to capture, or there's nothing to capture. You can't push forward because Black actually defends the promotion square of this white pawn. So if this pawn push doesn't work, what else could you try? You could try stepping forward with the queen, lining up against this pawn. But after queen takes, for example, yes, you get one check, yes, you get two checks, but is it really enough? You can capture the black bishop, but your own bishop falls. And here, you're attacking with one piece, and one piece isn't enough to win the game when you attack. This white rook is just a bystander, not participating. So all attacking options here just look like they're not quite working. And,
And what happens if you go for broke and you just step up the queen? I mean,
in this position?
Yeah, just maybe go rook takes rook first.
Okay.
And now step up the queen.
But this is the variation we just showed you.
Sorry,
queen takes knight. Unfortunately, here it's just not quite working. It's one check, it's two checks, but no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really, is there, unfortunately? I mean, Anish is just too well coordinated here with his rook, queen,
pieces,
knight, and he's going for, like you say, his last move was the natural one to play, and it's the best move, and he's making exchanges. So, not really. I mean, Eric missed this chance, didn't he, by swapping off his dark squared bishop? It seems had he kept that bishop on the board, it would have given many more attacking possibilities.
If he had a dark squared bishop here, the black king would just be doomed.
So
this is why chess is so difficult. At times, it's the right decision to swap off those bishops, and other times, it's the right decision to build. And well, chess is hard. This is the beauty of chess. You know, every day, you know, you get a new game, a new position, a new challenge. And I think someone said when they were talking about video games that often when you play these video games or computer games, you kind of get to the top level and that's it, you've completed it. And with chess, you never get there. It's always like infinite. You're always carrying it on.
I think that's the beauty, isn't it? That no matter what level you're at, even Magnus, you know, you can get better. You know, you can always get better. Even the best computers out there, they can get better. So it's kind of a game without any barriers, really, which is really like nothing else.
And isn't it kind of like the perfect move isn't always the perfect move as well in a human game? Because you want to play on the clock, you want to maybe play on the other player's weaknesses.
Sometimes, I mean, Magnus does this a lot. He doesn't play the best move. You know, he plays the second, third best move to get his opponent out of preparation and then to, you know, get him into territory where he can outplay them. So it's, I mean, it's there's lots of different ways you can do it and play. So
look at that. There's an Airthings device in the Oslo Esports arena, and air quality very good for the players. A little bit, is that a bit lower high humidity? Jan-Krzysztof, you're the Airthings expert. 19%.
I think it's a little bit low.
A little bit low.
But don't quote me on that.
I would imagine that, you know, it's not too humid in a TV studio like that.
The thing is, my Airthings device always tells me what to do because I have it on a little app and it goes, oh, the humidity is low. So I never kind of pay attention to the numbers and it goes, you know, have a shower, open the door.
Yeah.
That's what,
Okay, we need to bring in a shower to the Oslo Esports arena.
It tells you when to have a shower.
No, it monitors the air quality in my room.
What, and if it gets a bit whiffy? Have a shower. Go now, quick.
It smells bad in here.
But actually, it does measure like chemicals in the air, so you know.
Oh right, so it does sort of like you're getting attacked by chemicals. Shower now. Use that shower. Could be very useful for some chess players after that story you told me the other day. So.
Well, I think in many settings, it could be nice if someone got a, you know, have a shower. You're in the office now.
Like more
Home
of a life
office
coach.
is over.
Yeah, they should make it voice activated just to really embarrass the person. Shower now. You know, so,
all right. Well, a free advice for Airthings there. The next feature to have in the fantastic Airthings device.
Yeah.
Telling people to shower when they should.
Invoice in the post.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Giri looking very, very chilled. I've got to give him credit in this game. In the past, maybe he's had an unfair reputation for maybe draws and things, but that's only because he's so good at safety-first chess. He's so good at neutralizing the opponent when he wants to. I mean, nowadays he's much more attacking, more dynamic, but he's closing in on this this draw, which will win him today's match. There's only been a couple of moves. White's rook swung across to attack Black's bishop in the corner, and Black's bishop just went to a safe square. And still, the same problems persist for Hansen. There's no way to keep the knights on the board, no way to keep the queens on the board, and if everything disappears, a draw is the best White can hope for. Also note how White's back rank is slightly vulnerable. White's king doesn't have any escape squares. Same for Black's king, and I think that's the only thing that could decide this game in either side's favour, is the fact that neither king has these kind of hidey holes, and therefore back rank checkmate ideas are in the air. But in general, Eric now under 1 minute as well. it's looking like he's running out of resources.
And it's the kind of position where Eric is not going to be wanting a draw. A draw is the same as a loss. So he might just lose just because he takes the wrong decision.
That's really interesting, actually. He's clicked on his knight, but he hasn't chosen a square for it. So
is a touch piece move a piece?
No, it's not.
Touch piece move piece. Okay, he trades the knights.
Right.
But it's interesting there. He clicked on his knight, and then the computer for you, it showed you the 8 possible squares the knight could use. And it showed you
outside
all the legal moves.
assistance.
The octo.
Well,
that's not very fair.
It's helping you make legal moves. Yeah, so no outside assistance. It didn't tell you which knight move was the best. There were 8 possible knight moves. In the end, he traded off a set of knights. And now Giri, is he going to keep the queens on the board, or is he going to just refuse to capture that knight for now and trade off?
Do you think these players also have that feature that the king turns red if it's in check?
Ooh, interesting. Maybe we'll have to zoom in on the screens at some point.
Because I'm very happy to have that feature when I play online chess, because I won't always see the check. But these players obviously will, so I don't know.
Most of the time. I have played bullet chess, 1-minute chess, where you just have to pre-move everything because you don't have enough time on the clock. And I tried to make a move, and I'm like, why isn't it letting me? And then I realised, oh, whoops. Whoops, that was a check. But yeah, Giri here. Do you think he can just trade the queens?
I think he can, probably, if he wants to. I mean, I guess taking the knight with a queen, good move. Taking the queens off, good move. Yeah, as we're saying, you instinctively make exchanges when you want to get a draw. So queen takes queen, probably the first move you think of. I mean, maybe some pawn could be one, but
I was
think
going
it's
to say that.
I mean,
do you allow White to win a pawn just in the name of simplification?
I think it's a very easy draw if you do, anyway. And Anisha's brilliant endgame player, so he's just thinking now. I don't know how much time he's got lots of time, so he's making the right decision, deciding which way to go to try and get that draw.
Yeah, so just to show maybe what is about to happen and what Anisha's thinking about right now, is 2 main options. Either you can take this knight back with your queen, actually threatening a checkmate along this diagonal. The pawn in front of White's king is under fire, and this looks pretty healthy, as Simon mentioned. Also, you've got a pin here. I don't think there's any real danger, but the queens are on, and bad things can happen while the queens are on. And, OK, instead, after knight takes knight, he has indeed traded. And as you guys were mentioning, White is about to win a pawn because he can actually take this guy. And utilising this idea I mentioned earlier, the back rank checkmate, Black is doomed here. You can only throw pieces in the way, but in this position, Black will not take that. He'll just create a square for his king, and the game will end in a draw.
And we did see 2 players leave the arena, Shakhriyar Mamdyarov and Liam Le. They have finished game 4, and they have finished the match. It is a draw, and Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, he won game 2, and he is the winner of that match, gaining 3 points and 0 points for Liam Le. In the first match, he's going to face Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. So a tough start for Liam Le in the Oslo Esports Cup. And probably also for Erik Hansen if he can find a win in this game. And it's the worst possible opponent to have to win against. And Anish Giri is just an expert in denying his opponent a win.
Yeah, exactly. And OK, instead of pushing a pawn in front of the Black king, he's created an escape route for it by marching it towards the centre. White is a pawn up, but look at those white double D pawns. Yeah,
they're too weak.
Draw, guys.
One of those pawns will just drop, and it will be 3 versus 3. There's a saying, all rook endings are drawn. They're not, but this one is very, very drawn. All the pawns. There's no passed pawns. There's not really much going on, is there? Unfortunately for Eric.
And Eric only has 18 seconds to boot. So, I mean, if the roles were reversed, the times, I mean, and it was Giri playing on 20 seconds, maybe there's a chance. But as the time stands now, it's looking like 99% likely that's going to finish in a draw.
And he's winning that pawn back now, and it's totally symmetrical here.
Any moment, Eric, I think, is just going to offer the draw because he wants to fight to the death, but there's nothing else to do. And there we go. The match is over.
It is over. Anish Giri is the winner of the match against Erik Hansen. And, OK, they're having a conversation. What do you think they're talking about? Will they go back to the game the game 3? That was super interesting. Eric about to win. Anish eventually the winner in that game.
I have a feeling they're talking about this game. Chess players, they try not to look too far into the past unless they really have to. And
I I reckon he's saying, you've got a shower. No, he's not. I've still got that thing with the Airthings device in my mind. No, but yeah, they always discuss the recent game, don't they? And maybe that interesting position earlier.
Key moment,
Yeah.
right, when Anish actually managed to initiate some trades and neutralize Eric's attack.
Pretty sure Anish is saying you could have done this, the game would still have been alive, and you would have had your fair share of chances. But Eric just maybe just trying to work out what he had missed or what he could have done.
It's a pity for Eric fans because he played so well today, and it could have gone the other way in that round 3 game that David mentioned earlier. He could have won that one, and it would have been his day. So unlucky for him.
Yeah,
really.
and I was going to say, because he is the lowest ranked player in the tournament, he is sort of an underdog. He faced Anish Giri, one of the highest rated players in the tournament. So what should Eric sort of take away from today, Ivanka? What positives have been there for him?
Well, he played great. Yeah. And even the game that he lost, he has to take away the fact that actually he got to a very, very good position. And if he can continue in that way and just not allow himself to blunder, because he lost because he blundered himself. Yeah. And if it says, OK, right, I'm just going to be very vigilant about mistakes and just be extra cautious there, then there's no reason why he can't do well in the remaining rounds.
Absolutely. And of course, Anish Giri, 3 points here in day 1. Could he be one of the favourites in the tournament, David?
Before the tournament, I actually felt that it's quite possible. He's actually been training really hard lately. He played in the FIDE Grand Prix, where, OK, things didn't go in his favour, but just the training involved for that must have put him in a good state of mind. Not at his best today, Giri, we should mention. He did win because of Eric's mistakes. But, yeah, I think he's one of the most experienced players in this field, despite the fact he's still young. And other than Magnus, I don't think he's going to fear anyone.
And it is interesting to see they're still in there. They're really enjoying the Oslo Arena, these players. And we have to take a note. We should get a microphone in there so we can actually hear what they're talking about. They're still sitting there talking about, I don't know if it's this game or it's some other game. But wow, we actually have finished all games for today. No tie breaks. What a shock, actually, after 3 games in 2 of the matches and 4 games in the other 2 matches.
Yeah, really unexpected. I'm hoping we'll see some tie breaks throughout the rest of the week because they are always exciting. Meanwhile, I can't blame Eric for enjoying that chair. It is very comfortable.
Yes, and designed especially for Valtwater Champions Chess Tour first major. Now, Liam Le. He played against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov here on the first day. It's a loss in the match for Liam Le, and Sverre has gotten a reaction from Liam.
Liam Le, it was a tough day today, and it was the one deciding game that decided it.
Yeah, it was indeed a very tough day. I think Shak played a very good match. Although I had good chances in maybe the last 2 games. My 2 white games. And the second game that I lost with white, I basically was a mouse slip. And I think I had pretty decent drawing chances at that point. But I wanted to play king h2, but then I touched the pawn in front of my king, and then I tried to put it back, and then I played g3. So that was very unfortunate. But this last game, I think I had the position I wanted, but I miscalculated this rook takes e4, and after that it was just a false draw.
Is it harder to break through Shak than a lot of other players? When you have to have the win?
No, I mean, it's always difficult to win on demand. But I think the way he played gave me some chances because it's always a fighting game, and that's exactly what you're looking for when you need to win.
Tomorrow you play Magnus Carlsen. How do you approach that game?
So it's definitely another very tough match, and I have to prepare well. He seems to play really well today, so I have to see, but I'll try to do my best.
Is it different to play Magnus than other players?
Yeah, he's clearly stronger, so it's more difficult for sure.
Thank you, Liam.
Okay.
Mr. Mamdyarov, it was a great match today. You take a pretty early lead and you managed to maintain it well.
Yeah, of course, it was very nice, very interesting match. When we start to match, I see in my screen monitor is our scores is 0-4 for him. I mean, he beat me all Magnus tour games. I mean, it was not easy to play against him, of course, but now it's a little bit different. We are sitting and playing in Oslo. it's like a normal tournament. My feel is much better than I played in home. At home it's not easy to play, but in Oslo it's much better. I mean, here is my feel is much better, and we played very good match. I think very interesting games. In first 3 games, in all games, I had good advantage. I missed some. Game 1 and 3, I missed some winning chance, but normally in last game he got some chance to win, but I think I just sacrifice good, interesting. I'm not sure it's good for Indian, is maybe not good, but for humans is not easy.
Why is it hard to play home?
Maybe my son. Maybe my son is every time. I don't know, it's a little bit different. And also, when I see my opponents, is much better. Yeah, I mean, his face, when my opponents sitting near, is much better. Maybe it's also, I mean, it's not easy to play at home because family, son, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's my mistake, maybe, but I feel much better here.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shakhriyar Mamadiyarov, 3 points for him in his match against Liam Le, and 3 points for Anish Giri. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're just standing here talking, and we're talking about 1 F3. Was that the biggest shock for you today?
Yeah, no, I really appreciated that. I already spoke to David, and I think the inspiration comes from the line E4, C5, knight C3, D6, and F3.
Oh, okay.
That's what he played already before. It's one of idea of Dutch chess school, and it's quite clever. And he took it to next level, so he thought, let's play F3 and move on. I thought it was very smart because, see, you gain the psychological edge, and you have a small disadvantage on the board. But if you prepare it very well and you know all the subtleties, like 94, you neutralize that advantage on the board. You keep the psychological advantage. And you see, the moment he got an equal position, basically, you know, that game might have been drawn, but the match was eventually over.
Exactly. We're talking about Magnus's 1 F3, super surprising opening against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But Anish, your match against Erik Hansen, you got that 1 win you needed to win the match. What has today been like?
It was very hard because I didn't get any psychological edge at all. I played 1 E4. That's really bad.
1 F3 then, maybe?
1 E4 is the worst move you can play if you want psychological edge. Immediately, you show your cards. But yeah, it was a tough match. I was playing. He was playing well. He was playing well. I have to give him that. And the first game, it was just a good game on his part. At the critical moment, he neutralized my initiative. And in the second game, it was just an opening thing where it led to a draw. I think there was a similar line in my Najdorf course, so I was able to recollect that. And in the game which was crucial, it was very tense the entire time. And at some point, I cracked, but then he cracked back. And in the time scramble, I was very lucky.
Yeah, we could maybe take up the analysis board. So this game that you eventually won, that became decisive, Anish, the bar was all the way over to Erik's side. What was your thinking here, if we also bring up the analysis?
Yeah, you know, when I'm looking at this and David is there sitting like my teacher, you know, it reminds me when I was at class and the teacher is like, you haven't done your homework, have you? And you come, you're like, yes, sir, I'm guilty today. You know, I'll do my best tomorrow. I'll try to do better tomorrow. I'm very sorry, David, that I got this position. And on the right side of the board, I'm worse. On the left side of the board, I'm worse. In the center, I'm worse.
I wish everyone acknowledged this.
No, I saw the joy on your face. No, not the joy. What is the word? You know, the dismissiveness or like disgust. Yeah. You know, he just the owner of this position, with the white pieces. Yeah, for David, it's just a greasy human being. It's just beneath him and other grandmasters on the stage.
This is the critical moment, right, Anish?
Yeah. Well, practically speaking, Bishop F6, King G7. There is some brutal way.
Remember.
Sorry.
I can follow. Yes.
There is some brutal way. Computer was showing that Queen A7, the Bishop F6, King G7. It is such a safe king for him, and mine is permanently weak. I had hopes that I would be able to trade the rook and somehow, like Rook B2, Rook A2, and somehow, because of the opposite color bishops, survive. But you know, with the opposite color bishops, the problem is that the endgames are, of course, you have a chance to escape, but with queen zone, you get under attack because you don't control the dark squares. The queen can penetrate, and maybe black would even be smarter already to penetrate earlier. So yeah, it was not really working well for me. And after Bishop F8, I was very happy to get an F6, and then I still found for him while I was thinking. At first, I was very excited, because I'm coming with the battery. But then I realized that there is no threat because of rook takes b3 after queen d3 and queen a2 check. And so that's why I realized his best move in that position was queen a8, a very, very subtle move, preparing queen to d8. And I kind of noticed that. And I was really, I would play something like queen e2, maybe hoping for queen e5. I'm still in the game, practically speaking. But yeah, he somehow just forgot about my threat. He said he forgot that after his move, there is no more sack on b3. And then I just got to set up the battery and just checkmate on h7. Very lucky.
All right. And you ended up winning this game. That was crucial. What has it been like to play in the Oslo Esports arena today?
Yeah, I'm very happy to get on the scoreboard. I'm generally like... I like that. I'm not the most confident type, so I'm happy to play one good match today and see what comes next. Every day here is a tough fight. I remember that from the finals last year. It's always tough and ups and downs, and yeah, I'm looking forward. Every match is going to be exciting.
Yeah, and I should have in my head now who you're facing tomorrow, but actually I don't. Do you?
No, I also don't.
See, I'm becoming a chess player now. I'm not checking it tomorrow.
Yeah, as your chess strength improves, your the rest of life skills deteriorate. That's what we all go through, and you're experiencing it right now as we speak.
And it's Jan-Krzysztof Duda that you're facing, and you're mentioning confidence. So he lost in 3 games today to Magnus. You're the winner today.
But the team of Jan-Krzysztof, they have an upper hand over me because I've played table tennis against his trainer yesterday at the opening ceremony, and he showed significant superiority. So I think overall, when it comes to me against the Polish delegation here, I have some catching up to do.
All right. Well, how have you been enjoying Oslo so far, Anish?
No, very good. I have to say, though, I never realized, but the sushi here, you guys really have a thing for sushi.
Yep.
I mean, I love sushi, but it's impossible to find a restaurant that is not a sushi place. Even if it doesn't have sushi in the name, you come in and there's a sushi in the menu. It's literally impossible to eat something else than sushi or an occasional pizza, perhaps.
Yep.
So as a suggestion, I do think you guys should spread out a little bit, explore some other great cuisine. My wife is Georgian. You know the...
What is a Georgian specialty?
Okay, you have to visit my family-in-law. It's not a matter of a short conversation. It's a matter of a long dinner.
Ooh, okay, all right. I remember I asked you once, what's your specialty in the kitchen? And you said boiled eggs.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if we should take food advice from Anish Giri, but you are an expert on sushi, having lived in Japan.
Yeah, I do love sushi. But I remember in France also, it's a big thing. I've traveled the world a lot, and there are some peculiarities in France. There's a lot of sushi as well. In Italy, there is only Italian food. There is nothing else.
That's true. Only carbs.
Yes, and it gets tough after a while. But I have to say that I've been here before, but only now. Did it strike me that, I guess it has to do with the water being nearby and salmon being very fresh.
Yeah.
And I do love salmon and I do love sushi. But yeah, it's really a lot of different sushis.
We'll try to find some other food to feed.
And here, by the way, as well, as a matter of fact,
there's a sushi bar.
There is a great sushi place in here as well at the Champions Chess Tour. So no, I'm really happy, but it's remarkable that because it's not Norwegian cuisine, right? It's a Japanese cuisine.
Yeah.
So you take cuisine from elsewhere and you take it to a whole new level. There are definitely not as many sushi restaurants in Japan as there are here.
Really? Interesting fact. Well, Anish, we're going to find some other food for you so you don't have to eat sushi for 7 more days. Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you.
And thanks for joining us in the studio. We're going to bring up the results, you guys, from day 1 in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen winning in 2 games against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And David, how impressed were you with Magnus today?
I was very impressed, I must say. The first game was close. It could have gone either way, but Magnus took his chance when it came. Game 2, of course, the infamous F3 game, but Magnus's third game was the highlight for him. He just very smoothly outplayed Duda. So Magnus looking in good form.
And 3 points for Magnus Carlsen. 3 points also for Anish Giri, winning that game 3 after a blunder by Erik Hansen. But Erik, he played some great chess today. It's going to be interesting to see him on day 2 tomorrow, but 3 points today for Anish. And 3 points also for 16-year-old Prag, the youngest player in the tournament. 2 wins against Jordan van Vriest. And Joanka, how impressed were you with young Prag?
incredibly impressed, and especially because he did it on the back of his own resourcefulness. And what can I say, to defeat a strong player like Jordan in 3 games, I mean, that's just a fantastic achievement.
And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, such an entertaining player. He won game 2 against Liemle to gain all 3 points. Would you say Shakhriyar could be a favorite in the tournament, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, he used to be world number 2 for a period of time. He's a very interesting, dangerous player. So if he plays at his top level, he could certainly win the whole thing. Yeah.
All matches today ended up with winners in the rapid portion. So we have 4 players gaining 3 points. 4 players are still stuck on 0 points after 1 day in the Oslo Esports Cup. So let's take a look at the standings after 1 day. We do have those 4 players on 3 points, gaining $7,500. All money will be added to the tour standings. Remember, the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022 will be the player who has earned the most money. 4 players still stuck on 0 points and $0, but still 6 days to go, 6 days to play. And let's take a look at the matches coming up tomorrow. Another exciting day in the Oslo Arena. For Magnus tomorrow, it's Liemle. Magnus feeling confident after winning today. Liemle, we do know, even if he lost today, he can really impose some trouble on Magnus.
Yeah, he's one of the players who always seems to shine when he plays in the Champions Chess Tour. And yes, he's up against it, against the world champion, against Magnus Carlsen. But if Magnus has 1 game where he's a bit off, Liam will be able to pounce.
And it's the youngest against the oldest, Pragnananda against Mamedyarov tomorrow. We saw Anish Giri against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And then, of course, it's Erik Hansen against Jordan van Vries. Coming up tomorrow, you guys, day 1. It's been fun.
It has been fun. It has been unexpected as well. I really thought some of the games would go to tie breaks. They didn't. And I've been very impressed by the players. Every player has shown some different quality. Yeah. They brought a lot of excitement to the arena.
Definitely. And we'll all be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Oslo Esports Cup. The arena looking super cool, and the players seem to enjoy playing in an esports arena. So we're looking forward to day 2, and right now they're out in the lounge having fun, having sushi, playing chess. So I think we're going to join them. We'll see all of you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today, everyone. Bye.